We are opening the pages of a truly monumental book today. It's Plato's Theaetetus, and it's often cited as one of the most intellectually demanding works in philosophy. But what really strikes you first isn't the complex logic. It's the story. It's beautifully framed, and, well, it's not just a dry transcript of people arguing, it's a memory wrapped in a very specific, quietly devastating atmosphere.
It really is. And, to truly grasp the weight of the ideas we're going to explore, we need to understand exactly where we're standing when the book opens. Because we aren't in Athens at first. We are in the city of Megara. It's this very quiet, almost muted opening. Two friends, Euclides and Terpsichore, run into each other. But the mood it's not celebratory at all. There is this heavy, palpable sense of loss hanging right over their conversation.
Right, yeah. Because Euclides has just come up from the harbor, and he brings news that just shakes them both to the core. He's seen Theaetetus, the actual man the book is named after, being carried home from the army camp at Corinth.
And the details they give about his condition are just heartbreaking. It's not merely that he was wounded in battle, though, he was, but he is actively dying of dysentery. This disease is just sweeping through the military camp. So right at the very beginning of the book, we are confronted with this image of a man who was once this incredibly promising, brilliant youth, arguably one of the finest minds of his entire generation.
Yeah.
And now he's just broken. He's sick. And he's fading away.
It sets such a specific tone for everything that follows. I mean, we aren't just reading this abstract text in a vacuum. We're reading it almost as a eulogy for you as the listener to absorb. Euclides recalls that Socrates, many years ago, had met Theaetetus when he was just a teenager. And Socrates, who always had this bit of a prophetic streak when it came to judging people's character, he predicted that if Theaetetus lived to reach full manhood, he would absolutely become famous for his wisdom and his nobility.
Exactly. And now, as he's dying, Euclides realizes just how true that prophecy turned out to be. Theaetetus proved himself in battle, showing this incredible physical courage, but his mind was just something else entirely. And that is exactly what this book preserves. Euclides mentions that he actually wrote down a conversation that Socrates had with this young prodigy all those years ago. He didn't just rely on a fuzzy memory, he took notes. He even went back to Athens and asked Socrates himself to correct the details.
Which implies this incredible level of care. It makes the text feel almost sacred to these characters, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. It's this lovely narrative device. They're tired. They've been walking. The news of their friend is so heavy. So they decide to go into Euclides' house just to rest. And Euclides calls for a servant, a young boy, to bring out the scroll. And the servant reads it to them. So everything we're about to walk you through today is a reading within a reading. It's a flashback to a much brighter time, standing in stark contrast to the dying man being carried home.
So, as that servant unrolls the scroll, we, the readers, are essentially transported back to Athens, to a wrestling school many years earlier. And I think we should take a moment to look at the cast of characters here, because the dynamic between them is it's everything. We have Socrates, obviously, but he is described very specifically here as an old man. This is taking place very shortly before his own trial and ultimately his death.
That is such a crucial parallel to draw. The frame story has Theaetetus dying, and the flashback has Socrates nearing the end of his life. It really feels like we're watching the sunset on this golden age of thought.
Yeah, that's exactly the vibe. And then we have Theodorus. He's this great geometrician from Cyrene, an older man, a friend of the famous sophist Protagoras. But he's a mathematician through and through. He's very distinct from Socrates because he really isn't interested in philosophical wrangling.
Not at all. He finds it exhausting.
Right. He finds it loose and tiring. He likes the absolute certainty of numbers. He doesn't want to debate definitions.
And then we get the star of the show, young Theaetetus. And the way they introduce him is just brilliant. Socrates asks Theodorus if he's met any promising youths in Athens, anyone with a real undeniable spark. And Theodorus says, well, yes, there is one, but I can speak freely about him without it sounding like I'm infatuated with him because, honestly, he's not handsome. In fact, Socrates, he looks exactly like you.
It's such a charming, slightly rude little moment. He describes the boy as having a snub nose and projecting eyes. He's essentially telling Socrates, he's physically quite ugly, just like you are. But then he instantly pivots to the boy's mind. And the description Theodorus gives is, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful descriptions of a human intellect in all of classical literature.
You're thinking of the river of oil comparison, aren't you?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's so vivid.
It really is. Theodorus explains that usually people who have very quick, sharp minds are volatile. They're like ships without ballast. They're manic, darting around, emotionally unstable. And on the flip side, The steady, reliable people are usually slow. They're stolid and forgetful. It's that classic tortoise and hare dilemma we see all the time in classrooms. But Theaetetus, he completely breaks that mold.
Because he has the best traits of both.
Precisely. He's incredibly quick to learn, yet he's profoundly gentle. He moves through his studies smoothly, surely, and silently, like a river of oil flowing. It's this marvelous image of a mind that is totally frictionless. There's no noise, no splashing, just pure, efficient, calm movement.
Like a river of oil. That really sticks with you. It's just this total lack of resistance to learning, just a pure capacity for thought. So naturally, Socrates is instantly intrigued by this. He calls the boy over. And in classic Socratic fashion, he starts poking around. He says, well, Theodorus says we look alike. But Theodorus is a mathematician, not a painter, so his opinion on our faces doesn't really matter all that much. But if he praises your mind well, we need to examine that.
And Theaetetus is so humble about it. He readily agrees to be examined.
Socrates gives him a little warning, saying, I'm going to make Theodorus bear witness to your answer, so don't make him a liar. Theaetetus says he's ready. And then Socrates just drops the hammer. He asks the central question of the entire book, a question that seems so incredibly simple on the surface, but is actually terrifyingly difficult. He asks, what is knowledge?
Just that. What is knowledge? Not, what do you know or how do we learn things, but what is the thing itself? And Socrates adds a little jab here. He says he's eager to learn, and he asks Theaetetus and everyone else in the company not to be a donkey, but to actually answer him. The donkey comment is great. It's Socrates' way of saying, don't be stubborn and don't just stand there mute. He wants engagement. He demands a conversation. So Theaetetus, being young and perhaps a little bit naive about how Socrates operates, he gives his very first attempt at an answer. And it's the classic mistake of every beginner in philosophy. He starts listing things.
Right. He says, well, knowledge is what I learned from Theodorus. It's geometry, it's arithmetic, and it's also what the cobbler knows and what the carpenter knows.
Exactly. He gives a list of subjects and trades. Knowledge is math, knowledge is shoemaking, knowledge is building furniture. It's like if I were to ask you, what is a fruit? And you just said, well, apples, bananas, and grapes.
Which doesn't actually answer the question at all. And Socrates immediately stops him. He brings out this wonderfully grounding analogy about clay. He says, Theaetetus, if I asked you what clay is, and you said, well, there's potter's clay and oven maker's clay and brickmaker's clay, would that be a good answer?
And, of course, it's a terrible answer because it assumes the person asking already knows what clay is. If you don't know the definition of the word clay, saying potter's clay is just meaningless noise.
It's totally circular. Potter's clay just means clay that is used by a potter. If you don't understand the core substance, the definition is completely useless.
Right. Socrates points out that listing the types of clay tells us absolutely nothing about the nature of clay. What we actually want to know is the common essence, the fact that clay is earth mixed with moisture. By listing the arts, like shoemaking, Theaetetus is essentially just saying knowledge of making shoes. So the very word he's trying to define knowledge is contained inside his answer, which is cheating. Socrates wants the single form. He wants the universal umbrella that covers every single one of these specific instances.
And this distinction, the difference between the specific instances and the universal concept, that really is the beating heart of the Socratic method, isn't it? He is always looking for the one behind the many. Now, what I find so fascinating here is how Theaetetus reacts. He doesn't get discouraged or defensive. He actually lights up. He realizes he's faced a structural problem exactly like this before in his math class.
Yes. This is the exact moment we see why Theaetetus is considered a prodigy. He instantly makes a structural connection to his own highly advanced work in geometry. He tells Socrates about a problem he and his friend, another boy called the younger Socrates, were working on. They were analyzing numbers. Specifically, they were looking at the fundamental difference between square numbers and oblong numbers.
Let's actually slow down and really unpack this math analogy for a minute, because I think for a lot of people, ancient Greek geometry can sound a bit intimidating or abstract, but what Theaetetus is describing is actually a very visual, tactile way of understanding numbers that is quite intuitive when you picture it.
It really is. I want you to imagine a grid, or maybe a set of small stones sitting on a table. Theaetetus explains that they took numbers that can be formed by multiplying equal factors. Think of the number 4. You can arrange 4 stones into a perfect square on the table, 2 rows of 2.
Right. Or the number 9, you just make 3 rows of 3 stones. Perfect symmetry.
Exactly. Equal sides. 4, 9, 16, 25. He called these square numbers, and he noted that the lines that form the sides of these squares are standard, whole numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5. He categorized those lines and called them lengths.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. We have square numbers formed by equal sides, and their sides are called lengths. But then there are all the other numbers in existence.
The vast majority of them, yeah,
Yeah.
3, 5, 6, 7, and so on. If you tried to arrange 3 stones into a square, you simply can't do it. You can make a straight line or a triangle, but never a square. Try to arrange 6 stones into a square. The best you can do is 2 rows of 3, but that creates a rectangle. The sides are fundamentally unequal. One side is 2, the other side is 3.
So he categorizes these as oblong numbers.
Right. Oblong numbers are produced by unequal factors. They inherently represent unequal-sided figures. Now, here is where Theaetetus makes his brilliant conceptual leap. He wanted to categorize the lines that form the sides of these oblong shapes if you were to force them into a square area. If you have a square with an area of 3, what exactly is the line that makes up its side?
Well, in modern mathematics, we'd just call that the square root of 3.
Correct. But the square root of 3 is an irrational number. It goes on forever. It cannot be neatly measured by the standard whole unit. Theaetetus realized that these specific lines are fundamentally qualitatively different from the standard lengths. So he grouped all of these irrational roots, root 3, root 5, root 6, into an entirely separate category, and he called them powers.
So effectively what he did was take an infinite number of different messy values, and he grouped them all cleanly into 2 distinct universal categories based purely on their definition: lengths and powers.
Precisely. He successfully found the one covering the many in the realm of mathematics. He looks at Socrates and says, I did this for numbers. I grouped an infinite variety of numerical figures under single, unifying definitions. And I understand now that you want me to do the exact same thing for the concept of knowledge. You want me to group all the sciences, astronomy, shoemaking, geometry, under one single overarching term.
He grasps the structural demand of Socrates' question perfectly. He sees the shape of the puzzle, but then he hits a wall. He admits something incredibly vulnerable for a young student. He says, I can do it for the numbers, Socrates, but I can't seem to do it for knowledge. I feel this pang, this deep exertion in my mind, but I just can't quite get there. I can't see the full picture.
And this is where the entire tone of the conversation shifts into something profound. Socrates doesn't scold him. He doesn't call him stupid. He sees that intellectual pang not as a failure, but as a symptom of something deeply important. He tells Theaetetus, my dear boy, you are not empty. You are suffering the pangs of labor. And this launches us directly into one of the most famous and frankly somewhat disturbing metaphors in all of Western philosophy. Socrates describes himself as a midwife.
It's an absolute brilliant literary device, but you're right, when you really look at the details he provides, it's a bit darker and more clinical than people usually remember. Socrates essentially reveals his secret art to the group. He reminds Theaetetus that his own mother, Phaenarete, was a midwife, and he calls her a bold and bluff woman.
Which is such a great, vivid description. It really implies she was a formidable, tough presence. And Socrates claims to have directly inherited her profession. But he makes a very specific, crucial distinction about how midwifery works. He points out that in traditional Greek society, real midwives are women who are themselves past the age of childbearing. They're effectively barren. He even links them to Artemis, the virgin goddess, who is their patron.
Why is that barrenness so important to the metaphor?
Because a midwife must be an objective observer, not an active participant in the birth. She facilitates the process, she guides it, but she does not produce the child herself. Socrates says, I am exactly like them. I am utterly barren of wisdom. I have no new ideas of my own to give you. The god strictly forbids me to generate.
And this is the ultimate expression of the famous Socratic irony. He constantly claims he cannot teach anything because he knows absolutely nothing. His only role is to help others bring forth what is already gestating inside them.
Right. He attends to men rather than women. And he attends to their souls rather than their bodies. But the actual process he describes isn't some gentle, comforting therapy session. He talks about using drugs and incantations. He says he has the power to induce labor pains, or he can soothe them. He can force a dormant mind to wake up and push, or he can put it back to sleep.
He also mentions matchmaking in this section, which I found surprisingly funny. He says midwives are actually the very best matchmakers in the world because they know precisely which seed grows best in which type of soil.
Yes, and there is a very harsh practicality to that observation. He says that if a young man comes to him who is truly empty, someone who has no real potential for wisdom, who isn't pregnant with any deeper thoughts, Socrates doesn't waste his time. He matches them with a sophist, someone like Prodicus, who can just teach them conventional things, lists of facts or rhetorical tricks for the courts. Socrates only takes on the students who are genuinely suffering from the internal pressure of an unborn idea.
But the midwife's job isn't just about delivering the baby and handing it over. It's about checking the baby after it arrives. And this is where Socrates' art sounds a bit scary. He says his greatest, most important task is to distinguish between a real child, meaning a true, viable idea, and what he calls a wind egg.
That term, wind egg, is incredibly evocative. In the ancient world, it referred to an unfertilized egg, or essentially a phantom pregnancy.
Right.
A bird might lay an egg that looks perfectly real on the outside, but there is absolutely no life inside it. It's hollow. Socrates warns Theaetetus directly. He says, if you give birth to a thought today, I'm going to examine it rigorously. And if I find that it is a phantom, a lie, a fundamental confusion, I will take it away from you and I will discard it.
And he completely anticipates how painful that will be. He says, and you must not bite me, like a mother protecting her firstborn child.
Do not bite me. It really highlights how deeply attached we get to our own opinions. We birth an idea and we fiercely love it simply because it's ours. It came from our mind. We feel it defines us. But Socrates is saying, I might have to kill your darling idea for your own intellectual survival. Because carrying around a wind egg, fiercely protecting a false belief, is fundamentally worse than being empty.
He even brings up a former student to prove his point. A young man named Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, who left Socrates' company way too early. He hadn't finished the philosophical process. He stopped associating with the midwife, and as a result, his mind just withered away. He miscarried his thoughts because he simply didn't have the discipline or the guidance to see the labor through to the end.
It's a stark warning to anyone listening. Philosophy is a sustained, often painful relationship. You can't just dabble in it and run away when it gets uncomfortable. So feeling empowered by this intense speech and perhaps a little bit terrified of being called empty, Theaetetus decides to push through his mental pain. He attempts a real structural definition. He finally moves away from just listing the sciences and tries to state what knowledge actually is.
And here it is. This is the first really massive definition of the book. Theaetetus takes a breath and says, it seems to me that he who knows something perceives what he knows, and as far as I can see at present, knowledge is perception.
This is a colossal moment in the text. In the original Greek, the word he uses is aesthesis. It translates broadly to sensation. What you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you touch. Theaetetus is arguing that to know something is simply to directly sense it. If I look up and see the sun, I know the sun. If I step outside and feel the cold air, I know the cold. There's no higher tier of knowledge apart from that raw, direct sensory experience.
Now, I have to admit, at first glance, this sounds pretty solid to me. I mean, if I accidentally burn my hand on a hot stove, I absolutely know that it hurts. I know that the stove is hot. That physical sensation is the most real, undeniable thing in the world to me in that specific moment.
And you're right to feel that way. It is the most primal, foundational form of certainty we possess as humans. And Socrates immediately validates the weight of this answer. He tells Theaetetus, you have delivered a very significant child here. But then he does something deeply characteristic of his method. He doesn't let the idea just sit there as Theaetetus' private invention. He instantly links it to a very famous philosopher. He links it to Protagoras. He says this definition is really just another way of stating Protagoras' famous controversial doctrine. Man is the measure of all things.
Man is the measure of all things, of things that they are, and of things that are not, that they are not. I think anyone who has ever taken a philosophy class has heard that quote 1,000 times. But let's really dig into what it functionally means in this specific context. Socrates interprets this phrase to mean radical subjectivism.
Radical is absolutely the right word for it. It means that things are to me exactly as they appear to me, and things are to you exactly as they appear to you. Under this doctrine, there is no external objective standard of reality. There is no grand ruler floating out there in the universe measuring what is true and what is false. I am the ruler for my world, and you are the ruler for your world.
And to clearly illustrate this to Theaetetus, Socrates uses the example of the wind. I really love this example because it's so common, so undeniable in everyday life.
It is the perfect anchor for such an abstract argument. Socrates sets the scene, he says. Imagine a wind is blowing. It's the exact same wind blowing through the same space, passing over both of our bodies. But as it blows, I am shivering. I feel freezing cold. You, however, are not shivering at all. Maybe you feel the wind is mild or perhaps even a little warm.
Right. So the ultimate question the philosopher has to ask is this. Is the wind in and of itself objectively cold or objectively not cold?
And this is the trap. This is where language fails us. Because if we declare that the wind is objectively cold in itself, then we are forced to say that you are wrong for not feeling it. Your senses are essentially lying to you. But on the other hand, if we declare that the wind is objectively not cold, then I am somehow wrong for shivering. My body is lying to me.
But if we go back to Theaetetus' definition, if knowledge is simply perception, then my senses mathematically cannot lie.
Exactly. This is how Protagoras solves the trap, he says. No one is wrong. The wind is cold to Socrates. The wind is not cold to Theaetetus. The word appears is functionally identical to the word perceives.
So for me, the coldness absolutely exists. It's not just some trick of the mind or an illusion. My perception is infallible because my perception literally dictates my reality. And if perception is infallible, then perception equals knowledge. I know the wind is cold. You know the wind is not cold. We both possess absolute knowledge, even though our truths directly contradict each other.
That is the ultimate Protagorean conclusion. It completely validates every single human sensation as absolute truth for the person perceiving it. There is no objective wind out there in the void with fixed eternal qualities just waiting to be discovered by science. There are only private temporary winds interacting with private temporary bodies.
You know, I kind of have to play the advocate for Protagoras here for a second. Because this concept, it feels incredibly liberating. It feels remarkably modern, actually. It's the ultimate expression of my truth is my truth. If I eat a cucumber and it tastes horribly bitter to me, you can't step in and tell me I'm wrong. You can't use logic or chemistry to prove to me that it's actually sweet. My sensory experience is the ultimate authority in my universe. Why is Socrates treating this like it's a profound problem?
Because it's a very seductive idea, as you just pointed out.
Okay.
It grants every single individual a kind of absolute sovereignty over reality itself. But Socrates doesn't stop his analysis there. He pulls the thread further. He says, okay, Protagoras said this openly to the public, but maybe, just maybe, he told a secret truth only to his inner circle of disciples. And this is exactly where the conversation gets incredibly trippy. Socrates forcefully connects Protagoras' subjectivism to the metaphysics of Heraclitus. He connects man as the measure to the terrifying idea of universal flux.
The secret truth. It almost sounds like Socrates is engaging in a bit of ancient conspiracy theory here. But the philosophical connection he's making is completely logical. If my truth is always shifting based on my perception and your truth is always shifting, then the physical world generating those truths must also be constantly changing.
Precisely. To build this foundation, he brings in a whole lineage of thinkers, Heraclitus, Empedocles, even a great poet, Homer. The core idea binding them all together is that absolutely nothing in the entire universe ever stands still. Socrates says that we are demonstrating our own ignorance every time we use the word being. We point to things and say, this table is, or this color is, but in absolute reality, nothing ever is. Everything is strictly in a state of becoming. It's all motion, mixture, and endless transition.
He even quotes Homer to back this up, right? The line is, "Ocean, whence the gods sprang, and Mother Tethys." He interprets this poetic line to mean that the ancients secretly understood that absolutely everything originates from flow, from water, from continuous movement. He points out that even fire heat itself is generated by friction, which is just motion. Life in an animal is preserved by exercise, which is motion, and if the sun were to magically stop moving through the sky, absolute chaos, total death. Rest equals decay.
So if we take this radical all as motion theory and apply it back to our physical senses to try and explain scientifically why the wind can be cold for you and warm for me, things get very, very strange. Let's look closely at how Socrates analyzes color. Specifically, he uses the example of the color white.
This part of the book honestly blew my mind when I first read it because I always just naturally think of white as being an inherent property of an object. The white is on the page of a book. Or if I'm being scientific, I think the white is a receptor firing in my physical eye. But Socrates says, no, it's neither.
He says, consider the exact mechanics of the act of seeing. You have the eye on one side, and you have the physical object, let's say a stone, on the other. But whiteness does not live in the eye, nor does it live in the stone. Whiteness is a transient phantom. It is generated only in the empty space between them, at the exact moment they interact.
Could we maybe use a modern analogy here? Because this concept is incredibly hard to visualize, just abstractly.
Think of a match in a matchbox. You have the wooden matchstick with its chemical tip, and you have the rough sandpaper strip on the side of the box. Now ask yourself, where does the fire actually live? Is the fire hiding inside the red tip of the match, just waiting for permission to come out?
Well, no.
Is the fire patiently sitting on the sandpaper strip?
No, obviously not.
The fire only exists in the friction. It exclusively exists in the motion of the strike. The very moment that physical motion stops, the fire either consumes the fuel and changes, or it dies out completely. That is exactly Socrates' point about the color white. The stone sitting on the ground isn't white. Your eye sitting in your head isn't seeing white. But when the gaze of your eye hits the surface of the stone, bam! The friction, the energetic motion between those two specific elements creates a temporary flash of whiteness.
So the eye actively acts upon the stone, and the stone simultaneously acts upon the eye. It's a two-way street.
Exactly. He imagines it as streams. The eye emits a stream of sight, the object emits a stream of visual potential, and right where they collide in the middle, the eye becomes seeing white, and the object becomes white. But a millisecond before that exact interaction, the whiteness simply did not exist anywhere in the universe, and the seeing did not exist.
And this incredible theory supports Protagoras perfectly. Because my biological matchstick is subtly different from yours. So when I strike my eye against the stone, I get a slightly different fire. I see a slightly different shade of white.
And it gets even more granular than that. Not only are our eyes different from each other, but you are changing every single second. The you that looks at the stone right now is biologically and psychologically different from the yous. You that looked at it just 1 second ago. Maybe you're a tiny bit hungrier now. Maybe you're sadder. Maybe the cells in your eye have aged by a microsecond. Because you are constantly in flux and the stone is constantly in flux, you can never, ever step into the exact same sensation twice.
So human perception is always fleeting, it's always relative, and it is always wildly unique to that specific, unrepeatable moment of impact. It paints this picture of reality as a universe of constant fireworks, just popping into existence and vanishing into the dark with absolutely no solid, permanent objects behind them.
It forces us into a world where permanent being is literally impossible. There is only becoming. Nothing is hard or hot or white in itself. It only becomes so temporarily through its relationship to an observer.
And stepping back, this entire metaphysical architecture seems to build an impenetrable fortress around Theaetetus's original definition. Because if knowledge is perception, and perception is inherently relative because the universe is in constant flux, then my knowledge is invincible. I truly am the absolute measure of my own world. How can Socrates possibly attack a fortress that defends itself this well?
Well, just as we, the readers, are getting comfortable with this fluid, shifting, highly relative universe, Socrates throws a massive wrench into the gears. He decides to test this flux theory against our most basic, undeniable logical intuitions. He wants to see if a universe of pure motion can actually hold up when we start counting things. So he brings out the puzzle of the dice.
The 6-dice puzzle. When I read this, it felt like a riddle from a fantasy novel. It just stops you in your tracks.
It is a direct challenge to human common sense. Socrates wants us to physically imagine this.
Walk us through the puzzle slowly so we can really picture it.
Okay. Imagine you have 6 dice resting in the palm of your hand. Just 6 regular, unchanging bone dice. Now I bring over 4 dice and I put them on the table next to your 6. How do the 6 dice compare to the 4?
Well, the 6 dice are obviously more. Specifically, they are half as many again. They are 1.5 times the 4.
Easy. Simple math. Now, I take away the 4 dice, and instead I bring over 12 dice, and I put them on the table next to your 6. Now, how do the 6 dice in your hand compare to the 12?
Now, the 6 dice are less. They are exactly half the number of the 12.
But here is the fundamental contradiction that Socrates wants us to look at. The 6 dice in your hand never changed. You didn't add any new dice to your palm, nor did you take any away. They sat there completely untouched. Yet these exact same 6 dice have somehow become less right after they were definitively more. How can any physical object become less without suffering any actual subtraction?
Right, because common sense just screams at you. They didn't become less. They just are less compared to the 12. The number 6 is a constant, stable reality.
But you have to remember the rules of the fortress we just built with Protagoras and Heraclitus. Man is the measure. All is flux. In their philosophical world, absolutely nothing is. There is no constant, eternal number 6 sitting there in the void. Qualities like more or less or large or small, they only exist in the collision. They only exist in the temporary relation. So in the strict Heraclitean view, the 6 dice literally, physically became smaller in relation to the 12. They suffered a real change of quality without any change of internal quantity.
And trying to hold both of those ideas in your head at the same time, it makes my head hurt. It implies that the dice don't possess a stable identity at all. They're just these shifting shadows that warp and change, depending entirely on whatever happens to be sitting next to them.
It makes you completely dizzy. And Theaetetus, to his credit, actually admits this out loud. He says, "By the gods, Socrates, these things make me wonder amazingly. I get quite dizzy when I look at them."
And that is such a beautiful, pivotal moment to pause on. Socrates doesn't mock his confusion. He completely validates that dizziness. He says, wonder is the only beginning of philosophy. That strange feeling of the ground literally shifting under your feet, that intense vertigo you get when pure logic clashes directly with human intuition, that is the undeniable sign that you are actually doing philosophy. That is the labor pain of the mind he warned us about.
Exactly. The dizziness means the midwife's medicine is working. Look at what we've accomplished so far. We have established a definition. Knowledge is perception. We have carefully swaddled it in the complex theories of Protagoras and Heraclitus. We have built an entire universe where everything is motion, where truth is entirely subjective. But the dice puzzle is the very first crack appearing in the wall of that fortress. It heavily suggests that if we fully accept this world of constant flux, we are going to lose something vital. We are going to lose the basic linguistic and logical ability to say that things are what they are.
So we have the thesis that perception is knowledge, and we have the metaphysical backup that the universe is flux. It seems like this incredibly solid, impenetrable structure, but Socrates has just quietly shown us that if you follow it to its absolute conclusion, it leads to paradoxes that completely defy the way we navigate the world.
And you have to understand, the test is only just beginning here. Socrates has built this massive, impressive structure with Theaetetus, not to praise it, but to rigorously inspect it. He's the intellectual midwife, actively looking over the newborn child, checking its limbs, checking its breathing. He's asking, is this a real child? Is it actually true that man is the measure of all things? Or is this massive philosophical fortress just an elaborate wind egg, a phantom idea that is going to dissolve into nothing the moment we look at it too closely?
Because the implications are terrifying. If knowledge is just perception, and my perception is always true, what happens to the concept of wisdom? If every single man's opinion is completely true for him, then why on earth is Protagoras considered a famous teacher? Why do people pay him vast amounts of money to teach them if we are all already the absolute measure of our own truth? If I can never logically be wrong about my own experience, why do I ever need to learn anything?
That is exactly the dangerous, explosive question lurking right in the background of this entire dialogue. If everyone is right, then literally no one is wiser than anyone else. And if no one is wiser, then what's the point of philosophy? What is the point of this very conversation they're having?
It's a terrifying prospect. We are essentially looking straight down into the abyss of total, unmoored relativism. If we stay in this Heraclitean world, objective truth completely disappears. But if we try to leave it, we have to find an entirely new definition of what it means to know something.
And Socrates intentionally holds us there on the edge of that abyss. He doesn't pull us back yet. He wants us to deeply feel that vertigo. He wants Theaetetus, and by extension, you, the listener, to really painfully grapple with what it truly means when we casually say the words, I know.
It's such a profound reminder that the simplest questions we can ask, like what is knowledge, are often the ones that can completely unravel our understanding of the world. We just assume we know what knowing is. We assume the world around us is stable and fixed. We assume the cold wind is just the cold wind. But under the patient, relentless gaze of Socrates, absolutely nothing is taken for granted.
So as we sit here in this moment of deep suspension, with the metaphysical dice resting on the table and the definition of truth just hanging in the air, we are forced to ask ourselves, are we actually ready to accept that human reality is just a series of private, disconnected dreams? Or is there something hard, something solid and unmoving, waiting to be found beneath the flux?
Because the midwife's inspection isn't over yet. He hasn't made his final judgment on the child.
Not yet. But the instruments are out, and we have to look at what that means next. And if you say yes, the tongue will escape conviction, but not the mind. That is exactly where we find ourselves, stepping right back into the text without missing a single beat. We are picking up immediately on this tension between what Socrates calls the thoroughbred sophists, the ones who just want to fight over every word, and the genuine search for whether our ideas are actually consistent.
Right. It's the perfect place to resume because the book immediately throws us back into the core problem we were wrestling with, the relationship between becoming and being. Socrates is speaking to Theodorus and Theaetetus, and he lays out three very simple, intuitive claims that we all accept. First, nothing can become greater or less if it remains equal. Second, you can't have a change in size without addition or subtraction. And third, something that exists now but didn't exist before must have gone through a process of becoming.
Which sounds like common sense. I mean, I don't get taller unless I grow. A number doesn't get bigger unless I add to it. But Socrates, being Socrates, says this common sense is actually a trap. He brings up the dice example again, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. And it's a great visual. If you have 4 dice and you place them next to 3 dice, the 4 are more. But if you place them next to 6 dice, the 4 are suddenly less. The dice didn't grow or shrink. They didn't go through a process of becoming. Yet they changed from being more to being less just by comparison. And this leads to a moment of genuine vulnerability from Theaetetus.
Yeah, the young mathematician gets a bit dizzy.
Exactly. He admits, I am often perplexed and amazed, Socrates, by these difficulties. And Socrates gives that famous reply, one of the most beautiful lines in the entire book. He says, that is because you are a philosopher, for philosophy begins in wonder.
It's a lovely sentiment, but Socrates uses it as a gateway to something much darker and more complex. He tells Theaetetus he's about to reveal a secret doctrine, something meant only for the initiated. He literally says, we must not let the uninitiated hear. Who are these uninitiated people he's trying to keep out?
He describes them as obstinate people who believe in nothing which they cannot hold in their hands. In philosophical terms, these are the crude materialists. If they can't touch it, grab it, squeeze it, it doesn't exist to them. But Socrates is about to explain the inner mysteries of Heraclitus and Protagoras, the brethren of the mysteries. And their central claim is shocking to common sense. It's the claim that nothing is. Everything is motion. Everything is just becoming.
Right, this is the doctrine of flux. We touched on it before, but here the book goes into the actual mechanics of it. It's not just that things move around in space. It's that motion is the fundamental building block of reality.
Correct. The text breaks this motion down into 2 forms, action and passion. Or, to put it in slightly more modern terms, the agent, the thing doing the acting, and the patient, the thing being acted upon. Socrates explains that everything we perceive, colors, sounds, heat, cold, is born from the friction, the meeting of these 2 kinds of motion.
He distinguishes between slow motion and fast motion, too, which I found fascinating. Can we unpack that for a second?
We really should, because it is a crucial distinction. The slow motion happens within the object and within the observer before they ever meet. It's like a latent potential. But when the agent, meets the appropriate object, the patient, they give birth to something entirely new. This resulting birth is the fast motion.
So let's use the example from the book. We have an eye and we have, let's say, a stone. Before the eye looks at the stone, is the stone actually white?
According to this secret doctrine, no.
And does the eye possess sight before it looks at the stone?
No. This is the radical part. The text says that whiteness and sight are twins. They are born simultaneously at the exact moment of impact. The eye becomes a seeing eye only when it interacts with the object. The object becomes a white object only when it interacts with the eye. Neither exists independently beforehand.
That is just mind-bending. So whiteness isn't a property of the stone itself?
Not at all. Whiteness is the offspring of the motion between the eye and the stone. It exists only in that specific interaction. As the text says, no name can detain or fix them. We cannot say this is white. We can only say this is becoming white for me right now in this specific instant.
Which really reinforces that Pythagorean idea we talked about, that man is the measure. Because if the whiteness only exists in the interaction with my specific eye, then I am the sole creator and judge of that whiteness. But Socrates, being the dialectician he is, immediately spots a serious objection to this. He brings up the problem of dreams and madness.
It is the obvious counterattack, really. If knowledge is perception, and perception is always true for the perceiver, what do we do about a madman who believes he is a god? Or a person dreaming they're flying? To them, in that moment, the perception is completely real. So if man is the measure, is the madman's reality just as valid as the sane man's?
And surprisingly, Socrates doesn't just dismiss Protagoras here. He actually steps into Protagoras' shoes to offer a defense. He uses the different Socrates argument.
It's a brilliant theoretical pivot. Protagoras, or rather Socrates, speaking on behalf of Protagoras, argues that the Socrates who is ill is a fundamentally different entity from the Socrates who is well. Think about drinking a glass of wine. When you are healthy, the wine tastes sweet and pleasant. When you are sick, the exact same wine tastes bitter.
So usually we'd say the sick person is just wrong, right? Because the wine is actually sweet.
Exactly. That's our common sense talking. But Protagoras argues, no, the wine isn't actually anything in isolation. Remember the flux. The wine interacts with healthy Socrates to birth sweetness. But the wine interacts with sick Socrates to birth bitterness. Both are equally true. The sick Socrates is a completely different measure than the healthy Socrates. So following that logic, the madman is the measure of his madness, just as the dreamer is the measure of his dream.
That seems to seal the deal for Protagoras, honestly. To myself, I am the judge of what is and what is not. But then, just as we get comfortable with that defense, Socrates completely flips the table. He stops being the polite defender and goes on the offensive with what I kind of think of as the pig and baboon argument.
This is Socrates at his most scathing. He says, I wonder that Protagoras did not begin his great work on truth with the declaration that a pig or a dog-faced baboon or any other monster which has sensation is a measure of all things.
It's hilarious, but it's also an incredibly savage critique. I mean, if any creature with sensation creates its own truth, why is man special at all? A tadpole has sensations. Is a tadpole the measure of all things?
And it cuts even deeper into the social standing of Protagoras himself. Protagoras was a sophist. He was a teacher who charged huge fees to teach people wisdom. Socrates is basically asking, if every man's truth is equally valid, why on earth do we pay Protagoras? Why is he considered wiser than a pig or a tadpole or just the most ignorant man on the street? If man is the measure, then no one is actually wiser than anyone else.
That is a devastating practical point. You can't exactly charge tuition if every student is already a flawless expert on their own reality. But Socrates doesn't stop there. He piles on another logical problem, the problem of memory.
Right, the shut-eye puzzle. The argument goes like this. If seeing is knowing, which is what the equation knowledge is, perception implies what happens when you remember something. Suppose you look at a geometric shape on the wall. You perceive it, so you know it, then you close your eyes. You still remember the shape, you know it via memory, but you are not seeing it anymore.
So if seeing equals knowing, and you stop seeing, you must logically stop knowing.
Precisely. You would be in the absurd position of knowing the shape because you remember it and simultaneously not knowing it because you can't currently see it. The whole equation knowledge is perception collapses under the weight of memory. It just doesn't hold up.
Now, Theodorus, the old mathematician who's listening to all of this, gets a bit uncomfortable. He feels like Socrates is being way too rough on his old friend Protagoras, who is dead and can't defend himself. So Socrates, again, decides to play devil's advocate. He gives what is arguably the most serious and robust defense of Protagoras possible.
He moves from the concept of truth to the concept of utility. This is the pragmatic turn in the text. Socrates, channeling Protagoras again, admits that yes, maybe one man isn't wiser in terms of knowing the truth better, because all perceptions are inherently true to the perceiver. But one man can be wiser in the sense of producing better outcomes.
This is where the doctor analogy comes in.
Yes. A doctor cannot tell a patient, your pain is false. The pain is completely real to the patient. But the doctor can administer a drug to change the physical state of the patient so that the patient eventually perceives sweet instead of bitter or health instead of pain. The doctor changes the patient from a worse state to a better state.
And he applies this same logic to the sophist, the educator. The educator uses words instead of physical drugs. He changes the student's minds so that their perceptions become better, not necessarily truer.
And he even extends it to the politician. He argues that wise rhetoricians make good things appear just to a city-state. Justice is whatever the community perceives it to be at any given time. There is no absolute floating ideal of justice, but a wise leader guides the city to perceive things that are beneficial and to call those things just. It's a very compelling defense. It effectively saves the sophist profession without abandoning the man, is the measure doctrine.
It separates truth from value entirely. Truth remains subjective, but value becomes pragmatic. But before Socrates tears this pragmatic defense down, the text takes a significant detour, a digression, Socrates calls it. He compares the life of the lawyer, the practical man, with the life of the philosopher.
This is one of the most famous passages in all the dialogues. It sets up a stark, almost painful contrast between two types of men. On one side, you have the lawyer. Socrates describes him as a slave. He is a slave to the clepsydra, the water clock, that strictly limits how long he can speak in court. He is a slave to the brief, the specific, narrow legal issue at hand.
He describes the lawyer as always being in a breathless hurry, disputing for his life or his property. And because of this constant high-pressure environment, the lawyer develops a small soul. He becomes keen and shrewd, sure, but he's warped and crooked. He learns to lie and flatter just to survive from a young age.
It's a really tragic picture of what society calls the successful man of affairs. He thinks he's a master of cunning, but spiritually he is completely stunted. Now contrast that with the philosopher, the gentleman of leisure. Socrates says this man doesn't even know the way to the marketplace or the courthouse. He doesn't care at all about local laws or neighborhood scandals or who is born of some noble lineage.
We get the famous story of Thales.
Yes, the jest of the witty maidservant. Thales, who was one of the very first philosophers, was walking along the night, looking up at the stars, studying the heavens, and he fell right into a well. A Thracian maidservant laughed at him, saying he was so eager to know what was going on in the distant sky that he couldn't even see what was right at his own feet.
And Socrates says this is applicable to all philosophers. They look incredibly clumsy in the real, practical world. They don't know how to make a bed or cook up flatteries for a rich man or pack a bag for a trip. They appear utterly ridiculous to the masses.
But the perspective is the key here. To a philosopher, a king is just a herdsman of a particularly difficult animal. 10,000 acres of land seems like a tiny, insignificant dot when your mind is used to contemplating the whole earth. Noble lineage of 25 generations is mathematically absurd when you realize every single human has had thousands of ancestors, kings and slaves, Greeks and barbarians alike.
So the lawyer laughs at the philosopher for falling in a well. But the philosopher laughs, or perhaps feels a deep pity, for the lawyer who genuinely thinks 10,000 acres is a massive amount of land.
Exactly. And Socrates notes the inevitable reversal. When the lawyer is forced to stop talking about his specific petty lawsuit and has to talk about justice itself, or happiness itself, he becomes dizzy. He stammers. Suspended in the high air of philosophical thought, he becomes the ridiculous one.
It's a beautiful, sweeping defense of the philosophical life. But eventually Socrates says we have digressed enough. The water clock of their own conversation is running, so to speak. He needs to go back to the argument. He has to refute this serious defense of Protagoras, this idea that wisdom is just about better future outcomes, not absolute truth.
And he does this with the argument from expertise, specifically regarding the future. This turns out to be the fatal flaw in Protagoras' defense. Protagoras admitted that some outcomes are better or more expedient than others. Well, the expedient inherently has to do with the future. It's about what will happen.
So if I have a fever coming on, who's the better measure of that future reality? Me or a trained doctor?
The doctor, without question. The doctor knows better than you whether you will feel hot or cold tomorrow. Or take a vine grower. He knows far better than a layman whether the vintage next year will be sweet or dry. Or a cook. A cook knows better than the dinner guest how the meal will taste before it is even served.
So the measure completely fails when it is applied to the future. The expert is an objectively superior measure of things that haven't happened yet.
Correct. And think about Protagoras himself. He claimed to be a teacher. If he predicts that a student will become a better speaker after taking his course, he is explicitly claiming superior knowledge of the future. If every man is equally the measure, the student's opinion that they won't learn anything is just as valid as Protagoras' promise that they will. Protagoras' entire profession fundamentally relies on him being a better measure of the future than his students.
There's also that self-refutation argument right around here, which is a bit of a logical pretzel.
The tables turned argument. Yes. If Protagoras says all opinions are true, he has to look at the opinion of the vast majority of people. And the majority of people believe that Protagoras is completely wrong. They believe that truth is objective.
So if Protagoras' rule is right, then the opinion that Protagoras is wrong must be treated as true.
Exactly. He has to admit that his own core doctrine is false for the majority of humanity. It's a complete logical collapse. But Socrates isn't done yet. He wants to deliver the absolute final blow to the Heraclitean flux doctrine itself, the concept of the river gods.
This goes back to the everything is motion idea. If everything is constantly changing, both in place and in quality,
then language itself becomes literally impossible. Imagine an object. If it is only moving in space, we can at least track it and name it. But if it is also constantly changing its nature, if white is constantly flowing into not white, and sight is constantly flowing into not sight, then by the time you even form the word white in your mouth, the statement is already false.
You can't even say this is, you can't even say that becomes.
Socrates says you can't even say so or not so. The only phrase left that would be accurate is not even know how. The entire structure of human speech dissolves into meaningless noise. If the radical flux doctrine is entirely true, we cannot speak, and therefore we cannot possibly claim to know anything.
So we have thoroughly dismantled knowledge as perception. It fails because of the reality of memory, it fails because of expertise regarding the future, and it fails because total unceasing flux destroys language itself. Theaetetus has to give up his first intellectual child.
And this brings us smoothly to the second definition. Socrates gently guides Theaetetus away from the raw senses and toward the mind itself. He uses what we can call the Trojan horse analogy. He asks a very simple question. Do we see with our eyes or through our eyes?
It's a subtle distinction, but a massive one. If we see with our eyes, the eyes themselves are doing the knowing. If we see through them, the eyes are just biological windows, and something else, the soul or the central mind, is looking out from inside.
And Socrates argues it absolutely must be the mind. Why? Because the senses are completely separate domains. You can't hear a color, you can't see a sound, but we all have thoughts that connect them. We can think, this sound and this color are different, or we can think, they both exist.
The eyes don't possess a mechanism to see existence. The ears don't have a drum to hear difference.
Exactly. These are purely abstract concepts. Being, sameness, difference, beauty, goodness, number. The bodily senses cannot access these things at all. The mind must grasp them through its own internal reflection. Therefore, since knowledge fundamentally requires grasping truth and being, and the bodily senses simply cannot grasp being, knowledge cannot possibly be perception.
So Theaetetus dusts himself off and tries again. He suggests that if knowledge isn't in the raw sensation, maybe it's in the process of thinking about the sensation. He defines knowledge as true opinion.
Which seems like a very safe bet at first glance. If I think the right thing, I know it. But Socrates immediately stops him with a massive looming problem, the possibility of false opinion.
This part of the book felt like wandering into a logical maze. Socrates essentially asks, how is it even biologically or logically possible to make a mistake?
It's the all-or-nothing trap. Socrates argues like this. For any given thing in the universe, you either know it or you don't know it. If you know it, you can't possibly mistake it for something else because your knowledge of it is complete. If you don't know it, you can't mistake it for anything because your mind is completely blank regarding it. And you certainly can't mistake what you know for what you don't know.
Set up like that, it seems impossible to ever be wrong. And yet, human beings are wrong all the time, every single day. So Socrates offers a physical metaphor to try and solve this paradox, the wax tablet.
This is one of the most enduring, beautiful images in all of early psychology. He suggests the human soul contains a block of wax. He calls it a gift of Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. When we see or hear something, we press that perception into the wax and stamp it. As long as the image remains intact in the wax, we remember and we know it.
And the physical quality of the wax explains why some people are smarter or have better memories than others.
Yes, he really leans into the physical properties. He brings up the hairy heart. Socrates links the Greek word for wax, kairos, to the word for heart, perker. The hairy heart implies a rough, impure wax. Socrates says if the wax is muddy or impure, the impressions are indistinct. You can't see the fine details. If the wax is hard, you have to press very hard to make a mark at all. These are people who are slow to learn. But once the mark is finally there, it's basically carved in stone. They never forget it. Conversely, if the wax is moist and soft, the mark is made instantly. These are quick learners. But the wax just flows back together, and the image disappears just as quickly. They are forgetful.
And then there's the little soul, the wax block that is simply too small for the person's life.
Right, the impressions get all jumbled and stamped on top of each other because there simply isn't enough surface area. This leads to constant confusion. It's a brilliant, primitive framework for cognitive psychology. It explains learning styles and cognitive failures using a totally relatable physical metaphor. And notice how Theaetetus reacts. He absolutely loves this explanation. He's delighted with it.
So how exactly does false opinion happen with the wax?
It happens when we misalign a current live perception with an old imprint. Socrates compares it to putting your foot in the wrong shoe. Say I see a man walking the distance. That's a live perception. I also have a clear memory of Theodorus stamped in my wax. Because of the distance, or poor lighting, I wrongly match the visual of the distant unknown man to the permanent memory of Theodorus. That physical mismatch is what we call false opinion.
It makes perfect intuitive sense. But Socrates, being the ultimate killjoy, rejects it. Why does he ruin this perfect metaphor?
Because the wax tablet only successfully explains errors of perception, errors where we match physical sight to physical memory. It completely fails to explain errors of pure abstract thought. He ruins it with numbers. He uses the math problem 5 + 7 = 11. I think this is a truly pivotal moment in the history of philosophy. It's the move from images to symbols.
Because the wax tablet works great for faces. I see a face, I stamp a picture of a face, but the number 7 isn't a face. The number 11 isn't a physical object. You can't have a wax picture of the abstract concept of 11.
Exactly. You could draw a picture of 11 dots, maybe. But the concept of 11, the pure mathematical truth that 5 + 7 = it. That is an operation of pure reason, devoid of physical shape. Socrates realizes that when someone makes an error in math, it's not because they physically looked at the number 5 and mistook it for a visual picture of the number 4. The error happens entirely in the processing, inside the mind itself, without any new sensory input.
So if a man knows the number 11 and knows the number 12, and he calculates 7 plus 5 and mistakenly thinks the answer is 11, he isn't seeing anything. He is working entirely with the abstract imprints in his mind. He is mistaking one known imprint for another known imprint. But if he truly knows 11, the all-or-nothing trap says he shouldn't be able to mistake it.
Right, so the wax tablet fails for abstract thought. The static nature of wax just can't account for dynamic reasoning. Socrates needs a new metaphor, so he moves from the block of wax to the aviary.
A birdcage.
Yes. The aviary distinguishes between possessing knowledge and having knowledge. Imagine your mind is an enormous cage full of flying birds. Possessing knowledge is like legally owning the birds inside that cage. You know them in the broad sense that they belong to you and live in your mind, but having knowledge, actively using it in a given moment, is like physically reaching into the cage and catching a specific bird in your hand.
So when I'm sitting down doing a math problem, I'm reaching into the cage of my mind to catch the 12th bird.
Exactly. Thinking is a process of hunting. It's active, whereas the wax was entirely static. And false opinion, in this model, is simply catching the wrong bird. You reached out for the 12 bird, but it was crowded, and you accidentally grabbed the 11 bird. Or, to use Socrates' slightly darker image, you might have mock birds flying around in there, pieces of pure ignorance flying around side by side with the knowledge. You reached for a dove, representing knowledge, and you accidentally caught a ring dove, representing ignorance.
It's a very vivid image, and it sounds completely plausible for how our brains feel when we make a mistake. Why does this one fail?
Because it leads straight into an infinite regression. Think about it. If I catch the ignorance bird, but I firmly believe it's the knowledge bird, that means I don't actually know the difference between the knowledge bird and the ignorance bird in my hand. So how do I know the difference between the birds? Do I need a second, higher-level aviary to keep the knowledge of knowledge birds distinct from the knowledge of ignorance birds? And then if I grab the wrong one there, do I need a third aviary? It goes in a never-ending circle. We are trying to define false opinion without having successfully defined what knowledge itself is yet. It's putting the cart before the horse.
The problem of the criterion. How do we know that we know? The distinction between possessing and having is something we experience all the time, though. I mean, I know French. I studied it for years. I possess it in my cage. But if you ask me a complex question right now, I might stumble. I can't catch the right vocabulary, and I don't have it in my hand.
That's a perfect everyday example. But the mock birds concept, the forms of ignorance, that's the genuinely profound part. It implies that ignorance isn't just an empty void in the mind. It's a positive entity. It's a thing you can catch. I can actively catch a completely wrong idea and hold incredibly tight, fully believing it's the absolute truth.
Falsehood isn't just a lack of truth. It's the presence of a wrong idea that perfectly mimics the truth, like the ringdove mimicking the pigeon. But as you said, the logic collapses. So we're right back to square one. True opinion isn't enough to be defined as knowledge because purely accidental correctness isn't knowledge.
Right. The text gives the example of a slick lawyer persuading a jury. The jury might be swayed by his rhetoric and happen to vote the correct way, the way things actually happened. But they didn't know the truth. They were just persuaded into a true opinion. If they had knowledge, they wouldn't need persuasion. So Theaetetus pulls out his third and absolute final definition. Knowledge is true opinion plus an account. In Greek, logos.
This is definitely the most sophisticated definition yet. Just being right isn't enough. You must be able to rationally explain why you were right. You need a logos. Socrates decides to test this with what he calls the dream of elements. It's essentially a linguistic theory.
The theory posits that the universe is built out of primary elements, like the individual letters of an alphabet. These elements are completely irrational. They cannot be explained, they can only be named. But complexes, which are combinations of these elements, like syllables, can be known and can be explained by breaking them down into their parts.
So if we take the first syllable of Socrates' name, S-O, the S is a primary element. You can't explain S. It has no parts. It's just a hissing sound. The O is an element, just a vowel sound. But S-O is a complex. We can give an account of it. We can explain it by saying it is S plus O.
But Socrates destroys this nice, neat theory with a devastating dilemma. Option A, the syllable is just the sum total of the letters, S plus O. Well, if you don't know S because elements are fundamentally unknowable and you don't know O, then you can't possibly know S plus O. Two completely unknown things combined don't magically make a known thing.
And option B.
Option B is that the syllable is a unique single form that emerges from the parts but is distinct from them. If that's true, it becomes a single indivisible element itself. It loses its parts. And therefore, according to the rule of elements, it is also completely unknowable.
So the elements theory collapses entirely. But we still have to figure out what giving an account actually means. The text isn't done yet. Socrates breaks the word logos down into 3 possible meanings, meaning number 1 is simple vocal expression, just speaking your thought out loud.
Which is obviously not knowledge, because anyone with a working tongue can speak their opinion, whether they actually understand it or not.
Right. So meaning number 2, enumeration of elements. This is basically listing all the parts of a thing. The example used is a wagon. To genuinely know the wagon, you must be able to list the wheels, the axle, the rails, the yoke, and the 100 planks of Hesiod.
This is definitely better, but it still fails the test of true knowledge. Imagine a person learning to write. They write the name Theaetetus perfectly. They list all the right letter elements. Then they try to write Theodorus. They write the first syllable, the, correctly. Do they possess knowledge of the syllable the? Technically, they listed the letters T-H-E perfectly in that instance. But if they write it T-E-H the very next day, they clearly don't have knowledge. They just got lucky the first time. Rote memorization of a list of parts isn't the same as understanding the whole.
It's the difference between being a mechanic who understands an engine and just reading a parts list from a manual. Which leaves us with meaning number 3, the distinguishing mark. To have an account means to successfully identify what makes the specific object different from everything else in the universe. So if I wanted to find Theaetetus, I can't just say he has a nose and eyes, because literally everyone has those. I have to identify his specific, unique snub-nosedness.
This feels like the most promising path, but it falls into a brutal logical circle. If I define knowledge of Theaetetus as having a true opinion of Theaetetus plus having knowledge of his specific difference, well, I'm using the word knowledge inside the very definition of knowledge. It's completely circular. It tells us nothing.
Or if we try to avoid the word knowledge and say it's true opinion of Theaetetus plus the perception of his difference.
Right, if you try that route, well, if I didn't already perceive his specific snub nose in the first place, I wouldn't be thinking of Theaetetus at all. I would just be thinking of a generic, abstract man. So, adding perception of difference to true opinion adds absolutely nothing new, because the perception of difference had to already be there to form the true opinion in the first place.
It's a closed loop. And with that final logical knot, the third definition collapses. Knowledge is not perception. Knowledge is not true opinion. And knowledge is not true opinion with an account. Theaetetus is empty. All his wind eggs, his false intellectual pregnancies have been delivered and summarily discarded by Socrates.
And this leaves everyone in the state of aporia. Total puzzlement. Socrates tells Theaetetus that while they absolutely haven't found the answer they were looking for, Theaetetus is now in a vastly better state of being. He is empty. He no longer arrogantly thinks he knows what he does not actually know. He will be gentler, more humble, and far more open to future, genuine inquiry.
It's a strange kind of victory, isn't it? The victory of clearing away all the rubbish. I want to go back to that midwifery metaphor for a second. Socrates claims throughout the text that he is intellectually barren. He has no wisdom of his own to offer. He just helps others give birth to their ideas. Throughout this whole intense dialogue, Theaetetus has been birthing definitions, and Socrates has essentially performed an abortion on every single one of them. He tests them, finds them to be phantom ideas, and exposes them to the light to die. Is Theaetetus devastated by this process?
The text suggests he is actually immensely relieved. There's a deeply therapeutic aspect to the Socratic dialectic. Theaetetus was full. He felt the heavy, confusing pressure of these unformed, chaotic ideas in his mind. By getting them out into the open and watching Socrates systematically destroy them, he is intellectually cleansed. Socrates explicitly tells him, "You will be the better for not fancying that you know what you do not know." Intellectual humility. It's really the only tangible reward for the philosopher. You don't get the absolute truth wrapped in a neat bow. You get the crisp clarity of finally knowing your own limits.
And compared to the lawyer, from the digression, the slave of the water clock, that humility is true freedom, the lawyer has to pretend to know everything. He has to win the case at all costs. The philosopher is free to stand there and say, I don't know, that definition failed. Let's start over and try again.
The philosopher has leisure. That is the recurring, pulsing theme. We discussed the digression, but think about what it really means in the context of this failure. To have leisure is to be able to follow the argument whithersoever it leads. If the argument takes a wild detour into the difference between a great king and a simple cowherd, the philosopher calmly follows it. The lawyer simply can't do that. The judge is yelling at him to get back to the point. Protagoras, as a sophist, is also very much like the lawyer. He wants to win the argument. He wants to make the better argument prevail for his paying audience. Socrates doesn't care at all about winning. He cares only about internal consistency. That's exactly why he rejects the true opinion definition. Even if true opinion works perfectly in everyday practice, like the slick lawyer successfully persuading the jury, Socrates rejects it as a definition of knowledge because it lacks the internal structural consistency of true understanding. He would honestly rather be proudly ignorant and completely honest than be right entirely by accident.
That precise distinction, being right by accident versus having deep understanding, is the absolute heart of the logos discussion at the end. Think about the wagon example again. I can look at a wagon and confidently say, that's a wagon. I'm right. I have a true opinion. I can even list the basic parts: wheels, axle, wood. But the expert wheelwright knows the 100 planks. He knows the tension of the specific type of wood. He knows the physics of the axle load. Socrates seems to be saying that unless you have that extreme level of granularity, you don't actually have knowledge. You just have a very high-resolution opinion.
And even that extreme granularity isn't enough. Remember the spelling of Theaetetus' name. Even if you can spell every single letter perfectly, if you don't actually understand the fundamental nature of the syllable connecting them, you are just acting like a machine, blindly copying symbols. In a way, this text anticipates John Searle's famous Chinese room argument by about 2,400 years. A computer can manipulate symbols perfectly to give the right answer. It can have the right opinion every single time it runs the program. But does the computer actually know anything? Socrates would say absolutely not. It lacks the account. It lacks the internal logos.
Which brings us back to the linguistic collapse during the river gods section. Socrates says that if everything is in flux, we can't say this or that. This connects so deeply to the secret doctrine we started with. If the eye is constantly changing every millisecond, it isn't even technically an eye by the time the visual process is finished. If the object is constantly changing, it isn't a stone anymore. So the simple sentence, "the eye sees the stone," becomes a literal lie. We would have to invent some bizarre new language and say, the changing thing A fluxes the changing thing B. It really highlights why Plato, speaking through Socrates, is so desperately hunting for something stable, something that simply is.
Because without stability, there is no communication. And that's exactly why the argument from expertise is the turning point. It forcefully reintroduces stability into a world of flux. The doctor knows the course of the fever. That implies the fever has a nature, a stable, predictable path. If the fever were total chaotic flux, the doctor couldn't predict it at all. So the mere existence of experts proves that the world isn't total chaos.
The very fact that we can navigate the physical world, that we can cook a dinner and know it will be edible, or plant a vine and expect grapes next season, proves that Heraclitus wasn't 100% right. There was some bedrock of stability. And that stability is exactly what Socrates is hunting for when he moves away from the senses into the mind. The soul seems to be the one place where things hold still long enough to be examined. The wax tablet is his first attempt to explain how they hold still. Memory is the anchor in the river of flux.
But as we saw, the static wax fails to capture dynamic thought. Arithmetic is a process. Hunting birds in the aviary is a process. But the dialogue leaves us empty-handed on a final definition, and it ends on a very somber, pragmatic note. After all this soaring philosophy, Socrates suddenly says, "And now I must go to the porch of the king Archon to meet the indictment of Miletus."
It is the dark foreshadowing of his death. Miletus is the man who has officially indicted Socrates for corrupting the youth of Athens and for impiety. Socrates is leaving this beautiful, abstract, leisurely discussion of the nature of knowledge to go face a literal trial for his life.
But even with death hanging over him, he adds one final hopeful promise. He says, "Tomorrow I shall hope to see you again, Theodorus, at this place."
The conversation doesn't end. The search for truth doesn't end, even if all three definitions failed spectacularly today. It continues tomorrow.
And that implies that the listener's journey continues as well. The act of stripping away the false answers is the painful but absolutely necessary first step to finding the true one.
Precisely. Let's look at the characters one last time before we pause. Theodorus, the old mathematician. Throughout the whole text, he tries to escape the argument multiple times. He says things like, "I'm too stiff for this," or "I'm not used to this rough game of dialectic." He desperately wants to stick to his geometry, where things are cleanly proven and definite. He hates the river gods of Ephesus because they represent chaos.
Theodorus represents the human desire for safe, static order. He loves geometry because abstract triangles don't move. They don't become, they just eternally are. Socrates relentlessly forces him to step out of that safety and confront the messy, uncertain reality of philosophy.
And then there is Theaetetus. He's the ideal student. He is young, supposedly quite ugly, looking a lot like Socrates, actually. But he is brilliant. He takes the intellectual punches. He never gets angry or defensive when his precious ideas are crushed. He's the perfect model of the philosophical nature that Socrates describes over in the Republic. Gentle, courageous, quick to learn, and fiercely holding on to truth. Even though they completely fail to define knowledge, the dialogue successfully demonstrates the ideal philosophical life through the character of this young boy.
And then there is Socrates himself. He knows he is going to die, or at the very least, he knows he is facing a massive capital trial that could end his life. I go to meet Miletus. Yet how does he spend his final hours of freedom? He spends them doing exactly this, calmly arguing about whether a syllable is merely a sum of its parts or something entirely new. Why would a man facing death care about syllables?
Because for Socrates, the examined life is truly the only life worth living. To stop inquiring, even for a moment to save his own life or prepare some shrewd legal defense, would be to fundamentally betray his own soul. He is physically living out the values of the digression right in front of them. The lawyer with the small soul would be frantically prepping his defense, trying to flatter the judges. The philosopher is quietly discussing the eternal nature of the mind.
He is living his philosophy up to the very last minute. And in doing so, he shows us that while we may never definitively pin down what knowledge is, the rigorous, honest act of seeking it is exactly what makes us human.
That is a very powerful place to pause. We have traversed the entire landscape of this text, from the chaotic, dizzying flux of Heraclitus to the crowded birdcage of the human mind, and finally arrives at the empty, cleanly swept state of aporia. The definitions have all failed, but the spirit of inquiry remains fully intact. Knowledge is perception refuted. Knowledge is true opinion refuted. Knowledge is true opinion with an account refuted. The wind eggs are gone. There is finally room for the truth to take root if one simply continues the search. And we'll pick up exactly from there when they meet again in the morning. And that brings us directly to the fundamental relationship between the observer and the observed.
Right.
Because the book makes a very specific distinction here. One that really acts as a pivot point for everything that follows in this section. It speaks of the relation of the eye to the object of sense, and correspondingly, the relation of the mind to the conception.
Yeah, it's really the starting point of the entire argument regarding the subjectivity of reality. The book posits that there would simply be no world if there neither were nor ever had been anyone to perceive that world. It is a radical dependence of the object upon the subject.
And the text suggests that this isn't something that requires, a doctorate to grasp. It says I think the phrase is a slight effort of reflection enables us to understand this. But here's the constraint that it introduces. No amount of reflection allows us to get outside of our own skin.
Precisely.
Yeah.
We cannot pass beyond the limits of our own faculties. We can't imagine how an object might relate to a mind different from our own because we are trapped, in a sense, within our own experience.
All right, we're bound by it.
Exactly. We are compelled to conform to certain laws of language and logic. Our ideas naturally adapt themselves to these laws, and the text argues we can no more get rid of them than we can cease to be ourselves.
So even when we talk about the absolute or the infinite, these concepts that seem to transcend us, we are still
binding them, yes. Whether we explain the absolute as self-existence or as the totality of human thought or even as the divine nature, if it is known to us at all, it cannot escape what the book calls the category of relation. It is always in relation to the perceiving mind.
Now, you might think this leads to total chaos. If everything is relative to my mind or your mind, do we lose all footing? But the book says no. Just because knowledge is subjective, we aren't deprived of tests or criteria of truth.
That is a crucial distinction. Subjectivity does not equal invalidity. The book argues that one man still remains wiser than another. One person can be a more accurate observer or a better relator of facts. He can be a truer measure of the proportions of knowledge.
It mentions testimony, too. We don't just rely on our own eyes.
No, we depend on others. The truth often comes to a person through others, measured by their capacity and education. But the reliance on testimony, whether it's historical, scientific, written, or oral, doesn't make the knowledge less certain, provided experience has shown that testimony to be trustworthy.
Because we have a massive acknowledged truth.
Yeah.
Right? Like in mathematics and the physical sciences.
Yes. And because of this stability, the text critiques the modern tendency to say that truth is just appearance only. There is a difference between appearance and truth, even within a completely subjective framework.
Which naturally leads us historically to the figure who really championed this relativity, which is Protagoras. The text calls the relativity of knowledge a truism to us now, but in the 5th century before Christ, it was a great psychological discovery.
And Protagoras is the vessel for this discovery. His famous thesis, of course, is that man is the measure of all things.
Man is the measure. It is such a famous line, it's almost become wallpaper. But what was he actually trying to do with that statement in the context of the text?
Well, the book suggests he likely had no intention of denying an objective standard of truth in the way a modern skeptic might. He wasn't debating man in the higher sense versus man in the lower sense. He was wholly absorbed by one singular idea, which was the absoluteness of perception.
So he wasn't splitting hairs about whether man meant the individual named Protagoras or the collective human race.
No, that level of analysis lay entirely beyond his sphere of thought. The age before Socrates hadn't really arrived at those granular distinctions, but what Protagoras did, and this is significant for the history of psychology outlined in the book, was to bring philosophy back from nature to truth.
From the physical world to the human being.
Exactly. Or, to put it another way, from the cosmos to man.
And in doing so, he changes the vocabulary of philosophy. He swaps out words like truer or wiser for the word better.
Yes, this is his pragmatic shift. Protagoras admits that states and individuals can improve, but this improvement doesn't come from some abstract intellectual enlightenment or a sheer exertion of the will. It comes from a change of circumstances and impressions.
So the philosopher, in Protagoras' view, is the one who can effect this change.
He who can change the impressions of himself or others is the true philosopher. He actually agrees with Socrates and the Cynics on the importance of practical life, but he disagrees on the method. He believes practice cannot be divorced from speculation. We cannot do good without caring about truth.
The text notes the frankness of these sophistical doctrines, doesn't it?
It does. It points out that they didn't veil their pragmatism under ambiguous phrases as modern thinkers might. They were very direct about utility.
Plato, however, doesn't seem to give Protagoras a fair shake. The text compares Plato's treatment of Protagoras to Aristotle's treatment of Plato, meaning he doesn't try to understand him from his own point of view.
Plato entangles Protagoras in the meshes of a much more advanced logic. It is a bit of a retrospective attack. Protagoras is made to reply with what the text calls Megarian quibbles, logical paradoxes that are designed to destroy the argument rather than explore it.
Like the argument about the eye.
The one-eye argument, yes. The question is posed, does a man who sees with one eye only see or not see?
It's a total trap.
It is. If he says he sees, they counter with, but one eye is closed. If he says he doesn't, they say, but one eye is open. The text explicitly calls this palpable unfairness. It compares these arguments to the brainless brothers, Theaetetus and Theodorus.
Brainless brothers is quite a harsh rebuke for a Socratic dialogue.
It highlights the book's frustration with these linguistic perversions. Interestingly, Theodorus, a character in the dialogue, actually defends Protagoras, claiming Socrates is using vulgar perversions of words. Protagoras' point about memory is also twisted by Socrates. Protagoras is talking about immediate knowledge, not the memory of a past event, yet Socrates attacks him on the fallibility of memory.
Now, moving forward in the text, Plato connects this man as the measure idea to another heavyweight of ancient thought, Heraclitus and the doctrine of flux. All is flux.
All is flux. Everything changes. Plato suggests that Protagorean relativity and Heraclitean flux are essentially the exact same doctrine. But the text warns us to be careful here. Protagoras himself likely never admitted this connection.
It was Plato's metaphysical genius that saw the parallel.
Correct. Just as a modern historian might see a parallel between two thinkers who were totally unconscious of each other, Plato sees the underlying thread. But we must be very precise. The text emphasizes that Plato is not really attacking the original Heraclitus. He is attacking the Heracliteans, the followers, the heuristics of a later age.
The book is quite defensive of the original Heraclitus, isn't it? It says his philosophy was actually noble.
Very noble. Heraclitus saw two elements everywhere in nature: change, and the law or measure pervading that change. He expressed these in strange mythological symbols. He was like a poet surveying the elements of mythology and nature. But he never pushed his philosophy to the absolute negation that his later followers did.
The followers seem to be the real problem for Plato. The text describes a sort of madness in the cities of Ionia.
They literally went mad about these paradoxes. They reduced Heraclitus's noble thoughts to a mere strife of words. They took the idea of change and applied it with an illogical consistency. If everything changes every moment in every possible way, then nothing can be defined.
And if nothing can be defined, language itself becomes impossible.
Exactly. Sensible perception becomes impossible. If the object changes while you look at it and your eye changes while it looks, what exactly is the perception? The text imagines Protagoras complaining about this unfair association. He would say, Socrates has confused me with Heraclitus, and Heraclitus with these fanatics in Ephesus, just to disprove common sense knowledge.
So Protagoras would refuse to be dragged into the flux argument. But even if we strip away the flux, there is still a core argument the text has to deal with. Is knowledge only sensation?
This is the heart of the matter for Plato's epistemology. If knowledge is nothing more than sensible perception, the text argues, then man is no different from a tadpole.
A tadpole. That is the specific creature mentioned in the text.
Yes, the tadpole is used to illustrate the absurdity. If immediate sensation is the only standard of knowledge, the lowest creature is equal to the highest. Furthermore, absolute sensation at every single moment destroys the consciousness of sensation. To know anything, we need the power to compare sensations. We need a continuity of mind.
This brings us to a beautiful distinction in the book regarding our senses. The debate over whether they are things we see with or things we see through.
It sounds like a pedantic linguistic distinction, but Socrates insists it is absolutely not. If we see with our eyes, then the eyes are just separate, independent agents. But if we see through our eyes, then the eyes are instruments. They are organs.
And what is using these instruments?
The mind, the presiding nature. The senses are not, as the text memorably puts it, mere holes in a Trojan horse. We aren't just a hollow wooden horse filled with separate, disconnected soldiers of sight, hearing, smell, and taste. There is a central unity, the mind, in which all these senses meet.
And this mind doesn't just passively receive, it creates.
It actively works upon the impressions. The text lists abstract notions that the mind generates: being, not being, sameness, difference, unity, plurality. These are not found in the raw sensation itself. You don't see sameness with the eye. You perceive two distinct objects, and the mind judges them to be the same.
So knowledge isn't in the feelings themselves.
No. The text uses the Greek terms to clarify. It says knowledge consists not in the pathomesai, the feelings or affections, but in the syllogismo, the reasoning or syllogism about them. It is the active process of reasoning that constitutes knowledge. This lays the foundation for a rational psychology, moving entirely away from mere sensationalism.
Once we agree that knowledge isn't just sensation, the text moves to define what it actually is. And Plato starts looking in the sphere of opinion. But we immediately hit a philosophical wall, the difficulty of false opinion.
It is a logical puzzle that deeply plagued the ancient Greeks. It goes like this. We either know a thing or we do not know it. If we know it, we cannot be wrong about it. If we do not know it, we cannot have an opinion on it at all. So how is it possible to ever think falsely?
It seems so obvious to us now that people make mistakes. Why was this such a massive hurdle for them?
The text attributes it to the childhood of the human mind. They had only recently arrived at the abstract notion of opinion. They couldn't easily distinguish the true from the false in thought. The Greek word itself, doxa, was incredibly ambiguous. It meant opinion, but it also meant appearance. There was a profound confusion between the external appearance of a thing and the internal probability of a thought.
Plato tries to explain error first as a confusion of mind and sense.
Yes. The error supposedly arises when the impression on the mind doesn't match the impression on the senses. You see someone far away and think it's your friend, but it's a stranger. The mind's expectation doesn't match the sensory reality.
But the text points out a glaring exception to this theory: arithmetic.
Exactly. In numbers and calculation, there is no physical sense involved. You aren't looking at a physical object when you calculate 11 plus 12 in your head. Yet, errors happen all the time. You can think the answer is 22 when it is actually 23. So the confusion of mind and sense theory fails completely to explain purely intellectual errors.
Which is where we get those famous metaphors in the text, starting with the wax tablet.
The wax tablet is described as a gracious aid to thought. We imagine the mind as a block of wax, and perceptions stamp themselves upon it like a signet ring. When the wax is smooth and clear and of the right consistency, we learn easily and remember well. When it is muddy or hard or too soft, we learn with difficulty or forget quickly. But Plato eventually has to discard it.
Because it still doesn't explain the arithmetic error.
Right. If there is no new sensory stamp being pressed into the wax, how do we mistakenly combine two abstract imprints already there? So he moves to the next metaphor, the aviary.
The birdcage.
A fascinating image. The mind is an aviary, and pieces of knowledge are birds flying about inside. When we learn something, we catch a wild bird and put it in the cage. This means we possess the knowledge. When we need to recall it, we reach in and catch the bird again. This means we have the knowledge in hand. Error, then, is reaching into the cage and accidentally catching a ringdove when you specifically wanted a pigeon.
You grab the wrong piece of knowledge. But the text says Plato discards this one too.
He does, because it implies a logical contradiction. It implies we can know and not know the same thing at the exact same time. If the bird itself is a piece of knowledge, how can we be ignorant of it at the very moment we are holding it in our hand? It also leads to an infinite regress. Do we need another aviary of ignorance birds? Or another aviary to judge the birds in the first aviary? The text concludes that we simply cannot understand false opinion until we first definitively define what knowledge is.
So we move to the next major definition. Is knowledge simply true opinion?
The answer the text provides is no, and the proof comes from the figure of the lawyer or the rhetorician.
The courtroom scene.
Exactly. A lawyer can skillfully persuade a jury to believe a truth. They might believe, entirely correctly, that a robbery occurred in a certain way, but they haven't seen it. They have a true opinion about the event, but they don't possess actual knowledge of it. The lawyer has manipulated them into holding the truth. The text argues that this true opinion is purely accidental. It is the effect of persuasion, not the result of genuine insight.
So we need something more. We need true opinion plus something else, plus lodos, a rational explanation.
This is the final major attempt at a definition in the Theaetetus commentary. Knowledge is true opinion combined with logos, but the text immediately asks, what does logos actually mean? It analyzes three distinct possibilities.
Possibility one being the reflection of thought in speech.
But anyone who isn't physically dumb can speak. Merely vocalizing what you think doesn't elevate an opinion to knowledge. Though the text notes a modern French saying here, science is a well-made language. There is a deep truth that thought and language are inseparable, but Plato rejects mere speech as the definitive mark of knowledge.
Possibility two, the enumeration of parts, knowing all the discrete elements of the whole.
The example given is a wagon. If you know a wagon, you must know the wheels, the axle, the rails, and so on. But the text critiques this thoroughly. The enumeration of particulars is endless. It lacks an organizing principle. You can list the physical parts of something forever and still completely fail to grasp its essence or its common idea.
Which leaves possibility three, the characteristic mark.
Definition by genus and difference. Knowing exactly what distinguishes the sun from all other stars in the sky. But the critique here is circularity. You need to know this characteristic mark just to have a right opinion about the sun in the first place. If you don't already know the mark that makes it unique, you don't even have an opinion about that specific object. You just have a vague notion of a star.
And there's a Megarian flaw buried in here too, regarding the whole and the parts.
Yes, the logical trap. The argument asks, how can we possibly know a compound if its individual elements are unknown? If we don't know the individual letters of the alphabet, how can we know the syllable they form? But the text, speaking from a more modern and practical perspective, rebuts this Greek obsession with elements. It says, our daily experience shows we absolutely can know the whole without fully analyzing the elements.
Like a chemical compound.
Precisely. A chemical compound is something more than and entirely different from the sum of its simple elements. Water is not just hydrogen and oxygen sitting next to each other. The number 4 is more than just 4 isolated units. It has the emergent property of fourness. Ancient philosophy was often deeply perplexed by these logical doubts that warred against plain facts, largely because they were trapped in this rigid mental analysis of parts and wholes.
So the dialogue ends without a positive definition of knowledge. It is a negative result. But the text argues that this isn't a failure.
Not at all. Clearing the ground is necessary philosophical work. The book states that the work of negation must go on, perhaps for an entire generation, before a new, solid structure can rise. Plato is combating the illogical logic of the Megarians. He is laying the foundation, preparing the edifice that he will eventually crown in the Sophist.
Before we leave the analysis of the Theaetetus proper, the text highlights some scattered wisdoms and metaphysical gems found in the dialogue. We should look at these because they're beautiful. The river of oil was one that really stood out.
It is a stunning description of the character Theaetetus's progress in learning. It compares his mind to the noiseless flow of a river of oil, smooth, consistent, moving forward without friction or violent splashing. It contrasts sharply with the flood of arguments pouring in like a band of drunken revelers later in the text.
And the famous line about where philosophy begins, wonder.
Philosophy begins in wonder. The text links this directly to Greek mythology. Iris, who is the messenger of the gods and represents philosophy or communication between heaven and earth, is said to be the child of Thomas, whose name literally means wonder. It is a poetic acknowledgement that the entire intellectual journey starts with a sense of awe.
Then there is the extended comparison of the lawyer and the philosopher.
It is a brilliant portrait of two fundamentally different souls. The lawyer is described as a slave to the clock, specifically the water clock in the Athenian courts. His spirit is broken by constant deadlines and the demands of pleasing a master or a jury. He engages in impure dialectic. He is constantly in personal danger, which makes his soul crooked and narrow.
And the philosopher.
The philosopher, by contrast, views the whole earth. He has a superb contempt for wealthy landed proprietors and petty local disputes. To the philosopher, a man boasting of owning 10,000 acres is a joke, because the philosopher thinks of the entire globe. He has leisure. He follows an argument wherever it leads, completely unconcerned with time.
There is also the phrase about digging the pit.
That refers to the ultimate fate of the wicked man. The punishment of the wicked, the text says, is not necessarily physical suffering or execution. It is the perpetual companionship of evil. He digs his own pit of immorality, and his true punishment is that he has to live in it, becoming increasingly like the evil he associates with.
Let's shift gears now to the commentary's broader analysis of psychology, specifically the deep comparison between ancient and modern psychology. The text speaks of a wall.
To us moderns, the inward and outward worlds are parted by a solid wall, subject on one side, object on the other. The mind and its consciousness are inside. The forms, colors, and physical realities are outside. We see a sharp, absolute division. But for the ancients, the text points out, this distinction was entirely rudimentary. They wavered.
It says they wavered between subject and object constantly.
Yes. They passed imperceptibly from being to mind. Appearance in the object was practically indistinguishable from opinion in the subject. They simply didn't possess the rigid epistemological categories that we take for granted today.
The text also argues very strongly for the unity of mind. It seems to actively dislike the modern habit of chopping the mind up into separate faculties.
It calls that a profusion of words that actually obscures true mental science. We speak of the will, the reason, the moral faculties, the imagination, as if they're separate departments in a corporate building. The text argues that if we carefully reflect, we see that all our faculties pass into one another fluidly. They are bound together in a single, indivisible unity. The division we perceive is rooted in the limitations of our language, not in the reality of the mind.
It also attacks the metaphors we constantly use for the mind. We've mentioned the wax and the aviary, but the text lists many more. The box, the tabula rasa, the mirror, the spring of a watch.
Even breath or a stream of consciousness. The text points out a subtle danger here. We use words expressive of motion or rest, of physical space, to describe the mind. This introduces massive fallacies into our thinking. We start treating the mind as if it actually has spatial qualities, dimensions, or physical mechanics.
And it specifically calls out the fallacy of the looking glass.
This is a profound point in the text. We have an illusion that we can look into our own minds, as if reading a book or looking in a mirror. But the text insists we cannot look into the mind. We can only look out of it. We only see our thoughts when they are already externalized in words or actions or tangible creations.
Why is that? Because our memory is feeble.
Exactly. True self-knowledge is incredibly rare because memory is inherently feeble. We don't actually remember what the pure state of our mind was a few months ago. The supposed facts of consciousness are completely evanescent. As the text puts it, nobody ever actually saw them. We only see the results.
This critique extends to our everyday language about mental processes. It says our words have a materialistic sound to them.
Think about the words we use. Intuition, which implies looking at something. Grasping a concept. Inspiration, breathing in. These are all borrowed from physical bodily actions. The verb to see is used for the mind and the eye indifferently. I see the tree, I see your point. The text argues that this poverty of language gives a false support to materialism because we literally cannot speak of the mind without using physical, material metaphors.
Now, this leads the text into a very dense but fascinating section on the nature of space and time. It takes a very strong stance against the idea that space and time are a priori intuitions.
It is a direct, sustained critique of Kantian philosophy, though it frames it more broadly as a critique of any philosophy that assumes innate structures. The text argues that space and time are not forms stamped on our mind prior to all experience. They are not the innate theater in which experience happens. They are abstractions derived purely from experience. They have a history.
A history of space?
Yeah.
That sounds almost paradoxical.
It does, but the text proves it linguistically. It points out that the Homeric poems had absolutely no abstract word for space. The concept didn't exist in that form. It evolved slowly over centuries from concrete concepts of place, like a specific location, and the void, the empty air between things. Space, as an abstract concept, is derived chiefly from the sense of sight.
It brings up the experience of the blind to illustrate this.
Yes. To the blind, the conception of space is incredibly feeble and inadequate. If space were an innate, a priori intuition hardwired into the human mind, a blind person should possess the concept just as strongly and universally as a sighted person. But they don't. Their concept of space is built up laboriously from the sense of touch. This, the text argues, proves definitively that space is a concept built up from sensory experience, not a precondition for it.
So where does the feeling of necessity come from? Because we all feel like space simply must exist. We can't imagine its absence.
The text attributes that feeling of necessity entirely to geometry. It is mathematics that gives space its necessary character. We learn through geometry that lines and figures have absolutely true, unbreakable properties. That mathematical certainty slowly gets transferred in our minds to the concept of space itself. We feel we cannot set a limit to space, because wherever we mathematically fix a limit, space logically springs up beyond it.
And what about time? How does the text analyze time?
Time is described as the form of the inward, just as space is the form of the outward, but the text defines it in a very striking way. Time is the vacancy of thoughts.
The vacancy of thought.
Yes. Just as space is conceived as the void of outward objects, the empty room waiting to be filled, time is the void of internal sensations. It is to arithmetic what space is to geometry. The text challenges the philosophers who elevate time to an absolute truth. It asks, why interpose the fiction of time between ourselves and reality?
It calls time the last generalization, not the first condition.
Exactly. It asks a devastating question. If all that exists in time is illusion, as some philosophers claim, what becomes of the mind itself, which operates in time? It argues that placing time as an impenetrable barrier between us and truth is basically suicidal to philosophy. We shouldn't view it as an a priori filter that distorts reality.
So we've stripped away the a priori status of space and time. Now the text looks at sensation itself. It draws a hard line between physiology and psychology.
Physiology looks at the physical conditions, the nerves, the tissues, the brain, matter. It can prove that we need a healthy brain to think, but it fundamentally cannot explain the act of thinking itself. It only observes concomitant variations. Blood flow increases here, a neuron fires there. Psychology, however, looks at the senses as instruments of a mind. It analyzes the miraculous transition from a physical sense impression to an immaterial thought.
And that transition begins with what the text calls the dawn of perception.
The text describes a mere raw sensation as sukachumenon, a Greek phrase meaning something totally confused. It is a blur. It is not distinct. It requires the mind, or what the text sometimes calls number, to introduce light, separation, and order into that blur.
The object would literally be nothing if it wasn't perceived.
And conversely, the sense organ would distinguish nothing without the active mind behind it. They are inextricably bound together. The distant object on the horizon is an undefined speck until we actively attend to it. The raw confusion of the world becomes distinct reality only through the active, organizing power of the mind.
The text classifies the senses to explain this further. Passive versus active.
Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, these are fundamentally passive. They sit and receive impressions from the outside world. Speech is the primary active faculty, though notably the text considers smell and taste to be essentially just refined chemical varieties of touch.
Finally, this leads the analysis to memory and association. The sensation happens, but it leaves an impression behind.
If we look at a bright object and shut our eyes, the image remains dimly seen against our eyelids. That, the text says, is the very simplest, most rudimentary form of memory. And because we never see just one thing in total isolation, objects and impressions naturally hang together in the mind. This is association. When we pull one mental thread, the other follows it out of the dark.
And there are two entirely different types of memory described here at the end, the natural and the artificial.
This is a crucial psychological distinction the text makes. The natural memory is closely allied to the raw senses. It is the memory that young children have and what the text terms barbarians and animals. It is based purely on the intense vividness of the perception or the sheer strength of the emotion attached to it. Because it relies on raw impact, it is necessarily limited in its range.
But its limitation is also its strength. It's incredibly vivid.
Extremely vivid. A child remembers a terrifying dog perfectly. But as we grow, as the human mind becomes impossibly crowded with thousands of names, abstract facts, and complex feelings, we acquire by education a completely different kind of memory, the artificial memory. This is the memory of system, of logic, and arrangement. It is infinitely stronger in its breadth. It can hold an entire system of philosophy or a complex scientific theory. But it is often much weaker in pure sensory intensity than the fresh, raw, natural memory of the child. And it's exactly this transition from the natural memory to the artificial memory of system that forms the foundation for all the higher cognitive structures we see developing.
So picking right up from where we left off on the active nature of the mind.
Right.
If we accept the premise we established in a previous section, that the mind isn't just a passive receptacle, that it's not just a bucket sitting there waiting for the universe to pour water into it,
Exactly.
then we really have to pivot to the mechanics of it all.
Yeah,
We have to look at how the machine actually handles what it receives.
we do.
Because we are continuing our ongoing look through this book, analyzing Plato's Theaetetus, and specifically the nature of the mind. And honestly, this specific section is where the rubber meets the road.
It really is. We are moving from those broader philosophical definitions we discussed into what you might call the actual machinery of thought.
Right. The nuts and bolts.
Yes, the nuts and bolts. The book takes a very specific, almost surgical look at memory and imagination and the role of language.
There's a huge part of this.
It is. But it also pivots into a rather scathing, or at least highly critical, examination of psychology as a field of study.
Which I think is going to surprise a lot of people listening.
I think so too.
Considering how dominant psychology is in our current cultural conversation. But before we get to that critique, let's stick to the mechanics part first.
Let's do that.
The text starts by talking about recollection, how we actually remember things. It makes this point that our memory of things we see or hear, sensible impressions, is much stronger when those ideas are naturally connected to objects.
It is about the natural connection, as the author puts it. We don't just remember a random abstract shape very well.
Right.
We remember a shape that is associated with a specific object.
Like if I tell you to just remember a blob,
You'll struggle.
yeah, I'd have no anchor for it.
But if I tell you to remember the shape of a cat, it locks in immediately.
Because the concept is tied to the physical reality of the cat.
Precisely. But the book goes a step further here and introduces a really wonderful analogy about how we manage the sheer volume of our thoughts.
I loved this part.
It compares our notions to numbers or algebraical symbols.
Which actually made me feel a bit better about my math struggles in high school. Because the argument is that if I had to fully realize the concept of, say, 1,000, every single time I use the number 1,000, my brain would just freeze up.
It would completely freeze up. Imagine if every time you said 1,000 soldiers, you had to mentally picture 1,000 individual men.
Their uniforms.
Their uniforms, their weapons, their faces, the spacing between them.
It's impossible.
You would be paralyzed by the detail. You couldn't actually think the thought because the bandwidth required would be simply too high.
So what do we do instead? We use a shortcut.
We use the sign, the number 1,000 or the algebraic symbol X. The text argues that we use these notions as signs to lighten the labor of recollection.
Lighten the labor. That's a great phrase.
It is. We don't realize the full concept every single time we employ it in a train of thought.
Right.
Just as a mathematician uses a symbol to represent a highly complex value without having to recalculate that value at every single step of the equation, the mind uses these signs.
It's an efficiency mechanism for the brain.
Yes. We are essentially using mental shorthand to navigate the world.
And from there, the book moves into the territory of images, how the mind begins to act upon these images.
Right, because we have the immediate impression of things right in front of us.
The present sense.
The present sense, exactly. But then we have this dimmer conception of objects that have disappeared.
They are gone from our immediate environment, but they still exist inside us.
Yes. And this is where the text brings in Thomas Hobbes.
Ah, yes, the decaying sense.
The decaying sense. It's quite a striking definition.
It sounds a bit morbid, doesn't it? Decaying.
It does sound morbid, but it captures the physics of it perfectly. Hobbes uses it to describe imagination, but our text argues it applies with equal truth to memory.
The idea being that the immediate vividness of the sensory experience is fading.
Fading or decaying over time.
I was thinking about it like a ripple in a pond.
That is the perfect analogy, actually. You throw a rock, and that is the sensation.
The splash is the immediate experience.
The splash. But the ripples moving outward, they are the exact same energy, but they are getting weaker and flatter and less distinct the further out they go.
So Hobbes is saying that imagination and memory is just that ripple fading out.
It's losing that raw, visceral punch of the immediate moment.
But the text does make a point to distinguish between memory and imagination, even though it says they are nearly allied.
They are very close cousins in this framework.
So it's not just one big soup of fading ripples.
No, the text suggests the difference lies chiefly in activity versus passivity.
Okay, break that down for me.
Memory is active. It is an effort. You are reaching back to grab the ripple.
Like trying to recall where I left my keys, I have to actively search for that fading image.
Exactly. Imagination, on the other hand, is often more passive. It's the mind wandering, watching the ripples go by.
Just letting the images surface on their own.
Right, and the text uses a really beautiful metaphor here. It says, the sense decaying in memory receives a flash of light or life from the imagination.
A flash of light. So imagination kind of reanimates the fading memory.
It does. It blows on the embers, so to speak.
That makes a lot of sense.
And this leads us directly to the state where this distinction between active memory and passive imagination blurs the absolute most.
A state we all experience every single night.
Dreaming.
Dreaming. The book positions dreaming as the ultimate link between memory and imagination.
It is the bridge between the two.
And I have to say, the way it describes the sleeping mind felt very vulnerable to me as I was reading it.
Vulnerable is a good word for it. Consider the state of the mind during sleep as the text explains it. It says that reason retires.
The intelligent element recedes.
The directing force of the mind, the captain of the ship, leaves the bridge.
And when the captain leaves, the sensual or sensuous element takes over?
It completely takes over.
So it's just a free-for-all up there?
Well, to an extent, yes. The text describes it as images pouring like a flood over the mind.
Just a chaotic flood.
Chaotic, but the text notes it possesses an imperfect unity.
An imperfect unity.
We've all experienced this. Dreams are fundamentally disorderly, yet they have a bizarre narrative flow while you are actually inside them.
Right. You're flying a plane made of marshmallows, and in the dream, you just think, yes, naturally, the marshmallows provide the necessary lift.
It makes perfect sense in the moment.
It really does, until you wake up and the captain comes back to the bridge.
Exactly. It is only when reason wakes up that you look back and realize how utterly disjointed and absurd the whole thing was.
And here is where the text makes a really fascinating connection to animal intelligence.
This is a crucial pivot.
It suggests that if we could look inside the heads of animals, their normal waking mental state would look a lot like our dreaming state.
It is a profound assertion.
I can imagine some pet owners might get a bit defensive here.
Sure, but the text isn't calling animals stupid by any means.
Right. It's very careful about that.
It acknowledges that animals absolutely possess memory, and they possess imagination. We know this because dogs dream. You can see them running or barking in their sleep.
Their claws are twitching.
Exactly. And they certainly have the physical inheritance. Form, scent, hearing, sight instincts. They perceive the world incredibly vividly.
So what are they missing then? Why isn't my dog out there writing a commentary on Plato?
The text argues they lack the mental inheritance.
The mental inheritance?
Yes. They do not have the traditions, the slow additions that build up the mind of the human race over millennia.
And the crucial missing piece, the key to that whole lock,
is language.
The great educator.
Language is the great educator. Animals simply like it.
And without language, they can't solidify those decaying senses.
They can't turn them into fixed concepts that can be handed down or built upon.
They are trapped in the immediate sensation or that flowing, dreaming state.
They cannot take a thought, freeze it, label it, and hand it to another dog.
So let's really unpack that role of language, because the book spends a significant amount of time on it.
It is central to the entire argument.
It argues that our mental faculties and our language grow simultaneously.
You cannot really separate the two.
You can't separate the thought from the word.
No. The text uses the example of a 2-year-old child learning the concept of fire.
I found this illustration so helpful. Walk us through that progression from sense to intellect.
It happens in 3 distinct stages. Stage 1, the child sees the fire in the fireplace. There is a feeble observation of this recurring object, and it's associated with a feeble utterance of the name, fire.
So this initial point, the word and the thing are just glued together.
Yes. The sound fire is just another physical attribute of the burning log, exactly like the color red or the feeling of heat.
Okay, so the word is nothing more than a sensory label attached directly to the object.
Precisely. Then we move to stage 2. The child learns to utter the name when the fire is not there.
The object is absent.
The object is absent, but the desire or the imagination of the fire is present in the child's mind.
So the word is starting to become a stand-in.
It is, but the text provides a subtle nuance here. At this second stage, the word still carries a color of sense.
A color of a sense.
Yeah.
Meaning what exactly?
Meaning, when the child says fire, they are likely picturing that one specific fire they saw in their specific hearth.
It's an indistinct picture, but it's still firmly tied to a specific sensory memory.
Exactly. It hasn't fully generalized yet. Which brings us to stage 3.
The intellectual leap.
Stage 3 is the leap to adulthood, intellectually speaking. The word finally loses that specific color of sense.
It becomes a universal.
It becomes a class word. When you and I say fire now, we aren't necessarily picturing a specific log burning in a specific room.
No, we are accessing the abstract concept. Combustion, heat, light, danger.
The text says something very interesting here. It says the more abstract the notion becomes, the more vacant is the image.
Vacant. That implies that to think big, to think abstractly, we actually have to stop seeing the specific details.
We do. We trade the vividness of the specific sensory detail for the power and reach of the universal concept.
That's a huge trade-off, but obviously a necessary one for advanced thought.
Absolutely. The text summarizes the adult mind as a synthesis. It's this complex blend of sensations, words, and conceptions all working together.
And it describes a sort of spectrum, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what the mind is doing.
Yes. When we are perceiving something, say, looking at a sweeping landscape, the sensible impression prevails.
The raw physical thing is louder than the word.
Much louder. But in reflection, when we close our eyes and think about that landscape,
The outward object fades away.
it fades into nothingness, and the name or the conception becomes absolutely everything.
The language stands right in the middle as the intermediary.
It operates very much like numbers do, as we discussed earlier. Language partakes of the definiteness of the outer world because words are ultimately sounds, they're physical vibrations in the air.
Or ink on a page.
Right. But it also partakes of the universality of the inner world.
There's a line in the text I actually underlined because it was so striking. It says, by using words as symbols, we are able to give a local habitation and a name to the infinite and inconceivable.
It is a beautiful reference to Shakespeare, and it's employed here to show the sheer power of logic and language.
We use finite little sounds, words, grunts to somehow grasp infinite concepts.
Concepts like infinity or God or justice, things we can never physically see or touch.
We basically trap the infinite in a net of finite symbols.
That is exactly what language allows us to do.
This naturally brings us to the relationship between sense and reflection.
The great divide in philosophy.
Right. I feel like so much of philosophy tries to draw a hard, impassable line between the two. Like, here's my physical body feeling pain, and over here is my pure mind thinking about geometry. Two completely different rooms in the house.
It is a common way to frame it.
But this book seems to argue that the line is incredibly blurry.
Blurry is putting it mildly. The text argues the line is practically non-existent in lived experience. It says they pass imperceptibly into one another.
How so? Give me an example of that blur in action.
Well, let's look at sight. Is the act of seeing purely physical?
Just photons hitting the retina.
Right. The text argues that recollection is actually present in sight. When you look at a table, you aren't just taking in raw sensory data. You aren't just seeing a flat trapezoid of brown color.
I'm seeing a table.
Because you are recalling the concept of a table, the implied distance, the texture of wood you remember feeling before. You are actively projecting your memory into your vision.
My past experience is shaping what I physically see in the present moment.
Completely. And conversely, sight is present in recollection. When you remember a table, you are visualizing it. The mind's eye is doing visual work.
So the two faculties are completely entangled. And the book notes it gets even messier when we talk about pain and pleasure.
It certainly does. The text asks a very difficult question: who can divide the nerves from the mind that uses them?
Where does the nerve ending stop and the conscious feeling begin?
Exactly. If you have a severe headache, is it a bodily sensation? Yes, undeniably. But it immediately affects your mood, your patience, your ability to think clearly.
It colors my entire mental landscape.
So who can truly separate the pains and pleasures of the mind from the pains and pleasures of the body? The text argues the distinction between sense and reflection is ultimately one of degree, not of kind.
But there is a critique here on a very specific theory, the fading sense theory.
Yes.
Apparently, some writers claim that inner thought is literally just the fading away of outer sense. Like, thinking is just a weak, watered-down version of seeing or touching.
And our text vigorously rejects this idea.
Why? What's wrong with that theory?
It argues that this view leaves out half the phenomenon of human consciousness. When we withdraw from the immediate world of sense and enter reflection, we aren't just retreating into a dimmer room.
We aren't just losing sensory fidelity.
No, we are being introduced to a higher world of thought.
Well,
we aren't just losing the raw world, we are gaining the active ability to structure it.
it uses a comparison here that we should probably contextualize. It compares the savage and the civilized man.
Right. We should clarify that the text is using savage in the standard 19th century anthropological sense, referring to a person living in a primitive state of nature or a hunter-gatherer context.
And it's using this comparison to talk about the specialization of faculties.
Correct. The text notes that the savage, or indeed the hunting dog, has a much keener outward sense. They can discern a faint track in the dirt or catch a scent on the wind far better than the civilized man sitting in his study.
Because their survival depends on it. They use it.
Use it or lose it, as you say. But the civilized mind has developed a keener inward thought.
Through the constant use of language and abstraction.
Exactly. Grasping a complex universal concept becomes as easy and automatic for the civilized thinker as seeing a hidden tree branch is for the hunter.
So the argument isn't that the thinker is physically weaker or has a degraded mind. It's that the power of the mind has shifted focus.
It has shifted and, in the text's view, elevated. The text uses a really brilliant constructive metaphor here.
Let's hear it.
It says that sense presents us with a flat and impenetrable surface. The physical eye just gives us the outer skin of the world.
Just the surface data.
But the mind, the active intellect, takes the world to pieces and puts it together on a new pattern.
Takes it to pieces. That is essentially the definition of science, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Science is the reconstruction of the physical world through universal concepts. We take the solid world apart into invisible atoms and laws of gravity and forces.
Things we can't see with the naked eye.
And we rebuild the world in our understanding.
There's an analogy here with music too, right?
Yes. Just as a few notes, recall a whole symphony to a trained musician. A single leading thought can arrange a whole world of particulars for the trained thinker.
So to say that the outward sense is somehow stronger or more real than inward thought just because it's more vivid?
The text has a great retort for that. It says that is like saying the arm of the workman is stronger than the directing mind.
I love that image. The physical muscle may reside in the workman's arm.
But the true power, the design and purpose, resides in the direction. The arm can lift the heavy stone, but only the mind tells it where to place that stone to build the cathedral.
Let's pivot slightly to the senses themselves, because the text spends time analyzing how our senses actually function in relation to the mind and the objects we perceive.
It starts with a direct reference back to Plato's Theaetetus,
saying the senses are not merely holes set in a wooden horse.
It's such a comical and evocative image.
It is. Imagine if we were just hollow wooden statues and someone drilled holes where our eyes and ears are.
If the physical world just poured passively into those empty holes, we wouldn't be thinking beings at all. We'd just be mechanical cameras.
So what are the senses then, if not just holes?
The text argues the senses are instruments that are organically connected to the mind. You cannot use them without some natural or latent logic operating in the background.
It mentions how the senses constantly confirm and support one another, like sight being corrected by touch.
This is especially obvious in infancy. We have to learn that the flat two-dimensional image projected on our retina actually represents a solid three-dimensional object.
And we learn that by reaching out and touching it.
We correlate the visual light data with the tactile physical data. And then there is what the text calls the language of large and small letters.
Please explain that one. I found that section a bit dense.
It's a fascinating way of describing how we judge distance and relation. The text points out that the actual physical impression on your retina is nothing but flat color and gradations of light and shade.
Right. There is no actual 3D depth inside the eyeball itself.
There is no distance pixel in the eye. But from those delicate and almost imperceptible differences in shading, the mind derives complex ideas of distance, relative position, and three-dimensionality.
So we are unconsciously reading the small letters of light and shadow to construct and understand the large letters of solid objects in space.
Precisely. We are learning to read this visual language fluently all our lives. The text even notes that the strain upon the nerves of the eye.
You mean the literal physical muscular effort of focusing the lens?
Yes, that tiny muscular strain silently communicates to the mind and informs our spatial judgment without us ever consciously knowing it.
We perceive the final effect simply. We just look and say, oh, that tree is far away.
But the underlying biological and mental calculation required to arrive at that simple conclusion is infinitely complex.
It also talks about the ear, the sympathy of the mind and the ear.
Think about how we perceive speech or music. The actual sound vibration hitting the eardrum is just a tiny fraction of the experience. It's just physical noise.
The mechanical part.
The interpretation of that noise,
Right.
the melody, the harmony, the emotional weight of a chord, or the syntactic meaning of a sentence.
That is all furnished by the mind.
The ear merely provides the raw acoustic material. The mind is the architect that builds the structure of meaning.
And understanding how much the mind builds brings us to some famous philosophical debates about perception that the book tackles. Specifically, it looks at idealism and skepticism.
It introduces a rather amusing character sketch here. The youthful metaphysician.
Oh yes, the young, arrogant thinker. I think anyone who took a Philosophy 101 class has met him.
Or perhaps been him at some point.
Guilty as charged.
The text describes this young student who discovers the philosophy that sensation is absolutely everything. He reads Berkeley or Protagoras and thinks he has discovered the ultimate secret of the universe.
He starts thinking nothing truly exists out there. What I see is only my internal sensation.
The world is just a projection in my head. That table isn't real, it's just my sensory idea of a table.
He is absolutely delighted by this.
The text says he feels like he is imagining angels and spirits wandering through space. He genuinely thinks he has dissolved the heavy, solid material world into pure, elegant thought.
And he probably inflicts these groundbreaking theories on his parents at the dinner table.
His father, his mother, and finally his poor dog.
The dog being the only one with the patience to listen.
Undoubtedly. But then the text says comes the inevitable reality check. The young man soon finds that despite his brilliant theories, all things remain exactly as they were.
The laws of physics don't care about his epistemology.
Not at all. The laws of motion remain fixed. If he closes his eyes and walks into a brick wall, it still hurts just as much. The properties of matter refuse to dissolve.
So he hasn't actually changed the fundamental nature of the world at all.
He has only changed the vocabulary he uses to describe it.
The text is highly critical of this specific brand of idealism, particularly Bishop Berkeley's.
It is. It says that while this philosophy gives great license to the imagination, it ultimately still grovels on the level of sense.
Grovels on the level of sense. That is a harsh assessment.
It implies that by reducing all reality to mere sensation, you aren't actually elevating the mind to a higher plane, you are trapping it.
Locking yourself inside a mirrored room of your own perceptions.
Exactly. And this naturally leads into the text's critique of the extreme skepticism of Protagoras and later David Hume.
The theory that denies the continuity of sensation, the idea that what appears to you is only true for that specific microscopic instant.
Right. If you take sensationalism to its absolute logical extreme, you are forced to say, I am not the same person I was 1 second ago, that past sensation is dead and gone, and this current one is entirely new.
But the book argues that if we deny continuity in that way, we basically destroy the mind altogether.
We do, because simple daily experience proves that sensations are largely consistent over time. A lemon tasted predictably sour yesterday, and it tastes predictably sour today.
There has to be a continuous thread holding those experiences together.
If we refuse to accept that continuity, the text warns we are left with nothing but isolated atoms and sensations devoid of life or unity.
It reduces human beings to less than mollusks.
That's the exact phrase. A mollusk at least has a unified physical shell. This extreme skeptical philosophy leaves us with nothing but a swarm of fleeting, disconnected sparks of feeling.
And the book points out a deep historical irony here. This radical skepticism sprang up in the 18th and 19th centuries, right in the daylight of inductive science.
Yes. Just as humanity was finally deciphering the physical laws of the universe, Newton gravity, the invention of steam engines.
Just as we are mastering reality, our philosophy decides to question whether reality even exists.
The text calls these philosophical speculations veiled in graceful language, but ultimately absurd if you actually push them to their logical real-world conclusion.
Now, this philosophical stance that knowledge simply equals sensation, The book makes clear this isn't just an abstract metaphysical puzzle, it's an ethical crisis.
This is a crucial pivot for the listener to grasp. The text asks a very pointed question. Why is the epistemological doctrine that knowledge is sensation almost always allied with lower ethical philosophies?
And what is the correlation it draws there?
The logic is quite direct. If knowledge is reduced entirely to sensation, then virtue is naturally reduced to mere feeling.
Because there's no higher objective truth to aspire to.
Right. And if virtue is just feeling well, the most desirable feeling is pleasure. So if you are a sensationalist in how you view knowledge, you almost inevitably become a hedonist or an Epicurean or a utilitarian in your ethics.
Because if the world is nothing but what I physically feel right now, then my only logical goal in life is to feel good.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And the text sketches another character archetype here to illustrate this, the man of the world.
The Epicurean type.
Yes. The text describes this type not as an evil villain, but simply as a spectator of life. They are highly rationalized and completely secularized.
They pursue calculated, manageable pleasures.
They don't strain after impossibilities. They don't chase grand, abstract ideals. They follow the established custom. They prioritize comfort and stability.
Honestly, it sounds like a very logical way to live.
It is entirely logical if you stay within that specific sensory box. It perfectly appeals to the blind witness of eyes and ears.
But the text argues there's a fatal flaw.
It argues that this worldview dries up human nature. It leaves absolutely no place for higher imagination, for deep religion, or for transcendent ideals of duty.
If all that truly matters is my personal sensation, why on earth would I ever sacrifice myself for a cause?
Exactly. Why possess a conscience that makes you feel bad? Why suffer or die for a universal truth if truth is just a temporary feeling?
And the text sharply contrasts this comfortable man of the world with what it calls the leaders of mankind.
The great enthusiasts, the martyrs of history.
The people who have actually moved the needle of human progress.
The text argues that those people were not comfortable Epicureans. They were idealists. They personified vast, abstract ideas. They sought absolute truths even when they fell short of them.
They actively tried to lift the human race out of the slough.
They did. And the core argument here is that the Epicurean or Humean view of the mind simply cannot explain these exceptional people. It cannot explain moral obligation or a sense of universal duty.
If I am just a temporary bundle of physical sensations, why do I feel a crushing moral obligation to protect a future generation I will never live to see?
The sensationalist philosophy has no answer for that question. It renders conscience illogical.
The book uses a really poignant image here. It says, the mind that is confined only to sense is like a bird in a cage.
It instinctively seeks to fly upward into the universal, but it cannot. It is forced to just hover about the lower world of the immediate and the physical.
Which brings us finally to what might be the most technically dense and surprising section of this text.
The comprehensive critique of psychology itself.
The irregular building.
Yes, the irregular building. Now we have to remember the historical context here. The text is speaking from the perspective of the 19th century when psychology was just beginning to emerge and desperately trying to establish itself as a hard science.
Trying to distinguish itself from pure philosophy on one hand and biology on the other.
Exactly. It references thinkers like Herbart and various German philosophers, and the text compares this burgeoning new science to an irregular building run up hastily with weak foundations resting only on the surface.
Run up hastily. That is definitely not a compliment.
It is a severe indictment. The text argues that this new psychology suffers from several foundational and fatal flaws. First and foremost, it tries to isolate the individual mind.
Why does the book see that as a flaw? Don't we all possess individual minds that can be studied?
The text argues that the concept of the individual mind in the abstract is a complete fiction.
A fiction.
Yes, because human minds simply do not exist in a vacuum. They exist in a constant dynamic environment. They exist in complex social relationships. They exist embedded in history and culture.
So to put a single mind under a microscope in a sterile lab
is like studying a fish while ignoring the water it swims in. You miss the very element that makes the mind what it actually is.
It also heavily criticizes psychology for confusing facts with opinions.
It claims that psychology often merely substitutes dense technical phraseology for common everyday language.
It just renames things we already intuitively know to make them sound more rigorously scientific.
But the biggest problem the text identifies, the insurmountable wall for psychology as a hard science, is the impossibility of self-observation.
The great observer paradox.
The paradox. The mind simply cannot survey that exact part of itself which is currently doing the thinking.
You cannot stand behind yourself and watch yourself think.
You can't.
It's like trying to bite your own teeth.
Or trying to see your own physical eye without using a mirror. If you try to rigorously observe your own state of anger, for instance, the raw anger instantly changes.
Because it becomes the intellectual observation of anger. The feeling evaporates.
Exactly. The text states plainly that the mind can only truly be contemplated in the past tense.
Through history.
Through the history of the individual, or the accumulated history of the world. Through the record of what the mind has already done, not what it is doing in the microsecond of observation.
The text also attacks the field's reliance on false analogies with physical science.
This is a crucial point of friction. Psychology deeply wanted to be physics. It wanted to measure, quantify, and predict human thought with mathematical certainty.
It looks to physiology and thinks, if I can just map the nervous system perfectly, I will mathematically understand the thought.
But the text insists that no microscope has ever seen into a thought. The qualitative gulf between the physical movement of a nerve ending and the subjective lived experience of an idea remains completely unbridged.
So if psychology as a hard predictive science is essentially a sham, according to this critique, what does the book say are the true, valid bases for studying the mind? Because it doesn't say we should just give up and stop studying it.
No, it doesn't advocate abandoning the study. It suggests we need a deep humility about what kind of study it actually is. It prefers to call psychology a collection of scattered observations.
Scattered observations.
It says there are indeed fragments of truth that we can be certain of, but they do not form a rigid, unified mathematical system.
The text actually provides a specific list of these certainties. Let's go through them systematically, because this is essentially the what we actually know for sure list.
It's a very grounded list. First is the reciprocal influence of mind over body and body over mind.
We know this is absolutely real from daily life.
We do. You get mentally nervous about a speech and your physical stomach hurts. You drink a glass of physical wine and your mental mood changes.
We may not know the exact quantum mechanism of how that bridge works, but we know the practical fact of it.
Second certainty is the immense power of association. How one distinct thought reliably reminds us of another.
Third on the list is the effect of habit, and the text uses a great phrase here calling habit the bones of the mind.
The bones of the mind. It provides the rigid structure through repetition.
Fourth is the freedom of the human will.
Now, the text asserts this freedom is very real, though it notes it is carefully not unlimited. We are heavily constrained by biology and circumstance, but we are not mere mechanical robots. We have agency.
Fifth is consciousness itself, the fundamental reference to a self that is experiencing things.
And finally, the sixth certainty is the clear distinction between the I and the not I, the self versus the external world.
So these six things are the solid building blocks.
They are the reliable fragments. But the text warns that whenever we try to link these scattered fragments into a grand, unified psychological system, the links we invent are usually just empty words. We're trying to map a country that has never been and perhaps can never be fully surveyed.
So if direct introspection is hopelessly flawed, where are we supposed to look to understand ourselves? The text points very specifically to language and history.
It sees language as the fossil record of the human mind. The very early foundational words of language represent a rudimentary age of philosophy.
So by studying how a language slowly developed and added abstractions, we are literally watching how the human mind developed its capacity to think.
Exactly. And history, specifically the long history of religions, nations, and philosophies. The text says the true growth of the human mind must be traced through the macro history of the world.
It mentions Greek thought specifically as a massive developmental milestone.
It highlights the Theaetetus, which we are studying, and the works of Aristotle. This specific period in Greece was the moment where the human mind first fully realized and articulated the sharp distinctions we now take for granted.
Distinctions like mind versus body, or the universal concept versus the particular object.
Before Greek philosophy, those concepts were largely blended together in a more mythological understanding of the world.
Now, as we approach the end of this section, the text lists some specific logical pitfalls of this new psychology that we need to actively watch out for.
We touched on the first one, the observer paradox, the impossible task of observing the mind by using the mind.
Yes, but there's also what it calls the illusion of discontinuity.
This is our modern tendency to want to attribute every single thought to a strict chain of association because we intensely dislike the idea of genuine spontaneity.
We always want a neat, measurable cause for every single effect.
We demand a mechanical explanation. But the text suggests the mind might possess genuine, uncaused spontaneity, or that the actual cause of a thought might be entirely hidden in the bodily antecedents, not in the previous mental state.
Then there is the trap of words.
This is a classic philosophical error. We assume that just because we have invented two different words, let's say will and conscience, there must be two entirely distinct physical organs or separate faculties operating in the mind doing those specific things.
When in reality, they might just be the exact same unified mind acting in slightly different modes or contexts.
Precisely. We confuse our vocabulary with anatomy.
It also warns against mind-body confusion, the impossibility of truly separating them to measure the precise intensity of an abstract idea.
And finally, the eternal debate of heredity versus nurture.
A debate that is still raging today.
The text is very sober here. It freely admits that heredity is a real factor. We obviously inherit basic physical and mental temperaments from our ancestors.
But the pitfall is thinking we can measure it.
Exactly. We cannot ever calculate the exact proportion. Is a person's genius 50% inherited and 50% environment? Is it 80-20? The text says this remains a profound mystery, and pretending we can reduce it to a mathematical psychological formula is a dangerous illusion.
So to kind of wrap up the overarching message of this section, the book seems to be offering a very strong but nuanced warning.
It is. It's essentially saying, yes, absolutely, continue to study the mind. It is the noblest subject.
But don't treat it like it's a rock or a predictable chemical reaction in a beaker.
Do not treat it as an exact hard science like physics. It warns against the modern impulse to reduce the majesty of the mind to a mere mechanical succession of localized feelings.
It constantly emphasizes the fundamental continuity of the mind. The mind is not just a string of flashing, disconnected lights. It is a deep, continuous, flowing stream of unified being.
There's a final thought in the text that I found incredibly grounding after all this high-level theory.
I know exactly the line you mean. Let's hear it.
It says we eat before we know the nature of digestion, we think, before we know the nature of reflection.
It's a call to just trust the natural functioning use of our faculties.
We don't need to mathematically understand the exact chemical formula of gastric acid to thoroughly enjoy and be nourished by a good meal.
And we don't need to permanently solve the ultimate metaphysical puzzle of human consciousness to be able to think clearly, to reason well, and to live a good moral life.
The functioning of the mind precedes our complete scientific understanding of it, and that is perfectly fine.
But doing the philosophical exploration sure makes the meal infinitely more interesting while we are eating it.
That it undeniably does.
And speaking of that ongoing exploration, this lingering question of continuity, of how the mind consistently persists through time, actually sets us up perfectly to look at how that fiction plays out in the very next section of the text.
So we have spent a really considerable amount of time looking at the physical vessel, the way the human form actually comes into being. We trace the embryology, the physical growth, the way cells are just stacking upon one another. But now, as we continue moving through this book, we have to pivot. We have to leave the tangible world of biological structures and move into something far more elusive, yet infinitely more intimate for you as the listener. We are moving from the growth of the body to the growth of the mind.
Precisely. And the book makes this transition by asking us to sit back and consider a parallel. Just as we look at the physical embryo and try to determine what factors shaped it, the biology, the nutrition, the physical inputs, we've got to look at the growth of the mind after birth. It is a question of tracing that path. We watch the mind expand, we watch it learn and react, but there's this fundamental difficulty that the text highlights almost immediately.
Yeah, it is the age-old battle, isn't it? The distinction between the soil and the seed.
That is exactly the metaphor the author uses. We can clearly see the growth happening. But how much of that mental development is due to the soil, which in this case is the environment, the circumstances, the education, the specific culture you happen to be planted in? And how much of it is due to the original latent seed, which we would call heredity?
The text is quite calm but very candid about this. It essentially says it is impossible to distinguish them with perfect clarity.
Which I think is a very grounding, almost humbling way to start this specific section of the book. It admits a limitation right out of the gate. We know the heredity is there. The text states that we are certain that heredity exercises a considerable but undefined influence. But, and this is the warning that really stood out to me as I was reading, we must not increase the wonder by exaggerating it. That is a crucial point to linger on. There is a very natural human tendency, especially when we are discussing the unseen nature of the mind, to sort of drift into mysticism. Because we cannot measure the influence of heredity with a physical ruler or a weight scale, we might be tempted to just attribute everything to some mysterious predestined force. To say, oh, he was simply born to be that way, it is written in his blood. The author is gently pulling us back from that edge, saying, yes, the seed absolutely matters, but let us not get carried away into fantasy. We must look at what we can actually observe. We cannot let the mystery of the seed blind us to the undeniable daily reality of the soil.
And what actually hinders that clear observation? Because we do get hindered. The text brings up this profound conflict between the love of system and historical investigation. This really struck me because we see it all the time today, not just in philosophy, but in modern science and psychology too. We just love to categorize things. We love to have a neat little chart where mind is in box A and thought is in box B.
We really do. The human intellect completely craves order. We want a perfectly clean system. We want the architecture of the mind to be as clear and readable as a blueprint for a house. But the argument here is that this love of system actually blinds us. It prevails over the historical investigation of the mind, which the text argues is our absolute chief means of actually knowing it. If you try to force the mind into a preconceived architectural plan, you stop seeing how it actually behaves in reality. You stop observing its messy, beautiful processes because you are entirely too busy trying to force them to fit into your little boxes.
It also mentions that studying the mind purely through the individual is a bit of a trap. It says the individual mind is apt to be isolated when we study it in that systemic way, but that isolation is a completely false premise. I think this naturally connects to what the author critiques as the Robinson Crusoe view of the mind.
Yes, that is a very vivid and helpful image. We tend to imagine our minds as these solitary islands, completely self-contained, as if we somehow generated our own pure thoughts and our own language entirely from scratch, sitting alone on a deserted beach. But the text tears that illusion down completely. It says the individual mind is actually indistinguishable from circumstances. You cannot surgically separate the mind from the world it lives and breathes in.
The part about language is what really drove this home for me. The text explicitly says that language itself is the result of the instincts of long-forgotten generations. That honestly gave me chills. It means that when I speak to you right now, or even when I just think quietly to myself in words, I am actively using tools that were forged by ancestors I will never, ever know.
Exactly. Every single word you utter is, as the text beautifully puts it, the answer to some other word spoken or suggested by somebody else. You are never an island. You, the listener, you are part of a vast, ongoing historical dialogue that has been running continuously for thousands of years. Your very ability to form the thought, I am alone, is constructed entirely from words and concepts that were handed down to you by countless others. So to study the mind as if it were a single isolated specimen floating in a jar of formaldehyde is to fundamentally misunderstand what a mind actually is. It is inherently connected.
So if we follow this logic, if we cannot have a rigid system, and we absolutely cannot study the mind in isolation, where does that actually leave the field of psychology? The text seems to be humbling the entire discipline. It goes so far as to call psychology a fragment.
It does. It argues quite forcefully that psychology cannot be a connected system in the same way that mathematics or chemistry are. Think about it. In math, you have foundational axioms and ironclad proofs. It is a complete closed chain of logic where one single thing definitively proves the next. In chemistry, you have the periodic table. You have fixed, immutable laws of elemental reaction. But the mind is entirely too fluid. It is too historically dependent. It's far too influenced by that ever-changing soil we just talked about. Psychology, therefore, is better described as a collection of facts or a fragment of science.
Or, as it alternatively suggests, an aspect of metaphysics.
Yes, exactly. But, and this is highly important, so we do not get the wrong impression, the author does not say this study is useless. Far from it. It says this fragmented science is intensely interesting because, and I just love the specific phrasing, we carry about the materials in our own bosoms.
Which makes us all walking laboratories.
We absolutely are. We can experiment on ourselves 24 hours a day. We can observe our own sudden anger, our own fleeting memory, our own flawed reasoning. The knowledge we extract from that internal observation isn't the same as the knowledge of a geometric proof. It is not as rigid or universally guaranteed. But it is, as the text says, not easily forgotten. And it directly helps us in our daily conduct. It gives us a practical map to navigate our own deeply complex lives.
So let us pull out the map and look at the materials in this walking laboratory. The text provides a list, essentially the principal subjects of psychology. It acts almost like a curriculum for self-observation. The very first one on the list is man's relation to the world.
This immediately brings us to the boundary line between freedom and necessity. It asks us a series of really probing, quiet questions. Where do we actually draw the line between mind and matter? Where is the border between the soul and the body?
It specifically asks if the mind is active or passive, or perhaps partly both.
And it asks whether the subtle movements of the mind are identical to the physical movements of the body, or if they are merely preconcerted and coincident with them. It is the classic mind-body problem, of course, but it is framed here specifically as a question of independence. How much can we truly withdraw from the rigid laws of the physical world? That is the absolute essence of the freedom question. Are we just wet biological machines, a series of dominoes reacting to physical stimuli? Or is there a captain on the ship of the mind who can consciously steer against the current of necessity?
Then the text moves to time and space. And here, the author seems to politely pick a fight with Immanuel Kant.
A very polite, very deep philosophical disagreement, yes. Kant famously argued that space is the form of the outward sense and time is the form of the inward sense. Essentially, Kant is saying that time and space are just the perceptual glasses that human beings wear to see the world. They are structural parts of our mental apparatus, not necessarily objective realities existing out there in the empty universe itself.
But our text outright calls this view unfortunate.
It does call it unfortunate. It argues that time and space feel so much more objective than that. Of all the phenomena that are present to the human mind, they seem to have the most solid, objective existence. You cannot just mentally wish them away. You cannot philosophically get rid of them. The author thinks that taking the immutable, heavy laws of nature and throwing them into the subjective side of things, saying they are basically just in our heads, is entirely inappropriate. He wants to firmly grant time and space a reality that exists completely outside of just our personal perception of them. He feels that Kant practically devalues the immense solidity of the universe by making it all a mere construct of the human mind.
Now, I want to step into a space the text calls the closet of the mind. I really love that phrase. It feels like we are physically stepping into a small, private room and quietly closing the door on the loud external world. When we are alone in there, what do we actually find?
We find processes. Very distinct yet constantly intermingling processes. The text thoughtfully lists them out for us. I perceive, I feel, I think, I want, I wish, I fear, and so on down the line.
It notes that these specific words mean roughly the exact same thing to all educated persons. You and I, we all generally know what the word fear feels like in the body. But here's the catch, and this cycles right back to the problem of loving a rigid system. We distinguish these feelings in our thought, we give them different labels, but do they actually exist separately inside the closet?
The text strongly argues that they do not exist separately, and this is a truly profound insight into human nature. We so often talk about the will or the intellect or the emotions as if they were entirely separate physical organs, much like the liver and the heart. We say things like, my head says one thing, but my heart says another. But the author warns us that this conception of completely different faculties is highly precarious.
Because in reality, they just constantly overlap.
They do vastly more than just overlap. They are, in the words of the text, ever-varying phases of the exact same person. Think about it calmly for a moment. Can you actually have an act of will, the moment of deciding to do a specific thing, without thought already being fully present in that moment? No. The thought is deeply embedded in the action of the will. Can you truly experience fear without perception? No, of course not. You absolutely have to perceive the threat, whether real or imagined, in order to fear it. They are all one unified substance in the mind itself. They appear and reappear in different shapes, but it is always the exact same I doing all of the feeling and thinking.
It feels like looking at a finely cut diamond from different angles. It is always the exact same diamond, but depending on the light, one facet looks sharply like thinking and another facet glows warmly like feeling. Or maybe an even better analogy is water. It can freeze into rigid ice, it can evaporate into invisible steam, it can flow as a cool liquid, but at its core, it is always just H2O.
That is a perfect analogy. Precisely.
Yeah.
And the great danger in psychology lies in dissecting the mind so aggressively that we completely forget its fundamental unity. If you take a hammer and chop the diamond up into tiny pieces just to study the individual facets, you completely destroy the jewel.
One of the faculties, or rather, one of the modes, as the text clearly prefers to call them, that gets a vast amount of attention here is memory. The text calls it nearest the sense in the scale of intellectual faculties, but it makes a very sharp, very beautiful distinction between two different types of memory, recollection and recognition.
This is one of my favorite distinctions in the entire book.
Right.
Recollection is what actively happens when you tightly shut your eyes and mentally try to summon a specific picture. You are actively, strenuously trying to recall the mind's eye view of a past scene. You ask yourself, what exactly did that street look like? What was the precise color of that car parked on the corner? It is a conscious effort of retrieval. It involves mental work and strain.
But recognition, that is an entirely different animal.
Recognition is described by the text as many times more powerful. It is what happens when the mind suddenly finds itself again among things that were once familiar. It is not just pulling up a dusty file from a mental cabinet. It is the overwhelming, immersive feeling of return. It is like walking into your childhood home after 30 years and instantly, without thinking, knowing exactly where the light switch is in the dark. You do not have to consciously recollect it. You simply recognize it. The deep knowledge is suddenly fully just there.
The text uses Plato's famous metaphor here, comparing the mind to setting a physical stamp upon warm wax. But I was honestly much more taken by the river analogy regarding forgotten languages. It talks about a specific language that you learned in childhood and then completely forgot as an adult. It says that not a single word may be consciously remembered, but when you start trying to learn it again, the old habit soon returns.
The exact quote is so poetic. The neglected organs come back into use, and the river of speech finds out the dried-up channel. That is such a deeply hopeful image if you sit with it. It strongly implies that nothing we experience is ever truly permanently lost. The channel is there. It has been carved deep into the unseen landscape of your mind. It is just dry right now. Once the water, which the text compares to habit, starts flowing again, it naturally finds its old path almost instantly. The mud softens, the current rushes in. It suggests that human memory isn't just cold digital storage, it is a vast physical or mental landscape that we can actually re-inhabit.
Then we arrive at consciousness. The text boldly calls this the most treacherous word in the entire study of the mind.
Treacherous precisely because it is used casually in so many different senses, and it is almost rarely analyzed minutely by the people using it. We throw the word conscious around constantly in daily conversation. But the author astutely points out that our actual consciousness is intermittent. We are not fully, intensely conscious all the time. It is defined here as a kind of attention which we uniquely pay to ourselves.
And crucially, it creates a very powerful illusion of freedom.
Yes. We logically tend to think, I am currently conscious of making this choice, therefore I am completely free. But the text argues that just because you are actively conscious of an action does not mathematically prove it was a free action. You might be completely conscious of falling backward off a cliff, but you certainly aren't free to stop gravity from pulling you down. And conversely, you might be acting entirely freely, perhaps acting out of a deep well of built-up character or long habit, without being sharply, actively conscious of the complex decision mechanism in that exact split second.
It ultimately defines this treacherous word, consciousness, simply as knowing that we know. It is a higher reflexive degree of knowledge.
It explicitly opposes consciousness to habit, to inattention, to sleep, and finally to death. It is that tiny, vital spark of self-reflexive awareness. It is literally the light turning on in the dark room of the mind.
Then there is the concept of association. This is described by the author as fundamentally capricious.
It truly is the wild card of the human mind. People try to formulate the laws of association, but that is a highly confusing term because the phenomenon itself is so wildly uncertain and unpredictable. Why does just seeing a particular style of house instantly make you think of a specific person who lived there a decade ago? Why does a single spoken word vividly recall an entire line of poetry? Why does the faint smell of wood smoke instantly transport you geographically to a specific campsite you visited 20 years ago?
Or consider how we can travel, as the text wonderfully says, from one end of the world or from one pole of knowledge to another in an indivisible instant. The sheer speed of human thought is terrifying, really.
It is exactly that, the indivisible instant. We move faster than the speed of light entirely within our own minds. And these connections often feel totally accidental. A random smell, a specific shade of color, a sudden sound, and instantly you are emotionally transported across decades. But the text makes sure to add a highly crucial caveat to this. The mind is not wholly and completely dependent on these random sensory associations. We possess what is called the power of origination. We can consciously choose to start an entirely new train of thought. We are not merely organic robots endlessly reacting to the previous thought in an infinite, unbreakable chain reaction. We can literally wake up in the morning, stretch, and start fresh. We possess the innate power to break the chain.
Moving steadily up the scale of complexity, the text then talks about the greater phenomena of mind. This is where the psychology gets significantly grander. It talks deeply about the internal transition from base sensuality to profound love, or the evolution from earthly love to heavenly love.
These are the truly profound internal changes that define a human life. The text points to the slow and silent influence of habit, which quietly changes a man's entire nature, little by little, day by day, almost without him noticing. Or, on the other extreme, it points to the sudden, violent changes wrought by deep shame or some other overwhelming emotional impulse. The author strongly argues that studying these specific things, studying how a person fundamentally transforms, is absolutely essential. You cannot just endlessly study the dry mechanics of memory. You have to study the complex alchemy of the human soul. If you deeply think about these things, the text argues, you will ultimately live in a much better ordered world.
And resting at the very top of this hierarchy, the text places the personality of man.
This is presented as our direct link to the unseen world. The text is entirely unapologetic about this stance. It clearly states that no account of the mind is ever complete without firmly admitting the possibility of another life. It says that in this highest, most refined aspect, man naturally grasps immense ideas of God, of true freedom, and of immortality. Now, whether you as a listener view that as objective theological fact or simply as a recurring human psychological ideal, it is undeniably a psychological phenomena that vastly exists across cultures. It absolutely must be included in the serious domain of psychology because it is a foundational, inescapable part of the human experience.
So, given all this complexity, what is the proper methodology for studying all this? The text insists it should be natural, not technical.
Which means we must absolutely avoid dense jargon. The study of mind should be readily intelligible to the common understanding. It should logically argue from ordinary daily phenomena, not wildly exceptional or bizarre cases. And above all, it should focus heavily on quality rather than sheer quantity.
It specifically mentions the ancient Pythagoreans here, who famously thought the soul was essentially a harmony, a fundamentally numerical thing. But the text pushes back, saying those numerical harmonies are far too faint for us to use practically. We simply aren't ready for a purely mathematical psychology yet. We are fundamentally concerned with qualitative differences in this life. The difference between good versus evil, the struggle between our higher versus our lower nature.
And it heavily emphasizes that to truly understand this, we must look deeply at the broad history of language and the history of philosophy. That historical record is the larger mold in which the human mind has been collectively cast over millennia. To understand the solitary mind sitting in the chair today, you must deeply understand the entire history of human thought.
Which brings us, quite literally and seamlessly, to the history of philosophy within the book. The text transitions right here from this deep, abstract commentary we have been discussing directly into the actual narrative dialogue of Plato's Theaetetus. We are abruptly shifting scenes, we are leaving the quiet lecture hall, and we are stepping out onto a dusty street in the ancient city of Megara.
Yes, this is the classic frame story. We are no longer floating in the abstract realm of theory. We are physically on a street in Megara. Two characters, Euclid and Terpsichore, are unexpectedly meeting each other.
And the context of their meeting is deeply tragic. This isn't just two old friends casually chatting about the weather. There has just been a brutal battle.
The historical battle at Corinth. And Theaetetus, who is the namesake and the main subject of the philosophical dialogue we're about to hear, is currently being carried home to Athens. He is dying.
The text notes he is scarcely alive. He has been severely wounded in the combat, yes, but it is actually the sickness, the terrible dysentery, that is truly killing him. It is described as the sickness which has broken out in the army.
It establishes such an incredibly somber, heavy opening tone. Euclid has literally just seen Theaetetus being carried past on a litter, and witnessing this sad procession instantly triggers a deep memory for Euclid. He suddenly remembers a very specific prophecy.
A prophecy made by Socrates.
Exactly. Socrates had met this young man, Theaetetus, many years ago, back when Theaetetus was just a completely unknown teenager. And after speaking with him, Socrates had confidently predicted that this boy would undoubtedly become a great man, provided he lived to adulthood.
And Euclid notes the deep, painful poignancy of this exact moment. The prophecy has, in fact, been completely fulfilled. Theaetetus did become a highly great man, a noble citizen widely praised for his exceptionally brave behavior in this very battle. But the tragedy is that now he is actively dying. The glorious fulfillment of his potential and the absolute end of his life are arriving at the exact same moment.
It is heartbreaking. But Euclid reveals to Terpsichore that he didn't merely remember that long-ago conversation. He actually wrote it down. He took very careful notes right after it happened. He even went back to Socrates repeatedly over the intervening years to meticulously check and correct the specific details. So the physical document that you're about to read, the literal scroll, is presented to us as a highly accurate, almost journalistic record of that ancient conversation.
And Euclid stops to explain a very specific stylistic choice to Terpsion before they read it. He says, I purposely wrote it as a direct dialogue. He intentionally took out all the clumsy I said, and he replied bits to make a conversation flow much better. Which, as a reader, I deeply appreciate that ancient editorial decision.
It makes the drama unfold so much more immediately. So Terpsion is understandably tired from his journey from the country. They go inside Euclid's cool house, they decide to rest, and Euclid has a servant begin to read the heavy roll of parchment out loud to them.
And just like that, we physically enter the dialogue within the dialogue. We are transported back in time to Athens, years earlier. Socrates is standing around talking to Theodorus, who is a very famous, highly respected geometrician from Cyrene.
Socrates begins the conversation with his usual relentless curiosity. He makes it clear he doesn't care at all about the political news from Cyrene. He only wants to know about the local Athenian youth. He asks Theodorus, are there any promising young men currently studying with you?
And Theodorus replies, well, yes, there is one exceptional boy, but I have to warn you, he is kind of ugly.
It is a genuinely humorous, very human introduction. Theodorus frankly says that if the boy were physically beautiful, he would be genuinely afraid to praise him too much, lest people mistakenly think he was romantically in love with him. But he assures Socrates, since the boy is decidedly not beautiful, he feels he can speak completely freely about his mind.
He goes so far as to say the boy actually looks exactly like Socrates. He has a snub nose and prominent projecting eyes.
Which, while certainly not a compliment to either of their physical looks, instantly establishes a deep, underlying connection between the old philosopher and the young student. But Theodorus quickly moves past the face to describe the boy's internal mind. And this is where we are given a truly beautiful, enduring definition of the perfect, ideal learner.
Theodorus points out that Theaetetus represents an incredibly rare combination of traits. He observes that usually, young men with very quick wits are essentially like ships without ballast.
I linger on that metaphor because it is so perfect. Think of a tall ship with huge sails catching the fast wind of a new idea, but it has zero heavy ballast in the bottom of the hull. It is dangerously unstable. It will tip over at the slightest storm. Theodorus observed that these quick-witted students are often mad rather than courageous. They frantically dart about from one shiny idea to the next without any grounding.
And what about the opposite, the steady men, the ones who are all ballast?
Well, they are usually unbearably slow, stupid even, according to Theodorus. When they are finally forced to face rigorous study, they simply cannot remember what they learn. They are incredibly solid, but they are entirely immobile.
But then we have Theaetetus.
Theaetetus remarkably has both. He's incredibly quick to learn, he's deeply retentive so he remembers everything, but he is also exceedingly gentle and quietly courageous. Theodorus beautifully summarizes his nature by saying he flows silently like a river of oil.
A river of oil, that specific image implies such a completely smooth, entirely frictionless forward movement. There's no chaotic splashing, no emotional turbulence, just a steady, quiet, incredibly powerful progress of the mind.
It is the absolute highest compliment a teacher could pay a student. And Socrates is instantly, intensely intrigued. He demands to meet this boy immediately.
So the young Theaetetus is called over from his friends, and Socrates, true to his nature, immediately launches into one of his famous logic traps. He picks right up on Theodorus's offhand comment about their two faces looking exactly alike.
Socrates casually asks the boy, if we each had a lyre, and Theodorus over here said they were both tuned perfectly alike, would we just blindly believe him?
Theaetetus answers sensibly. He says, yes, we would believe him, provided he were a trained musician.
Then Socrates springs the trap. He says, all right. And if he suddenly says our physical faces are alike, should we simply believe him?
Theaetetus follows the logic. He asks, is he a trained painter?
Socrates says, no, he is certainly not a painter. He is a geometrician.
Therefore, Theaetetus concludes his personal opinion on the exact proportions of our faces is essentially worthless.
Exactly. With a few quick questions, Socrates completely dismantles the casual insult to his own face and to the boys using pure, simple logic. But then he masterfully flips the entire premise. He says, but wait, Theodorus is a master judge of wisdom, is he not?
Yes, he is universally acknowledged as a wise man.
So Socrates reasons, If this master of wisdom strongly praises your invisible mind, Theaetetus, then that praise actually means something real, and because he has publicly praised it, you must now exhibit this mind, and I, Socrates, am obligated to thoroughly examine it.
The boy realizes he has been backed into a corner, but he has to exhibit himself.
And Theaetetus gracefully agrees. He's clearly shy, but he courageously agrees to the intellectual test.
So Socrates officially begins the examination. He starts with some basic groundwork. He establishes that the act of learning is fundamentally growing wiser about that specific thing which you learn. And they quickly agree that wisdom and knowledge are, for the purposes of this discussion, the exact same thing.
And then, having laid the foundation, Socrates drops the massive central question of the entire dialogue right onto the table. He simply asks, what is knowledge?
Theaetetus, acting exactly like a very good, eager student, immediately tries to answer by simply giving a long list of examples. He says, well, Socrates, there's the knowledge of geometry, and there's the art of cobbling shoes, and the craft of carpentry.
This is the absolute classic mistake that happens in almost all early Socratic dialogues. The young interlocutor hopelessly confuses the particular individual instances of a thing with the grand, universal definition of the thing itself. Socrates very gently but firmly shuts this list down, using what we call the clay analogy.
Right. It is a very down-to-earth example. Socrates says, imagine if someone walks up and asks us, what is clay? And you eagerly answer, well, there's the clay of the potter and the clay of the brickmaker and the clay of the oven maker. He says that answer is utterly ridiculous.
It is ridiculous for two distinct reasons. First, you have lazily used the exact word you are trying to define directly inside your own definition. And second, you have merely given the listener the endless variety of the thing, not the actual fundamental nature of the thing. If someone asks what clay is, the simple, correct, abstract definition is moistened earth. We really do not care at all about the specific oven makers or the brick makers who happen to use it.
Socrates makes it crystal clear. He wants the pure, abstract definition of knowledge itself. He does not want a tedious inventory of all the various sciences and crafts.
Theaetetus is sharp. The river of oil is flowing. He instantly catches on to his mistake. And he suddenly realizes that this philosophical demand is remarkably similar to a complex math problem he and Theodorus were just working on earlier that day.
Yes, the problem of the roots. This is a truly fascinating, completely unexpected little interlude of ancient Greek mathematics right in the middle of the philosophy.
It really is. Theaetetus explains that they were looking at what we would now call square roots. They systematically noticed that certain numbers, like 4, 9, or 16, can easily be made by multiplying equal factors together, 2 times 2, 3 times 3. They logically decided to call these numbers square or equilateral numbers.
But then, as they kept calculating, they hit a wall. There are numbers like 3 or 5 or 17. You simply cannot make them by multiplying a whole number by its exact self.
No, you cannot. They are incommensurable by the standard unit. Theaetetus called them oblong numbers. If you try to graphically represent them as a geometric shape, it forms a rectangle where the sides are unequal.
And he noted that the straight lines that form the neat, equal squares are called lengths. But the strange lines that form these unequal oblongs are called powers, or roots.
The pure brilliance of the young Theaetetus was that as he stared at this problem, he intuitively saw that there were going to be absolutely infinite roots stretching out forever. He couldn't possibly name them all. So he deliberately tried to gather them all together, to group this terrifying infinity securely under one single unifying name, one grand class. He actively created a universal definition for irrational numbers.
And Socrates, hearing this, is absolutely thrilled. He literally says, capital, excellent. He clearly sees that this young boy possesses the rare, immense capacity for true abstract thought. Socrates says to him, look, just as you successfully grouped all those infinite roots under one single elegant definition, try to do exactly that right now. Try to bring the thousands of many sorts of human knowledge completely under one single definition.
But this is precisely where the young man hits a massive internal wall. Theaetetus quietly admits defeat. He says he cannot do it. He tells Socrates, I cannot persuade myself that I have a truly satisfactory answer to this question, but paradoxically, I cannot stop thinking about it. I am filled with an intense anxiety.
And Socrates, utilizing that profound, gentle insight of his, immediately diagnoses the boy's condition. He says, these are the pangs of labor, my dear Theaetetus. You are currently pregnant with an idea.
Which perfectly leads us into the most famous, most enduring metaphor in all of Socratic philosophy, maieutic, the noble art of the intellectual midwife.
Socrates leans in and dramatically reveals a personal secret. He tells the boy, I am the son of a very famous, very burly midwife named Theaetetus, and I actively practice the exact same art as my mother.
But he practices it with a highly philosophical twist. He first takes the time to carefully explain the strict cultural laws of traditional Greek midwifery to the boy. He notes that midwives must exclusively be women who are entirely past their own childbearing age. He explains this is to deeply honor Artemis, the strictly childless goddess who nonetheless presides over human birth. He points out that human nature dictates that you cannot possibly be a master of any art without having vast personal experience. So these women must have successfully been mothers in the past, but critically they must be completely barren now to serve as purely impartial, dedicated midwives.
And he adds a fascinating detail. He says these old midwives are actually the true, ultimate matchmakers of society, because they intimately know exactly what kind of soil best suits what kind of seed.
Which is such a brilliant callback to our very first discussion point today regarding heredity and environment. The wise midwife knows exactly how to combine the elements to create the absolute best possible human harvest.
But Socrates then explains how his specific philosophical art fundamentally differs from his mother's physical art in two major ways. First, he exclusively attends to young men, not women. And second, he looks after the agonizing labor of their invisible souls, not their physical bodies.
And here he reveals the truly crucial, arguably dangerous part of his particular job. When a woman physically gives birth, the resulting baby is undeniably real. It is a physical fact. But when a young, eager man's mind gives birth to a new concept, Socrates says it might be a false idol, a mere phantom, a total lie. Or, if they were incredibly lucky, it might be a noble and true birth.
And it falls entirely on Socrates to decide. He alone has to rigorously test the newborn idea, and if it proves to be a lie, he says he has to smother the embryo.
That is a shockingly violent, visceral image for a philosopher to use. To actively take a young man's deeply cherished, newly born idea and deliberately destroy it right in front of him because it is completely false. No wonder Socrates casually mentions that people genuinely hate him sometimes. He literally says they are ready to violently bite him when he successfully strips away their beloved nonsense.
And then, in a moment of true vulnerability, he openly admits his own greatest tragedy. He confesses that he is intellectually barren.
He says, "The God constantly compels me to be a midwife to others, but strictly forbids me to ever bring forth wisdom of my own." He firmly claims he has absolutely no personal wisdom. He is exceptionally skilled at asking the right questions, but he cannot ever answer them himself. He can only act as the catalyst to help others find the hidden truth that is already buried deep inside themselves.
So he gently tells the terrified Theaetetus not to be shy. He says, bring your thoughts forth, but do not be utterly savage with me if, upon examining it, I have to take your firstborn idea and violently throw it away.
He is deliberately, methodically preparing the young boy for the extreme, exhausting rigor of the Socratic dialectic. The deeply painful intellectual birth is truly about to begin.
Theaetetus is now essentially strapped securely to the delivery table. The mental pangs of labor are incredibly real and pressing him. He has the raw potential, the latent seed is undeniably there, the rich soil of his gentle character is perfectly prepared, and now he has the ultimate master midwife sitting right beside him to guide the agonizing process.
And this brilliant setup perfectly sets the stage for the entirety of the long dialogue to come. The desperate search for the true definition of knowledge is no longer just a dry academic logic puzzle. It is literally presented as a high-stakes birthing process. We are poised to see if young Theaetetus can truly produce something living and breathing, or if he will tragically just birth a wind egg, a useless, empty phantom. The rigorous examination is completely ready to start.
And that is exactly where we find ourselves standing today. The long, complex prologue is officially over. The historical characters are firmly set in their places. The massive, looming question, what is knowledge, is hanging thickly in the Athenian air. The old midwife has washed his hands and is entirely ready to work. It is finally time to see exactly what this brilliant young mathematician can manage to bring forth into the light of the world.
Indeed it is. The real labor begins now. We are stepping right back into the circle, right where we left off. The scene hasn't changed at all. We are still sitting quietly with Socrates, the young mathematician Theaetetus, and the older geometrician Theodorus.
Right. The atmosphere is still very calm, very focused.
Yeah, and the conversation has moved past those initial pleasantries we discussed before, past that whole preliminary discussion about what clay is. Now the real work is starting. Socrates has just sort of cleared the table, and he's staring at this young man.
And Theaetetus is clearly uncomfortable.
Very. I mean, he is struggling to answer this massive question, which is simply, what is knowledge? And before forcing an answer, Socrates does something fascinating. He begins to explain exactly what his own role is in this entire dynamic.
It is a pivotal moment in the book. Really is. Socrates offers a definition of himself that frames this entire dialogue. He doesn't call himself a teacher.
Right.
He doesn't call himself a master imparting wisdom. He calls himself a midwife.
Which is a really strange thing for an old philosopher to say. I mean, usually in these classical texts, the wise man is the one dispensing the wisdom, right? Pouring it into the empty vessel of the student.
Exactly, the traditional sage.
But Socrates is completely flipping that dynamic here. He brings up his mother, actually, Theaitētos.
He does. He reminds Theaetetus that his mother was a, quote, noble and burly midwife. And he claims that he practices the exact same art, just in a slightly different sphere.
Right, a spiritual sphere rather than a physical one.
Yeah. While she attended to women and the physical birth of children, Socrates says he attends to men and the birth of their souls. Or rather, the birth of the ideas within their souls.
But there is a huge catch to this profession he's claiming, isn't there? He mentions something very specific about his own capacity for wisdom. He says, quite explicitly, that he is barren.
Yes. That is the absolute core of his methodology. He claims he has no wisdom of his own whatsoever. He cannot give birth to an idea.
He's just the facilitator.
Exactly. He can only help others bring their ideas into the light. And he actually grounds this in religious tradition to make his point, specifically looking at the worship of Artemis.
Artemis being the goddess of childbirth.
Right. But, crucially, Artemis is also a virgin goddess. She never had children of her own. Socrates points out that human midwives are traditionally women who are past the age of childbearing themselves.
So they are barren due to age.
And Artemis is barren due to her divine nature. Socrates is positioning himself in that exact lineage. He is the sterile agent, intellectually speaking, that facilitates creation in others. He says, the reproach which is often made against me, that I ask questions of others and have not the wit to answer them myself, is very just.
I always have to pause there when reading this because that sounds, well, is he being serious?
It's the eternal question.
Right, because this is Socrates. We are reading this text thousands of years later precisely because he is brilliant. So is this just false modesty? Is he just, manipulating the boy to get him to talk?
It's heavily debated, but if you think about it practically, if he approached Theaetetus saying, I have the answer, sit down and listen to me, what would happen?
The boy would just memorize whatever Socrates said.
Exactly, he would memorize it. But memorization isn't understanding, it's just recitation. By claiming this intellectual barrenness, Socrates forces the boy to look inward. He forces the actual labor of thinking onto the student.
And he doesn't shy away from that labor metaphor either. He talks quite graphically about labor pains in the soul.
He describes it as perplexity and travail. He says the mental pain of bringing forth a new, genuine idea is actually worse than physical childbirth. And his art, this Theaitētos, has the power to both induce these pains and to soothe them.
Like using drugs and incantations.
Right. His questions are the drugs. He can ask a question that makes the labor incredibly hard, or he can guide the student to make it easier.
But here's the part of the midwife metaphor that gets a little scary. Not every birth in this context results in a healthy baby.
No, it doesn't. And this is where the danger of his method lies. Socrates says his most important task isn't just the delivery itself. It is the inspection after the fact.
The testing of the idea.
Yes. He has to deeply examine what the student's soul has brought forth to determine if it is a genuine vital truth or what he calls a wind egg.
A wind egg. That is such a fantastic, somewhat gross term.
It really paints a picture.
It basically means a phantom pregnancy, right? Like an egg with no yolk, a fake idea.
Phantom, a falsehood, a lie that happens to look like the truth when it first comes out. And this is exactly where Socrates becomes dangerous to his students. Because if he determines that your precious idea, the thing you have been agonizing over and struggling to say, is just a wind egg, he takes it away.
He exposes it.
He exposes it to the elements, metaphorically speaking, and discards it.
And people do not take that well.
Not at all. Imagine you have spent your life building a specific worldview. You think you understand the world, and this quiet old man asks you 3 simple questions and completely proves your worldview is hollow.
It would be infuriating.
Socrates even mentions that his students are sometimes ready to literally bite him.
Bite him.
Yeah, they get extremely aggressive, they feel robbed, they don't realize that he is actually saving them from living a delusion. They just feel the intense loss of their, as he calls it, darling folly.
He tells a specific story here about a guy named Aristides, the son of Lysimachus, to illustrate what happens when a student rejects this painful process.
It is a rather tragic little anecdote. Aristides was a student who was actually making decent progress, but he decided the pain of the questioning was just too much. He thought he had learned enough.
So he left Socrates' company prematurely.
Exactly. He stopped engaging in the dialectic, and Socrates describes what happens next. Aristides fell in with different crowds, evil communications, the text calls it.
He stopped testing his ideas.
He stopped exposing his wind eggs to scrutiny, and eventually his mind just became filled with so many unexamined falsehoods and delusions that he ended up looking like a complete fool to everyone around him. He stifled the truth that was trying to grow inside him.
It's a severe warning to Theaetetus.
It is. It's Socrates saying, once you start this process of deep philosophical questioning, you cannot just walk away halfway through. If you do, your mind essentially rots. It's up to the divine, to the god, whether Socrates can even accept a student back once they've left like that.
So Theaetetus is sitting there. He is effectively warned. He is probably terrified. He is already in mental pain. But Socrates just looks at him and tells him to quit himself like a man. He wants the definition.
And this pressure works. Theaetetus finally stops stalling and delivers his first real formal answer to the question of what knowledge is.
He looks at Socrates and says, knowledge is perception.
Knowledge is perception.
Okay, let's unpack that quietly. Because on the surface, that sounds incredibly reasonable. I look down, I see a table, so I know the table is there. I hear your voice, I know you're speaking. It feels like a very grounded, common-sense definition of how we know things.
It is entirely common sense, which is exactly why Socrates is about to meticulously tear it apart. But notice how he does it. He doesn't attack it directly. He doesn't say, "You are wrong, boy."
No, he's much more subtle.
He says, "Oh, that is interesting. That sounds an awful lot like what Protagoras used to say."
Protagoras, the very famous sophist.
The absolute heavy hitter of that intellectual era. Socrates instantly links Theaetetus' simple common sense sentence to Protagoras' most famous, most controversial doctrine. The idea that man is the measure of all things.
Man is the measure. We hear that quote all the time in modern philosophy discussions, usually when people are talking about relativism. But how exactly does Theaetetus saying knowledge is perception equal man is the measure? Walk us through that connection.
Sure. Think about it this way. If knowledge is simply what I perceive, then I am the ultimate standard for truth. My perception defines reality for me. If I perceive a thing to be a certain way, it is true. Therefore, I, the man, am the measure of what is real and what is not.
Okay, I see. Socrates uses a very specific physical example to make this concrete, the analogy of the wind.
It's a brilliant example. Imagine two people are standing outside in the exact same wind. One person is shivering and says, "This wind is freezing cold." The other person, maybe they're wearing a thicker cloak or maybe they just have a warmer constitution, they stand in the same breeze and say, "This wind is not cold at all."
Now, normally in our day-to-day lives, we would look at them and ask, okay, but is the wind actually cold? We want the objective fact. We would want to pull out a thermometer to settle the debate.
Right, we seek an external standard, but Protagoras, and by extension Theaetetus' new definition, would say the thermometer is irrelevant. If knowledge is perception, then the person who feels cold knows the wind is cold. For him, it literally is cold.
His reality is a cold wind.
Yes, and the person who does not feel cold knows it is not cold. For him, the wind is literally not cold.
So the wind is somehow both cold and not cold at the exact same time.
Or, to be even more precise about the philosophy, the wind has no absolute inherent nature of its own. It doesn't exist as a cold thing or a warm thing out in the void. It only takes on those qualities in the direct perception of the person feeling it.
That's a huge shift in how we view objects.
Socrates leads Theaetetus step by step to admit that the phrase, it appears to him, is perfectly identical to the phrase he perceives. And if appearance and perception are the exact same thing, then perception is always of something that is for that specific person.
And therefore, it is unerring. You can never, ever be wrong about your own perception.
Exactly. If you feel it, it is unequivocally true for you.
That concept sounds incredibly empowering, especially to a modern ear. It echoes phrases we use today like, my truth. But it also sounds like a complete recipe for chaos. Because if there is no objective wind, if there are no objective facts about the temperature, then we aren't really living in a shared world at all. We are just floating in our own private, isolated bubbles of reality.
And that profound isolation, that lack of a shared static reality, is exactly the road Socrates is preparing to walk us down. He suggests to Theaetetus that Protagoras didn't just make this up as some casual standalone observation. He claims this doctrine is actually part of a much older secret tradition.
A secret truth of the wise men.
Yes, a mystery passed down by the truly great thinkers. Socrates suddenly aligns Protagoras with philosophers like Heraclitus, Empedocles, and even the great poets like Homer and Epicharmus. He groups all these monumental figures under one massive philosophical banner.
The doctrine of flux.
The doctrine of flux. The idea that everything, absolutely everything, is in constant motion.
Let's really dig into this idea of flux, because this completely changes the physics of the universe they are discussing. The central thesis here is a total rejection of the word.
It is a radical linguistic and conceptual shift. Socrates says that these wise men tell us that nothing actually is. Nothing stands still. Nothing has a fixed, permanent identity.
So things don't exist.
Not in a static way. Everything is perpetually becoming.
Becoming. So if I look at the table between us, the table isn't just a table. It's constantly becoming a table. Or it's in the process of changing into something else.
It is entirely a process. Think of Heraclitus' most famous metaphor, the river. He said you can never step in the same river twice. Why? Because the water is constantly flowing. The specific river you stepped in a second ago is literally gone, replaced by new water.
Right.
Socrates is saying we have to apply that river logic to everything.
Yeah.
The table, the stones, human beings, the stars, the entire universe is just an endless swirling admixture of motion.
He actually uses some very tangible physical proofs to convince Theaetetus of this. He talks about fire, for instance.
He asks the boy to consider how fire and warmth are generated. They come from friction, from rubbing two sticks together. Friction is just motion. If you stop the motion, if you let things rest, the fire goes out, the warmth dies.
He extends that to biology, too. He says animals and life itself are generated through biological motion.
And he brings it incredibly close to home by talking about the human body. This part feels very practical. He asks what happens to a body at rest.
It ruins. He says if you sit still or lie in idleness, your body decays.
Exactly. Rest is destruction. If you lie in bed for months, your muscles atrophy, your physical habits are ruined. But if you exercise, which is putting the body into motion, your health and strength are preserved.
And then he applies that exact same logic to the soul, to the mind.
Yes. Study and learning are forms of motion for the soul. They acquire and preserve knowledge. But idleness, mental rest, inattention, these cause the soul to forget and decay. So across physics, biology, and psychology, the conclusion is uniform. Motion is the good. Motion is life and being. Rest is non-existence and death.
He even pulls the poet Homer into this grand theory. He gives this incredibly creative interpretation of Homer's golden chain.
It's quite a leap, but it serves his rhetorical purpose beautifully. In Homer, there's a mention of a golden chain that binds the universe. Socrates tells Theaetetus that this chain is actually a metaphor for the sun.
The sun moving through the sky.
Right. As long as the sun and the heavens keep moving, keep rotating in their celestial dance, all things are preserved, life goes on. But if they were to stand still, if that cosmic motion ever stopped, everything would be destroyed. The universe would be, as he puts it, turned upside down.
So we have built this picture of a universe where absolutely nothing stands still. Everything is swirling, everything is relation, everything is changing. Now, Socrates takes this vast cosmic theory and zooms all the way in on the tiniest, most specific mechanical interaction. He asks Theaetetus to think about a single eyeball looking at a single color. He asks, what exactly is the color white?
This is where the text gets incredibly subtle, almost trippy. We really need to move slowly through this part because this is the actual mechanical engine of the knowledge's perception theory.
Right, let's break it down.
Socrates argues that if the universe is total flux, then a color like white cannot be a static thing that just sits permanently inside a stone.
So if I am looking at a piece of marble, the marble itself isn't white.
According to this theory, no. Because if the whiteness were just trapped permanently in the stone, it would be static, it would have fixed being. But we've just established that nothing is. Everything is becoming.
Okay, so if the whiteness isn't in the stone, where is it? Is it in my eye? Is my eye projecting a white filter onto the world?
No, it's not in the eye either. Socrates points out that if the color white lived inside your eye, you would just see white everywhere you looked, all the time, regardless of what object was in front of you.
That makes sense. So if the color is not in the object and it is not in the perceiver, where does it exist?
It exists only in the meeting, in the clash. Socrates describes the phenomenon of color as an event that happens strictly between the eye and the object.
Can you give us an analogy for that? Because trying to visualize a color existing entirely in the empty space between my eye and a rock is really difficult.
Think about using a modern touchscreen on your phone. You have the glass screen, which is the object, and you have your finger, which represents the eye. Now, does the digital click, that action of opening an app, exist inside the glass screen itself?
No, the glass is just glass.
And does the click exist inside your physical finger?
No.
The function, the reality of that click, only flashes into existence in the exact momentary meeting of the finger and the screen.
Oh, I see.
It is an interaction. If you pull your finger away, the click is gone. It doesn't reside anywhere.
That helps immensely. So whiteness is like that click. It is a temporary event.
Precisely. Socrates says that color passes between the agent and the patient. In this universe of flux, the eye is constantly moving toward the object. The object is constantly moving toward the eye. And when they strike each other, in that microscopic millisecond of friction, the phenomenon of whiteness is born.
And because everything in this universe is constantly moving and changing, the me that is looking at the stone right now is technically a different entity than the me that looks at it a second later.
You are changing every millisecond.
And the stone is changing too. The light is changing. So the whiteness that is produced in this specific second is a totally unique birth. It has never existed before, and it will never exist again.
Exactly. It is entirely fleeting. It is a phantom generated by a unique, unrepeatable collision. And this means color is completely relative to the percipient.
Right, because my collision is different from your collision.
Yes. Socrates points out that colors don't appear the same to a dog as they do to a human. They don't appear the same to you as they do to me. And crucially, because of flux, they don't even appear the same to you at different times in your own life.
Because I am always becoming different. It's honestly dizzying to think about. It completely dissolves the fabric of reality. There are no solid things left. They're just infinite momentary interactions.
And that profound dizziness you were feeling as we discussed this, Theaetetus is feeling it right there in the text. But before Socrates offers him any comfort, he actually pushes him deeper into the confusion. He introduces these three puzzles of relation to show exactly how this flux theory completely destroys our basic everyday logic.
Right. He brings out the dice. Let's walk through that puzzle.
Imagine you have 6 standard dice in your hand. Now put 4 dice on the table next to them. Are your 6 dice more or less than the 4?
They are more. 6 is more than 4 by half.
Correct. They are more. Now take away those 4 dice and put 12 dice on the table next to your 6. Now are your 6 dice more or less?
There are less. 6 is less than 12. It's half of 12.
So your 6 dice have suddenly become less. But did your 6 dice actually change? Did you chip away at them? Did they shrink in your hand?
No. They're the exact same 6 dice.
So the puzzle is, how can the exact same object be more and then suddenly become less without undergoing any physical change in itself?
Well, common sense says it's just relative. It entirely depends on what you compare it to.
But Socrates points out that this relativity deeply violates the fundamental axioms of our minds. Our minds desperately want to believe 3 specific rules. First, that nothing ever becomes greater or less while remaining equal to itself.
Right, if it stays the same, it shouldn't be greater or less.
Second, that without mathematical addition or subtraction, there can be no increase or diminution.
And we didn't add to or subtract from the 6 dice.
Exactly. And third, what was not before cannot be afterwards without a process of becoming.
But the dice became less without any process happening to them. They just sat there.
Yes. And he gives another, even more human example with height. He compares himself to the boy. Right now, Socrates is taller than Theaetetus.
Socrates is a grown man, and Theaetetus is still a young boy, so he is shorter.
But what happens next year? Theaetetus is going to grow. He will shoot up and eventually become taller than Socrates. So Socrates will suddenly become the short one in the pairing.
But Socrates didn't shrink. He didn't lose a single inch of physical height. Yet he transitioned from the state of being tall to the state of being short.
To a strict logician like Parmenides or to a mathematician like Theaetetus, this is a conceptual nightmare. How can a defining quality like tallness simply turn into shortness without the object itself changing? It implies that tall and short aren't real static properties at all.
They're just phantoms. They're temporary relations born out of a comparison.
And at this point in the dialogue, Theaetetus literally admits that his head is spinning. He uses the word amazed. He is completely overwhelmed by these contradictions.
And this leads to one of the most beautiful and famous moments in the entire book. Socrates jumps on that specific word, amazed.
He does. He tells Theaetetus that this exact feeling of dizziness, this profound wonder, or thumos in Greek, is the true and only origin of all philosophy.
So feeling confused and overwhelmed isn't a sign that you are failing to understand. It's actually a sign that you are finally starting to think deeply.
Exactly. He references the mythology of Iris, the messenger of the gods who connects heaven and earth. He points out that mythologically, Iris is the daughter of Domus, which translates to wonder.
If you weren't dizzy, it would just mean you were blindly accepting the surface level of reality.
Right. The dizziness means you are successfully peeling back the static layer of the world and gazing into the swirling chaos of the flux underneath.
So, having thoroughly established this foundation, that everything is motion and relation, and having praised Theaetetus for his wonder, Socrates decides it's time to take us into the inner sanctum of this theory. He makes a sharp distinction between two types of thinkers. He talks about the uninitiated versus the initiated. Who are the uninitiated here?
The uninitiated are the strict materialists. Socrates actually calls them the terrible fellows. These are the people who only believe in what they can physically grip with both hands.
So if they can't grab it, it isn't real.
Right. Trees, stones, physical bodies. If it doesn't offer hard resistance, they flatly say it doesn't exist. Socrates dismisses these people entirely. He calls them outer barbarians. He says their minds are too blunt. He wants to talk to Theaetetus about the subtler thinkers.
The initiated.
Yeah.
The ones who understand the mysteries of flux.
Yes. And this is where the mechanics of perception we talked about earlier get even more exquisitely detailed. We talked about the eye and the object meeting like the finger on the screen. But Socrates now breaks down the exact types of motion involved in that collision.
He says the universe consists of nothing but motion. But that motion is divided into two distinct classes. Active motion and passive motion.
Active and passive. So we have an agent and a patient in every interaction.
Exactly. Let's stick with the example of sight. In this framework, the object, let's say the stone, is the agent. It holds the active power to act upon something else. The eye is the patient. It has the passive capacity to be acted upon.
But, and this seems to be the absolutely crucial point, neither of them is anything until the exact moment they meet.
Correct. And this requires a real mental leap to grasp. The eye is not actually a seeing eye until it is actively seeing something. And the stone is not a white stone until it is actively being seen.
So before they meet, before the collision, what are they? They are just potential. They are undefined, formless motions floating in the void. They have no qualities. They have no identity.
But when they finally crash into each other.
When they intersect, that union generates offspring, twins specifically.
Twins.
Every single sensory interaction produces two simultaneous things. It produces the sensation and it produces the object of sense or the quality.
So in the case of our eye and the stone.
The interaction generates sight, which is the sensation, and whiteness, which is the quality. At that precise millisecond, the passive eye becomes filled with sight and it sees. And the active object becomes filled with whiteness and it becomes a white thing.
That is just incredible. So the world, as we experience it with all its colors and textures and sounds, is literally being created fresh, moment by moment, billions of times a second.
Yes. The redness of a rose, the coldness of ice, the sound of a bell ringing, absolutely none of that exists independently in the dark. It only flares into existence when a sentient, perceiving being interacts with the active motions of the universe.
And it disappears the instant the interaction stops.
Exactly. It's completely dependent on mutual relation. The agent cannot exist without the patient. As Socrates insists, we really must banish the word is from our vocabulary. It is factually incorrect to say this stone is white.
We should say this aggregate of physical motions is currently becoming white in relation to my specific visual receptors.
That's the scientifically accurate way to say it in the flux universe. Everything is bound to one another. Everything is completely relative.
It paints a picture of a radically subjective universe. It's almost a lonely philosophy in a way. I am constantly creating my own temporary reality, and you are creating yours. And because we are different patients, our realities never truly overlap or touch.
It is deeply subjective. And just when Theaetetus is really starting to wrap his mind around this, just when he's nodding along thinking, okay, I get it, knowledge is perception, man is the measure, everything is flux, Socrates tosses a massive grenade into the room.
As he always does, just when things seem settled, what does he bring up?
He asks one simple, devastating question. What about dreams?
Ah, the dream argument. This is such a classic philosophical pivot.
It's a classic for a very good reason. Think about the logical trap here. If we accept that knowledge is perception, and we accept that every perception is absolutely true for the person perceiving it, then what happens when I go to sleep and I dream that I have grown wings and I am flying over a city?
Well, inside the dream, the perception is incredibly real. You feel the wind rushing past your face. You see the ground far below you. Your heart rate increases. To you, in that specific moment, you are undeniably flying.
But then you wake up in your bed and you immediately say, that was false. I am not flying.
But wait, if Protagoras is right, if man is the measure of all things, how can the dream be false?
Exactly. In that moment of sleep, you perceived it. Therefore, by the definition we just built, it was true to you.
And he doesn't stop at dreams. He brings up madness and disease as well. He talks about the madman who genuinely perceives that he is a god, or the sick person who clearly hears voices in an empty room.
To the madman, the voices are completely real. They are being perceived. The friction is happening in his mind. Therefore, according to the strict logic of knowledge equals perception, those voices are knowledge. They are truth.
Socrates pushes this epistemological crisis to the absolute breaking point.
Yeah.
He asks a question that feels very modern, almost like it belongs in a sci-fi movie like The Matrix. He asks, how can you definitively prove right this very second that we are not currently sleeping and simply dreaming this entire philosophical conversation? I mean, instinctually, I feel awake. I could pinch my arm to prove it.
But you can pinch your arm in a dream, and it will hurt in the dream. You can have incredibly logical conversations in a dream. Socrates points out that the soul is just as violently convinced of its reality during a dream as it is during waking life.
And since we spend roughly half our entire lives asleep and half our lives awake, it's basically a tie. Why should the waking half automatically get to dictate what the absolute truth is? Time duration can't be the arbiter of reality.
Exactly. Maybe the dream state is the actual real world, and this waking life is the elaborate illusion. How can you objectively prove otherwise?
You can't. So suddenly, the definition of knowledge equals perception seems to be completely falling apart. Because if I can vividly perceive that I am flying, but I am objectively lying in bed, then perception can clearly be false. And if a perception can be false, it cannot be synonymous with knowledge.
It looks extremely bad for Theaetetus' theory. The boy freely admits he is stumped. He doesn't have an answer to the dream problem. But Socrates isn't actually done playing with this idea. In a surprising move, he decides to be incredibly fair. He decides to temporarily channel the spirit of Protagoras and defend the theory against his own impact.
He literally puts on the rhetorical mask of the dead sophist.
He does. He basically says, wait a minute, Socrates, you are fighting dirty here. You are using cheap, common-sense objections against high-level, rigorous philosophy. And to save the theory, he introduces what we call the Socrates ill argument.
Okay, this brings us back to the earlier analogy about tasting wine, right? Let's go through that.
Yes. Let's look at the mechanics of perception again, but apply them to health and sickness. You have Socrates in a state of perfect health, and you have a glass of wine. They meet. The active wine and the passive healthy tongue collide. The result of that collision is the sensation of sweetness. The wine tastes sweet to healthy Socrates.
It tracks perfectly.
Now, Socrates gets very sick. He has a high fever. The Protagorean defense argues that sick Socrates is not merely the same person with a slight ailment. Philosophically speaking, sick Socrates is a wholly other entity than healthy Socrates.
But really? Surely he's fundamentally the same guy, just, under the weather.
Not if you strictly follow the universe of flux. In flux, everything changes every single millisecond anyway. But when sickness enters the body, the physical change is drastic. The patient, the physical tongue, and the nervous system has changed its fundamental nature. Therefore, when this new entity, sick Socrates, meets the exact same glass of wine, the collision is mechanically different.
And because the collision is different, it generates a different set of twin offspring.
Exactly. It generates bitterness instead of sweetness. To the sick tongue, the wine is intensely bitter.
Okay, but here is the crux of the defense. Which perception is true? Is the wine actually sweet, or is it actually bitter? Well, the normal everyday response is that the wine is inherently sweet, and the sick guy is just experiencing a distorted taste because his taste buds are messed up. He is wrong about the wine.
That is the objective view, but Protagoras vehemently rejects that. Protagoras says no. To the sick man, the bitterness is entirely real. It is an absolute localized fact. He is perceiving bitterness, therefore the wine is bitter to him. You have no philosophical right to tell him his reality is wrong.
Because there is no objective wine hovering in the background to compare it to.
Exactly. His truth is just as mechanically valid and real as a healthy man's truth.
So the healthy man perceives sweet, and he is 100% right.
Right.
And the sick man perceives bitter, and he is 100% right.
Yes. Socrates, speaking as Protagoras, delivers this grand conclusion. He says, "My perception is true to me. I am the sole and absolute judge of what is and what is not to me." He argues that you can never, under any circumstances, accuse anyone of having a false perception, be it in a dream, in madness, or in sickness, because they are simply a different entity experiencing a different, highly localized reaction.
That defense is incredibly slippery. It creates a philosophical fortress that makes it literally impossible to ever win an argument. Because if I point at the sky and say the sky is blue, and you point at it and say, no, the sky is green, I can't prove you wrong, you just say, well, to me it's green. And since I am the measure of my own reality, my truth is unassailable.
It creates a perfectly atomized world where every single subjective opinion is equally undeniably true.
It validates the knowledge equals perception definition beautifully, but at the cost of shared reality.
Exactly. And Socrates, having brilliantly built this defense up, having completely saved Theaetetus' intellectual baby from the bathwater, he now turns around and absolutely mercilessly destroys it.
And he starts this demolition with a baboon.
It is genuinely one of the funniest, most biting moments in Plato. It's a rare moment where Socrates drops the calm facade and openly mocks his opponent's logic.
Walk us through the baboon argument.
He looks at Theaetetus and essentially says, I am absolutely amazed that Protagoras didn't start his grand, serious book of truth by declaring the measure of all things is a pig or a dog-faced baboon or perhaps a tadpole.
A tadpole. He really goes for the absurd there.
He does it to highlight the logical extreme. If raw sensation is the only standard for absolute truth, as Protagoras claims, well, a baboon perceives things too.
Right, a baboon feels the cold wind.
A baboon sees color. A tadpole feels the warmth of the water. So if perception equals truth, then why is man the measure? The baboon's sensory view of the universe is mechanically identical to ours, and therefore just as true as a human philosopher's view.
So the baboon is the measure of all things.
Logically, yes. Why elevate humans at all? And then Socrates turns this weapon directly onto Protagoras' own life and career. He says, if everyone is the absolute measure of their own truth, why on earth is Protagoras famous?
Oh, that is a brilliant strike. Because Protagoras was a teacher. He traveled around charging huge fees to impart his wisdom.
Astronomical fees. Young men flocked to him and paid fortunes to learn his truth. But wait, if I am already the perfect measure of my own reality, if my opinion cannot possibly be wrong, then I am already as wise as I can possibly be. My opinion is already truth.
So why would I pay a sophist to teach me anything?
Exactly. If I cannot be wrong, I do not need a teacher. Socrates asks, isn't Protagoras essentially a fraud then? By claiming to be a teacher of wisdom, he is implicitly admitting that some people, his students, are ignorant and that he, the teacher, is wiser than they are.
But his own foundational theory dictates that no one can be ignorant because everyone's perception is true.
It is a massive self-contradiction. The very act of teaching refutes his own philosophy. He effectively argues himself out of a job.
And Socrates points out that this renders their current conversation completely pointless too.
Yes, he mocks his own lifelong practice. He asks, why are we even sitting here debating? Why does dialectic even exist? If your opinion is true for you, and mine is true for me, examining and testing each other's ideas is, as he calls it, an enormous piece of folly. We are just monkeys chattering at each other in the dark.
It's interesting how the older mathematician, Theodorus, reacts here. Protagoras was actually his friend, right?
He was. And Theodorus gets very uncomfortable. He tries to play the diplomat. He tries to wave off the criticism, saying, let's not be too harsh on my old friend. Maybe we are misunderstanding him.
But Socrates absolutely refuses to let him dodge the issue.
He basically tells Theodorus, you cannot just stand on the sidelines and watch the wrestling match. You have to strip down and get in the ring with us. He corners the old geometrician and forces him to admit mathematically that if we rely only on probability and plausibility, which is what Protagoras' rhetoric often does, we are acting like terrible mathematicians.
Right, he warns Theaetetus about that explicitly. He says a mathematician who argues from probability rather than rigorous demonstration is worthless.
So they agree they can't just accept Protagoras because it sounds vaguely plausible. They need a hard, logical proof. And that leads to the final death blow for the knowledge is perception theory. The real, inescapable logical trap.
And this trap starts with a seemingly simple question about the difference between perceiving a sound and actually understanding a language.
It's a very elegant setup. Socrates asks Theaetetus, when we stand in the marketplace and hear foreigners speaking a language we don't know, Do we hear them?
Well, yes,
Yeah.
obviously. We physically hear the noise. We hear the pitch, the volume, the rhythm of the syllable.
So we are definitively perceiving the sound. The friction is happening in our ears. But, Socrates asks, do we know what they are saying?
No, we don't understand the meaning at all.
So we have perception, which is the hearing, occurring entirely without knowledge, which is the understanding. He gives another example with written letters. If you look at a scroll written in a foreign alphabet, you see the shapes and the colors of the ink, you perceive them perfectly, but you do not know them in the grammatical sense. You cannot read them.
That creates a very visible crack in the definition.
Mm-hmm.
It strongly suggests that perceiving and knowing are not perfectly identical things. You can have one without the other.
It's a crack, yes. But the absolute shatter point, the argument that completely demolishes the theory, is the memory argument. This is the one that is truly inescapable.
It's called the monstrous supposition. Let's walk through this trap step by step.
Okay. Socrates asks Theaetetus to agree to a sequence of very simple logical premises. Premise 1, knowledge is perception. That is a definition we are testing.
Agreed.
Premise 2, therefore, if you see something, you know it. And if you do not see it, you do not know it.
Okay, yes. That logically follows directly from the definition.
Premise 3, human beings have memory. We have the ability to remember things we have seen in the past.
Undeniable. I can close my eyes right now and easily remember the face of my best friend.
Good. Now, Socrates springs the trap. He says, close your eyes. Do you currently remember your friend?
Yes, clearly.
But are you seeing your friend right now?
No, my eyes are shut tight. I am not physically perceiving him.
So you are remembering him, which common sense says implies you know him, but you are not perceiving him.
Okay, I see where this is going.
If knowledge truly is perception and nothing else, then the exact moment perception stops, knowledge must instantly stop as well.
So if I close my eyes, I must suddenly not know him anymore.
According to the strict logic of the definition, yes. If knowledge equals perception and you are not currently perceiving, then you do not currently know. So you end up with a paradoxical situation where a man remembers something perfectly, meaning he knows it, and yet simultaneously does not know it simply because he isn't looking at it at that exact second.
But that is a massive contradiction. It's logically impossible.
Socrates looks at the boy and asks, can a man who remembers something not know it? And Theaetetus realizes he is completely trapped. He replies, that is impossible, Socrates. The supposition is monstrous.
Monstrous. It is such a visceral, strong word to use in a philosophical debate. It implies that the logic itself has created a deformity, an abomination.
It means the definition knowledge is perception is fundamentally irreparably broken. It absolutely cannot account for the existence of memory, because memory is, by definition, knowledge that persists without direct current sensation. It proves that the human mind can hold on to something that the eyes are not currently giving it.
So after all of that, after building this incredibly elaborate universe, after the wind analogy, the hair on flux, the golden chain, the twins of sensation colliding in the void, the defense of the sick man's bitter wine, the entire magnificent theory crashes headfirst into the very simple, everyday fact that I can remember what I saw yesterday.
It is a truly devastating moment in the text. The wind egg that Theaetetus birthed so painfully has been rigorously inspected by the midwife. And despite looking so promising at first, it has been proven to be hollow. The definition is cracking under the immense weight of this memory contradiction.
But the remarkable thing about this dialogue is how Socrates handles this collapse. He doesn't wrap it up neatly with a bow. He doesn't say, well, that was wrong, let's instantly move on to the correct answer. He leaves them all just sitting there, staring at this monstrous logical failure they've uncovered.
The argument is completely suspended in midair. Theaetetus is sitting there, slowly realizing that his intellectual child, his very first big idea, is going to have to be exposed to the elements and abandoned. It is a harsh, even cruel moment in the educational process, but as Socrates established at the beginning, it is absolutely necessary.
And that is exactly where the text holds us. We're left standing in the total wreckage of this first definition. But the investigation itself is far from over. The labor pains are not gone. They're just going to get more intense as they frantically try to find a way out of this logical trap.
The false answer has been cleared away, which means the space is now open for a deeper search.
And we will be right there in the circle with them as they try to crawl out of this hole. The definition of perception is dead, but the monumental question still remains hovering over them. What is knowledge? So picking right up where we left off with this text, Plato's Theaetetus.
Right, diving straight back in.
Yeah, we are still right in the thick of it with Socrates, Theodorus, and the young Theaetetus. And just to reorient you, if you're following along with us, they are currently dissecting this major definition.
The idea that knowledge is simply perception.
Exactly. Seeing is knowing. And by extension, they are testing the theories of Protagoras, his famous claim that man is the measure of all things.
Which sounds great as a bumper sticker, but as we are seeing, it gets really messy when you apply it to actual human experience.
It really does. And Socrates, true to form, he doesn't just let this sit as some lofty abstract theory. He goes right for the eyes, like quite literally.
It is the most direct way to test the definition, really. I mean, if you say that thing A equals thing B, then logically the absence of A must mean the absence of B.
That's just basic logic.
Right. And Socrates brings up a scenario to Theaetetus that seems almost childishly simple on the surface, but it is actually logically devastating to the whole argument they have built so far.
He asks, what happens when you remember something you've seen in the past, but you close your eyes?
Which is such a brilliant everyday example.
Let's make this concrete for you listening. Let's say I've seen the Parthenon.
Okay, you've stood right in front of it.
Yeah. I know what it looks like. I have that knowledge locked away in my head. But if I close my eyes right now, strictly speaking, I am not perceiving it. My eyes are completely shut.
Exactly. And if seeing is the exact same thing as knowing, which is what Theaetetus and the absent Protagoras have been claiming.
Then the moment you stop seeing the Parthenon, you must stop knowing it.
Right. Yet, obviously, you still remember it. You still have that image vividly in your mind.
So you find yourself in this completely absurd logical position. You are both knowing the thing because you remember it and not knowing it because you aren't currently looking at it.
It creates a monstrous contradiction.
You would literally have to say, I know this and I don't know this at the exact same time.
And Theaetetus, to his credit, he sees the trap immediately. He actually calls it a monstrous supposition. He recognizes the glitch in the matrix of their definition.
But Socrates, being Socrates, he doesn't just stop with the memory argument. He pushes it into an even more aggressive, almost combat-style interrogation.
Yeah, he brings up what he calls a light-armed mercenary style of argument. It is a verbal trap meant to ambush you when you aren't paying attention.
This is the man in the well scenario.
Yeah.
I found this image so specific and kind of terrifying, honestly.
It is very distressing. Imagine you are trapped in a well, which is bad enough, and a self-assured adversary covers one of your eyes with his hand.
Okay, so one eye is covered, one is open.
Right. And then he asks you a very simple question. He says, do you see my cloak?
Well, with the open eye, yes, I see the cloak. With the covered eye, I don't.
Precisely. And the adversary will just pounce on that. He will say, wait, you perceive the cloak and you do not perceive the cloak simultaneously.
Oh, I see where this is going.
Therefore, if perception is knowledge, you know the cloak and you do not know the cloak at the exact same moment.
It's a logic chop.
Completely. It is designed entirely to make the definition of knowledge as perception look ridiculous by exploiting the physical limitations of the human body.
It feels like a cheap trick, though. It feels like a word game.
Because it is.
It's not really getting at the heart of what knowledge actually is. It's just exploiting the fact that we happen to have two eyes.
And Socrates completely agrees with you. That is the really fascinating turn here.
He does.
Yeah, he compares himself to a good-for-nothing cock that crows before it has actually won the fight.
Ah, right.
He realizes that by trapping Theaetetus in these little verbal paradoxes, like, can you know sharpness? Can you have a dull knowledge? Can you, close up but not far away? He is acting like a disputer.
An heuristic.
Exactly, an heuristic, rather than a true philosopher.
He is attacking the words, not the actual meaning.
Correct. He is tripping up a young boy, but he hasn't actually defeated the ghost of Protagoras.
Because he knows if Protagoras were alive, he wouldn't be cowering before these little logical puzzles about eyes and cloaks.
Not at all. He would have a very robust defense.
But Protagoras is dead. And his friend, the mathematician Theodorus, who is sitting right there in the room with them, he outright refuses to step in and defend his dead friend.
Yeah, Theodorus is very reluctant. He says he is too old, he has moved on to geometry, he is just not built for this kind of naked wrestling and argument anymore.
Which forces Socrates to do something really incredible with the text. To treat the argument fairly, he has to play both roles.
He has to become the defense attorney for the man he is actively trying to prosecute.
He summons the spirit of Protagoras and speaks for him. And he doesn't do a halfway job of it either. He gives a blistering critique of, well, of Socrates.
I love the tone he adopts here. It is so sharp and condescending.
He calls himself slatternly Socrates. He imagines Protagoras looking down from the afterlife or maybe popping his head up from the ground and just tearing into him.
Saying something like, you found a frightened little boy, you asked him a trick question, and when he stumbled, you claimed you defeated my entire philosophy. Shame on you.
It is a totally scathing rebuke. The Protagoras that Socrates channels argues that the one-eyed man puzzle is completely irrelevant.
Because Protagoras' theory is that man is the measure of all things. He never claimed that memory acts the exact same way as sight. He is talking about the relativity of truth.
So how does Socrates, playing the role of Protagoras, refine this? Because he moves away from true and false entirely, doesn't he?
He does, and this is the strongest possible version of relativism. He shifts the entire axis from true and false to good and bad, or better and worse.
The example he uses here is the sick man eating food. I think we need to really unpack that because it seems crucial to understanding how he defends this whole man is the measure idea for you listening.
Absolutely. So imagine a man who is sick. He has a fever. His body is completely out of balance. He drinks a glass of wine or eats a piece of food.
And to him, in that specific sick condition, the wine tastes bitter.
Right. And usually we would look at that man and say, the wine isn't bitter. Your mouth is just messed up from the fever. You are wrong about the wine.
But Protagoras argues, no. To that sick man, in that very moment, the bitterness is a concrete fact of reality.
It is bitter. It is a perfectly true perception for him.
Now, a healthy man drinks from that exact same bottle of wine and says it is sweet.
And that is also true. Protagoras says you cannot say the healthy man is wiser or truer than the sick man. They are just in different physical states, experiencing two totally and completely different realities.
So the doctor's job isn't to convince the sick man he is factually wrong about the wine.
Exactly. The doctor's job is to change his physical condition.
The physician uses drugs to alter the body so that the patient becomes healthy.
And once he is healthy, the wine tastes sweet. The sensation has changed from bad to good, but both sensations were equally real at the time they were experienced.
So the doctor didn't make the patient truer. He just made him better.
That is the crux of it. And he applies this directly to the sophist, to the teacher as well. He uses this beautiful analogy of the husbandman, the farmer.
Right, the farmer. A farmer working with plants tries to replace bad sensations or poor conditions in the soil with good, healthy ones.
Yes. Socrates argues that the wise educator does the exact same thing for the human soul. The sophist doesn't teach you the truth, with a capital T.
Because for Protagoras, that objective capital T truth just doesn't exist out there in the ether.
Exactly. The sophist uses words, speeches, and rhetoric to literally change the state of your mind.
He takes you from a state where you perceive things in a harmful or unpleasant way, and he moves you to a state where you perceive things in a useful, harmonious way.
It is purely utilitarian. It is entirely about what works.
Pragmatism is the word we might use for it today.
Protagoras essentially says, I don't make your thoughts truer, I make them better.
And then he extends this to politics, which is where things get really, really sticky.
Very sticky. He says that whatever a state enacts as law, whatever the community agrees is just for that state for as long as that law remains on the books.
So there is no external universal concept of justice hanging out in the sky, waiting to be discovered by lawmakers.
No, if a city votes that stealing is fine, then for that city, stealing is completely just.
Until they change their minds.
Exactly. The wise politician, in Protagoras' view, isn't the one who knows some eternal moral law. It is the one who can persuade the crowd to adopt laws that produce good or beneficial results rather than painful ones.
But notice the trap he sets for himself there. He still has to use the word better. He implicitly admits some outcomes are objectively preferable to others.
Which Socrates is definitely going to exploit later.
So after this intense defense, Socrates just drops the act. He turns back to Theodorus and basically says, okay, I've done my absolute best to save your friend's reputation.
I have given him the strongest possible argument from beyond the grave.
Now, you have to stop hiding behind the boy.
Yeah.
You have to strip and wrestle.
The wrestling metaphor is constantly recurring here, and it is quite vivid. Theodorus tries one last time to wiggle out of it. He says he is old and stiff.
But Socrates compares himself to the mythological giants Antaeus and Sciron.
Right. He says, I am a relentless fighter. Thousands of Heracles types have broken my head in argument, but I cannot stop. You are a traveler on my road. You must engage with me.
And right before they get back into the brutal logic of the debate, Socrates takes a deep breath. He looks at the fundamental difference between the two of them.
Between Theodorus, the geometrician and scholar, and the people running around frantically in the Athenian law courts.
And we get this incredible section, the grand digression. It feels on the surface like a detour from the main argument, but it really seems to be the emotional core of the entire text.
It is absolutely my favorite passage in the dialogue. It is a stunning portrait of two fundamentally different types of human souls.
Socrates contrasts the man of the courts, the lawyer, the politician, the practical man with the man of the chorus, the philosopher, the theoretical man.
Let's break down the lawyer first, because Socrates does not paint a pretty picture here.
No, he doesn't. The defining characteristic of the lawyer is a complete lack of time.
Socrates mentions the clepsydra, the water clock they used in Athenian courts to strictly time the speeches.
The lawyer is always driven by the flow of that water. He is never at leisure.
He is always compelled, always rushing.
And the stakes are always incredibly high. He is not arguing for the sake of finding the truth. He is arguing to save a client, or sometimes to save his own life.
And that constant high-stakes pressure warps him. Socrates says this practical man becomes keen and shrewd, like a very sharp tool, but his soul becomes small and unrighteous.
He actually compares him to a slave.
Because he has grown up in an environment of constant fear and danger, he has been forced to become crooked.
He learns to flatter the judge, to deceive, to do whatever is necessary to win within that strict time limit.
He thinks he is a master of wisdom because he knows how to manipulate the system so well, but inside, his spiritual growth is completely stunted.
In stark contrast to that, we have the philosopher. And the very first thing Socrates notes is that this person is practically useless in the real world.
Deliberately so. The philosopher doesn't know the way to the marketplace.
He doesn't even know where the courtroom is.
He doesn't hear the local rumors about who is sleeping with whom or who won the recent election. He ignores laws, decrees, scandals.
He is completely detached from what Socrates calls the littlenesses of the city.
Socrates tells that famous anecdote about Thales here, the very first recognized Greek philosopher.
Right, the archetype.
Yeah.
Thales is walking along at night, gazing up at the stars, trying to map out the heavens.
He is so incredibly focused on the sky that he doesn't look down at his own feet and falls right into a well.
And the Thracian handmaid, this witty, clever servant girl, she just laughs at him.
She says, "You are so eager to know what is happening up in the sky that you cannot even see what is right at your feet."
And Socrates says this jest is equally applicable to all philosophers.
To the common man, to the lawyer, the philosopher looks like an absolute idiot. He looks clumsy.
If you ask him to pack a bag of bedclothes for a trip, he does it awkwardly.
If you ask him to give a flattering speech to a king, he literally can't do it. He stumbles over his words.
Because he doesn't actually see the king as a king.
Precisely. This is the radical change in perspective that philosophy brings. When the philosopher hears someone being endlessly praised for owning 10,000 acres of land, he just laughs.
To someone who is used to contemplating the entire earth as a whole, 10,000 acres is just a tiny speck of dust.
And when someone boasts about their noble lineage, they brag they have 7 generations of wealthy ancestors, the philosopher sees it as a basic failure of arithmetic.
A failure of arithmetic. I love that phrasing.
Because every single human being has thousands and thousands of ancestors.
If you go back enough generations, we all have kings and slaves, rich men and beggars, heroes and cowards in our bloodline.
To be puffed up with pride over 7 generations shows you have a dull and narrow vision. You can't see the whole vast sweep of humanity.
So in the courtroom, or at a dinner party, the philosopher is the one who looks foolish. He gets laughed at by the handmaids and the mob.
But Socrates says there is a moment of revenge.
The revenge of the philosopher.
The revenge comes when the argument moves upward.
If the philosopher can somehow drag that slick lawyer out of the specific petty procedures of the court and up into the open air of abstract thought.
If instead of asking, did this specific man wrong me on this specific day, they ask, what is justice itself? What is injustice?
If, instead of asking, is the king happy with all his gold, they ask, what is human happiness? What is misery?
That is when the tables turn entirely.
Suddenly, the keen little legal mind is dizzy.
He is hanging from a great height, looking down into the sheer vastness of these universal questions.
He starts to stammer. He is completely lost. He doesn't have his water clock to rely on, or his brief, or his flattering rhetoric.
And now it is not the handmaid who laughs at him. It is the free men, those who've been educated to think deeply. The lawyer is revealed to be nothing but a slave to his own narrowness.
Socrates wraps up this whole digression with a really heavy, sobering thought about the ultimate consequences of these two divergent paths of life.
He says it is not about physical punishment in the afterlife or getting stripes or jail time. It is about patterns.
This is such a profound psychological insight for you to consider. He says there are two patterns eternally set before us in reality.
The divine pattern, which is blessed, holy, and wise, and the godless pattern, which is wretched and unrighteous.
And the penalty for bad behavior, for living the godless pattern, isn't being struck by a lightning bolt from Zeus.
No, the penalty is the inevitability of resemblance.
That is the truly terrifying part.
If you act like the keen, crooked lawyer day after day, you eventually become that exact pattern. You grow to permanently resemble the thing you are mimicking.
You end up living a life that completely matches your own internal corruption.
You are trapped in the hell of your own personality. That is the ultimate penalty, to become the evil you practice.
And he says even the clever rogues, the hardened rhetoricians, when you get them alone in private and force them to actually reason about these deep things, they eventually strip away their rhetoric.
And they become as helpless as children. They know deep down in their quiet moments that their worldly wisdom is completely hollow.
It is a beautiful, soaring defense of the philosophical life, but, as Theodorus kindly notes, if they digress forever, the original argument would just drown.
They have to go back down to the hard work. They have to actually refute Protagoras on logical grounds.
So we return to the battlefield. Theodorus and Socrates versus the ghost of Protagoras.
Yeah.
And they start dismantling the man is the measure theory, using Protagoras' own logic right against him.
Socrates uses a very specific logical method here called paratrope,
Theatrope.
which translates roughly to turning the tables. It is a logical knot. Remember, the core Protagoras' argument is that all opinions are true. Whatever a man thinks is true for him.
Right. If I think the wind is cold, it is cold.
So Socrates asks a very innocent-sounding question. He says, Theodorus, does the world contain people who believe in wisdom and ignorance?
Well, yes. When there is a war, or a terrible sickness, or a violent storm at sea, people look to the military commanders or the doctors or the pilots as if they were literal gods.
The world is full of people desperately seeking teachers and experts, which implies that everyone basically believes some people are wiser than others.
Which completely contradicts the idea that everyone is equally their own measure of truth.
Exactly. But Socrates goes even further with the table turning. He says, do the masses believe Protagoras is wrong?
Obviously they do. Thousands of people, the vast majority of the public, they think this relativistic stuff is pure nonsense. They believe in objective truth.
So the deeply held opinion of the masses is Protagoras is wrong.
Yes, that is their opinion.
But Protagoras says all opinions are true.
Oh.
Therefore, if he is to remain consistent with his own core philosophy, he must admit that the opinion of the masses, the opinion that Protagoras is wrong, is true.
Wow. So if he admits his opponents are right, he logically admits he is wrong.
And if he tries to say his opponents are wrong, then he violates his own foundational rule that no opinion is ever false.
The logic just folds in on itself entirely. The truth of Protagoras is true to absolutely nobody, not even to himself.
By trying to validate everyone's truth equally, he invalidates his own entirely. It is a self-refuting prophecy.
It deals with the abstract logic side of it beautifully. But Socrates wants to ground this back in reality again. He moves to the topic of expertise and the future.
This feels like the final, fatal blow to relativism. It is the most practical refutation they offer.
Because Protagoras had argued earlier that good is just what is expedient or useful for the city, and laws are enacted for a future benefit.
Right. A law isn't about the past. It is a prediction about what will keep the city stable tomorrow. So the question becomes, can a city be the sole measure of what will be good for it in the future?
Cities make terrible mistakes all the time about what will be expedient.
So Socrates shifts the ground from immediate physical sensations like the sick man and the bitter wine to the concept of the good in the future.
Is every man the measure of his own future reality?
We might agree that if I feel hot right now, I am the ultimate authority on my own current heat. Nobody can tell me I'm not hot, but do I know if I will be hot tomorrow?
Socrates brings in the concept of the expert here to dismantle this. He says, if a layman thinks, I will not get a fever tomorrow.
And a trained doctor looks at him and thinks, you absolutely will get a fever tomorrow. Whose opinion actually determines the future reality?
When tomorrow rolls around and the fever actually hits, the doctor is proven right.
The doctor's knowledge of the future was objectively superior. Therefore, the doctor was a better measure of reality than the patient was.
He uses the example of the vine grower, too. The farmer knows better than a harp player how the wine is going to taste before the grapes are even gathered.
The musician knows better than a physical training master what notes are going to sound harmonious when played together.
And the cook, I love the cook example.
It is perfectly relatable. The guest sitting at the dinner party is the ultimate judge of the pleasure of the meal while he is actually eating it.
But while the food is still raw, while it is still being prepared in the kitchen, who is the best judge of how good it will be? The cook.
The cook's expertise allows him to measure the future pleasure far better than the guest ever could.
And Socrates even turns this logic directly onto Protagoras himself, which is just brilliant.
It really is, because Protagoras was a famously successful sophist. He charged huge fees, tons of money, to teach students.
If every man is already the equal measure of his own truth, why on earth pay Protagoras? Why is he even claiming to be a teacher?
Exactly. He must be implicitly claiming that he knows better than his students what specific argument will win in court next week.
He is literally selling his expertise on predicting the future.
If he were to admit that the student's opinion about the future is just as valid as his own, he is completely out of a job.
So, on this battlefield of the future of prediction and utility and expediency, the measure theory just utterly collapses.
Not everyone is equal when it comes to the future. Some people, through hard-won expertise, measure reality far better than others.
If Protagoras were alive, he would be forced to admit that one man is wiser than another regarding predictions.
We have successfully separated wisdom from ignorance. We have mathematically proven that objective expertise exists.
And that brings us to the end of this specific movement in the text. Socrates and Theodorus have thoroughly battered the epistemological side of Protagoras.
They have shown that when it comes to future benefits and objective expertise, you simply cannot just wave your hands and say everything is relative.
But Socrates isn't entirely done. He hints that the root of the problem isn't just Protagoras' opinions on knowledge, but the actual physics underneath those opinions.
The metaphysical foundation, the theory of Heraclitus.
The doctrine of flux, the idea that all things are in constant motion.
If everything is always moving, flowing like a river, can we ever really point to anything and give it a stable name? That is exactly where he is heading next.
He has trimmed the branches of the argument, but now he really has to dig up the roots.
We are moving from the inner mind of the sophist to the very physical nature of the universe itself.
It seems like every single time they solve one of these puzzles, a deeper, darker one just opens right up beneath it.
That is the very nature of this text. We are constantly stripping away false definitions to see if anything truly solid remains at the very bottom.
So we have left the lawyer behind in his courtroom, anxiously checking his water clock.
We have left the one-eyed man trapped in the well.
And we are now standing right on the edge of the flux, the river that never stops flowing. And that is exactly where we will have to pick up the thread next time.
So jumping right back in, we are picking up the thread exactly where we left it.
Right in the middle of things.
Yeah, right in the thick of this incredible conversation in the book between Socrates, the mathematician Theodorus, and the young student Theaetetus.
And we really need to just hold on to the momentum here, because Socrates has been, up until this exact moment, relentlessly examining Protagoras' famous claim.
The idea that man is the measure of all things.
Exactly. And honestly, Socrates has been remarkably charitable so far. He's been doing what we might call steel-manning Protagoras' argument.
Trying to make it sound as robust as possible.
Right. Making it as defensible as he possibly can. He has allowed the idea that for immediate sensations, like whether the wind feels hot or cold against your skin, individual perception really is the ultimate standard.
Because if you feel cold, you are cold. That is your reality.
End of story. There is no arguing with someone's subjective, immediate physical sensation.
But right here, looking at the text we're analyzing today, the atmosphere changes completely.
It really does. It's palpable.
It feels like the polite dinner conversation is over, and the real, meticulous interrogation begins. We are shifting from a quiet, subjective space into something much larger.
We are pivoting from the subjective experience of the present moment to something much more objective. And frankly, something much more dangerous for a relativistic philosophy like the one Protagoras is pushing.
We're talking about the future.
Yes, the argument from legislation.
It is such a brilliant pivot, because Socrates shifts the ground entirely beneath Theodorus' feet. He moves away from asking, How does this wine taste to you right now?
Which is easy to be relativistic about.
Exactly. And instead, he asks, well, what happens when a city or a state makes a law?
Because when you stop to think about it in detail, legislation is a very specific, very fascinating human activity.
Yeah.
It isn't just about describing what is happening today.
Right. It's not a weather report.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
It is inherently a projection, a calculation.
It's a bet.
Precisely. It is a wager on the future. When a government passes a law, let's just imagine, say, a new economic policy or a regulation on trade, they aren't doing it just for the sake of putting ink on paper.
They are doing it because they believe it will be expedient.
Expedient or beneficial, yes.
Sure.
They are predicting that this law, once enacted, will produce a good result in a year or 5 years or 10 years down the line.
So, in a sense, you could say every law is a prophecy. The state is essentially standing up and saying, we predict that doing X right now will lead to a better Y tomorrow.
And this right here is where Protagoras' theory that man is the measure walks blindly into a trap.
A logical trap.
A massive one, because if Protagoras is right, and whatever person or state thinks is true genuinely is true for them, well, then that must apply to these laws too.
Oh, I see. So if the state thinks this law will be beneficial.
Then according to Protagoras, it simply is beneficial. The state's opinion dictates reality.
But that just completely flies in the face of all recorded history. We know for an absolute fact that states make mistakes. Constantly.
They do.
Mhm.
And Theodorus, being a very practical man, a mathematician who deals in hard proofs, he sees this immediately. He can't deny it.
Nobody could.
Yeah.
We have all seen examples in our own lives where a city or a nation passes a law with great fanfare, genuinely believing it will bring prosperity.
And instead, it brings absolute ruin. They thought it would be expedient, but it turned out to be incredibly harmful.
So the prediction was just wrong.
The prediction was objectively false. The state's opinion about the future did not match the actual reality of the future when it arrived.
And Socrates just pounces on this discrepancy.
He does. He establishes very quietly but firmly that when it comes to the future, man is not the measure. The result is the measure. Reality itself is the measure.
He uses some very down-to-earth analogies here to drive this point home for the listener. He talks about medicine, for instance.
Yes, the medical analogy is so powerful because it's so universally understood. He says, look, if you have a terrible fever, you might have an opinion on whether you're going to get better by next Tuesday.
Right. I might think, ooh, I'll be fine.
But a doctor also has an opinion about your fever. Now, are those two opinions equal? Protagoras would have to say yes if he wants to remain logically consistent.
Which sounds ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and Socrates points out the absurdity of it. If the doctor says, you will be cured if you take this medicine, and you say, I will not be cured, the actual event, the arrival of next Tuesday, will definitively prove one of you right and one of you wrong.
And usually it's the doctor who is right.
Because the doctor is wiser in these specific matters.
Yeah.
This is the crucial step Socrates is making. He is quietly reintroducing the hierarchy of wisdom.
Which Protagoras tried to flatten out.
Exactly. Protagoras wanted everyone to be equally a measure of truth. But Socrates forces Theodorus to admit that there is absolutely such a thing as being wiser or better informed about the future.
So the doctor is the measure of the cure, not the patient.
And the winemaker is the measure of how the wine will age, not the person who is just drinking a glass today.
And taking it back to the state, the expert politician or statesman is the measure of what laws will actually work in the future.
Exactly. It is a devastating refutation because it entirely breaks the equality of opinions. You can no longer look at the world and say that everyone's truth is equally valid.
Not when we are talking about outcomes.
Right. When we are talking about outcomes, there's an objective standard. Success or failure. And some people are demonstrably better at predicting that than others.
Theodorus actually gives in pretty quickly here. I mean, looking at the book, he essentially just says, Socrates, you've caught him. That is the best refutation.
He really seems relieved, almost, like he's glad to see Protagoras' theory crumble on this specific point.
But Socrates isn't satisfied with just that. And I think this is what makes this book so compelling. A lesser thinker would just take the win and go home.
They'd say, okay, we beat Protagoras, let's wrap it up.
But Socrates realizes that Protagoras' relativism, this whole idea that truth is subjective, is really just the surface level. It is built on a much deeper, much stranger metaphysical foundation.
But theory of flux.
The flux. And right here, the text shifts gears into something truly epic. Plato actually describes a battle of gods and giants.
It is such a dramatic, vivid image. It feels like we are zooming way out, going from a tight courtroom debate to a cosmic battlefield.
We really are. He is categorizing the entire history of philosophy up to his time into two warring camps. He sets the stage for this massive intellectual conflict.
On one side of the battlefield, you have the partisans of the flux.
The movers.
The movers, yes. These are the followers of Heraclitus of Ephesus. Their core foundational doctrine is panta. Everything flows.
Nothing stands still, ever.
Nothing. Reality is exactly like a river. You can never step in the same way twice because the water's always changing, new water's always flowing in, and frankly, you are always changing too.
And on the other side of this cosmic battle.
The partisans of the whole. The stoppers. These are the followers of Parmenides and Melissus. They argue the exact polar opposite. They claim that motion itself is an illusion. Reality is one. It is a single, unmoving, solid block of being.
So it's essentially fluid dynamics versus statics, total chaos versus total stasis.
And Socrates, being methodical, decides to take on the movers first, the Heracliteans.
He calls them the river gods of Ionia. And I just have to say, we have to spend a moment on the description Theodorus gives of these philosophers, because it is genuinely one of the funniest, most vivid passages in the entire book.
It really is. And you have to remember who is talking here. Theodorus is a geometry teacher. He deals in fixed shapes, clear proofs, eternal truths. A triangle is always a triangle.
A triangle doesn't flow.
Exactly. So he has this deep, almost visceral disgust for these Heraclitean guys.
He seems to have a personal vendetta against them. He calls them downright mad.
He describes them as if they are literally infected by their own philosophy. He says they are downright mad because they believe nothing is stable, and therefore they refuse to be stable themselves.
He says they literally cannot sit still during a conversation.
Never. And if you try to ask them a straightforward question, they treat it like an act of war. Theodorus says they reach into their quiver and shoot out a brief and dark saying.
Like a little riddle or an aphorism.
Right. Something cryptic, like the way up and the way down are one and the same.
And if you ask them, okay, that sounds very poetic, but what does it actually mean in plain language?
They just shoot another arrow at you. They absolutely refuse to stop and define their terms. And Theodorus explains why they do this.
Why are they so evasive?
Because they believe that if they pause to define a word, or if they engage in a structured, logical argument, they are betraying their own core philosophy.
Because to define something is to fix it in place.
Precisely. To define is to make something stand still. And since they firmly believe nothing ever stands still, they think structured argument is a fundamental lie about the universe. So they only speak in these slippery, evasive riddles.
It sounds incredibly frustrating to deal with. It's like trying to build a house with someone who keeps turning the bricks into water every time you try to lay one down.
That is the perfect analogy for what it's like debating them. And Socrates decides that since they won't stand still to be examined, he and Theodorus just have to examine the theory for them.
Right. He says, let's take this seriously. Let's treat the flux theory like a geometry problem. He wants to see if the idea that everything moves can actually hold up to rigorous logical scrutiny.
So they start by doing exactly what the Heracliteans hate doing. They start defining their terms. Socrates and Theodorus agree very calmly that there are two distinct kinds of motion in the universe.
Let's break those down for the listener because this is crucial.
The first kind is locomotion. This is the simplest, most intuitive kind of movement. It is when a thing changes its place.
Moving from point A to point B.
Exactly. Or spinning around in a circle in the same spot. The object itself might remain exactly the same in its composition, but its position in space changes.
Okay, that's very clear. I walk across the room, that's locomotion. A wheel turns, locomotion.
Now, the second kind of motion is alteration. This is when a thing might stay in the exact same place, but it changes its quality.
Like what, for example?
Like a bottle of wine slowly turning into vinegar in a cellar. Or an iron bar rusting in the rain. Or a person getting older. Or an object changing from white to black. Or from soft to hard.
So the physical stuff is still there, but its intrinsic nature is transforming.
Exactly. So we have movement in space, which is locomotion, versus change in quality, which is alteration.
Okay, I have those two concepts clear. So what is the trap Socrates sets here?
He asks us a very innocent-sounding question. He says, when the Heracliteans claim that all things are in motion, do they mean things are moving in just one of these ways, or in both of these ways simultaneously?
And Theodorus realizes they must mean both.
They absolutely have to mean both.
Yeah.
Because imagine for a moment if they said, well, things move in space, but they don't change their quality.
Then what happens?
Then you could point to a stone rolling down a steep hill and say, look, that is a stone. It is gray. It is hard.
And the rolling is motion, but the grayness and the hardness are at rest. They are stable qualities.
And Heraclitus absolutely forbids rust of any kind. His whole theory falls apart if even one tiny quality is at rest.
Right, because if the color is at rest, then not everything is flowing.
Correct. For the flux theory to be universally true, for everything to be in motion, there can be no stability anywhere, not even in the qualities of an object. So they are logically forced to admit that every single object is undergoing both locomotion and alteration constantly.
So as that stone rolls down the hill, it isn't just rolling. It must also be turning into mush and changing its color and heating up and cooling down all at the same time.
It must be fundamentally altering its essence in every microsecond.
Mm.
And this leads us to what I think is the most profound and honestly the most difficult part of this whole section of the book.
The linguistic collapse.
Yes, the complete breakdown of language.
Mm.
Socrates focuses the discussion on the example of whiteness, the color white.
Okay, let's walk through this slowly.
He asks, if an object is white, but it is subject to this universal, unrelenting flux, then its whiteness cannot be a static property.
It must be in the process of changing.
Changing into another color, yes. So as you look at it, the whiteness is already flowing into not whiteness.
So it's graying or yellowing or something.
But Socrates goes even deeper than that. It is not just that the physical object is changing color. It is that the actual nature of whiteness itself is a flux.
Wait, the concept of the color itself.
Yes. Because the concept of white stood still in your mind, that would be a form of rest. And rest is forbidden. So in this purely Heraclitean world, even the abstract concept of the color is constantly dissolving as you try to hold it in your thought.
But that makes speaking about anything completely impossible. Because if I say this thing is white, by the time I reach the end of the sentence, it's not true anymore.
It is actually even worse than that. It implies that the act of seeing itself is impossible.
How so?
Do you remember earlier in the book, they spent a long time discussing how perception is an interaction. They established that the eye meets the object, and the act of seeing is born from that meeting.
Right, they called it a twin birth. The interaction creates the sight.
Exactly. But if the physical eye is constantly changing physically and qualitatively, and the object is constantly changing, then the interaction itself is entirely fluid. The event of seeing is constantly flowing into not seeing.
So you can't even say, I see the stone.
You can't say, I see. You can't say, I know. You can't even say it is. In a world of total radical flux, knowledge ceases to exist entirely because there's absolutely nothing stable to grab onto.
It's like trying to catch smoke with a net made of steam.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Ah.
Socrates actually jokes about the language they are forced to use here. He points out that you can't even use basic words like so or this or thus.
Because saying thus implies a state of being.
Right. It is thus. But if it is constantly changing, it is never thus. Socrates suggests, with a bit of irony, that the Heracliteans need a completely new language. They shouldn't be allowed to use verbs like is or are.
What should they use instead?
He says they should perhaps just make noises, or maybe use a phrase like know-how to express this infinite, indefinite, slippery sliding of reality.
It's just a complete and total destruction of the possibility of human discourse. If every single thing changes constantly, meaning is impossible. We couldn't have this conversation.
And with that realization, Theodorus and Socrates find themselves in total agreement. The doctrine of flux is logically untenable. It defeats itself.
And since Protagoras' whole idea that man is the measure relied completely on this flux to explain why my truth right now is different from your truth right now, Protagoras is effectively refuted too.
Yes. His foundation is turned to sand and washed away in the river.
So having thoroughly dealt with the movers, the running philosophers, Theaetetus gets very excited. You can feel his youthful energy in the text.
He's a young student. He's just watched his master totally dismantle this huge theory, and he wants more.
He essentially says, okay, we smashed the flux guys. Now let's look at the rest guys. Let's talk about Parmenides and this grand idea that all is one.
And right here, we get a truly fascinating, very human moment from Socrates. He refuses.
He completely dodges the debate. And I have to admit, this really surprised me when reading the book because Socrates usually loves a fight. He never backs down from an intellectual challenge.
He usually doesn't, but his refusal here is very specific and very revealing. He expresses a deep, almost religious reverence for Parmenides. He actually quotes Homer, calling Parmenides venerable and awful.
And we should clarify, awful here doesn't mean bad.
No, no. Awful in the old sense of the word. Full of awe. Terrifyingly impressive.
Look, he respects him that much.
He does. Socrates tells young Theaetetus that he actually met Parmenides when Socrates, was very young and Parmenides was quite old. And that meeting clearly left a profound mark on him.
But his reason for dodging the debate isn't just about awe or fear, is it? It's about maintaining focus on their mission.
Exactly. That is the real reason. Socrates says to him, I fear that the nature of knowledge may be thrust out of sight by the unbidden guests who will come pouring in.
The unbidden guests being these massive metaphysical questions.
Right. He realizes that the question, is the universe ultimately one or many? That is the ultimate philosophical rabbit hole. If they open that door, if they start debating the fundamental nature of the one, they will never, ever get back to the original question they started with.
Which is, what is knowledge?
Yes. They will get completely lost in high metaphysics, and they will never solve the epistemological puzzle that is sitting right in front of them.
So Socrates exhibits this incredible intellectual discipline here. He firmly steers the ship away from the siren song of Parmenides, and he turns them back to the immediate problem.
He deliberately leaves the grand structure of the universe behind, and he goes back to looking at the structure of the human being.
He turns his attention back to Theaetetus, and to redefine knowledge, he introduces this really vivid, slightly disturbing analogy of the wooden horse.
The Trojan horse. This is one of the most famous and important images in the entire dialogue. Socrates asks a question that, at first glance, sounds like he's just chopping up grammar.
But it cuts to the core of what it means to be a conscious person.
It really does. He asks Theaetetus, do we see with our eyes or through our eyes?
It sounds like such a subtle distinction, with versus through.
It is subtle, but I want you to really think about the implications of the two options. If we see with our eyes, that phrasing implies that the eyes themselves are the agents.
The eyes are the things doing the actual knowing.
Exactly. And if we hear with our ears, then the ears are the knowers.
Okay, I follow that.
Socrates says, imagine if that were actually true. We would be exactly like a hollow wooden horse filled with Greek soldiers. Each soldier inside the horse is a different sense.
So there's a little soldier in your eye looking out.
Right. And there's a different soldier in your ear listening. But the horrifying thing is they're completely separate from each other. The eye soldier doesn't know anything about what the ear soldier hears.
And the ear soldier doesn't know what the nose soldier smells.
Exactly. There would be no unity. There would be no you. Just a biological bag of independent sensors firing off isolated, disconnected signals in the dark.
It's a really chilling image of consciousness. We would be a collection of disconnected parts, not a unified person experiencing the world.
But Socrates argues that our daily experience of life isn't like that at all. When you hold a rose, you see the red color, and you smell the floral scent, and you feel the sharp thorns on the stem.
All at the same time.
And you, the central, unified you, are binding all those disparate sensations together into a single, cohesive object called a rose.
So Socrates is arguing that we see through the eyes.
Yes. The eyes are merely the instruments. They're just the windows. The ears are just the trumpets funneling the sound. The soul, the psyche, is the singular entity inside, looking out through those windows.
The soul is the great unifier.
The soul is the central processing unit, if you want a modern metaphor. And he proves this to Theaetetus by discussing what he calls common notions.
Or universals.
Universals, yes. This is the clincher of his argument. He asks Theaetetus to think about two entirely different sensory inputs. Let's say a color and a sound, like the color blue and the sound of a harp.
Okay, I'm imagining looking at something blue and hearing a harp playing.
Now, Socrates points out that you can have complex thoughts about both of them together. You can think to yourself, both of these things exist.
Right, the blue exists, the sound exists.
You can think they are different from each other, or you can think together they are two things, but separate they are each one thing.
Sure, that's just basic logic.
But here is the killer question Socrates drops on him. What specific organ are you using to perceive that differentness? Did you see the concept of difference with your physical eye?
Well, no. The eye just takes in the frequency of the color blue. It doesn't see abstract mathematical concepts like difference.
Did you hear the concept of existence with your ear?
No, the ear just vibrates with the note of the harp. It doesn't hear existence.
Exactly. There is absolutely no bodily organ for being. There is no nostril you can use to smell sameness. There is no taste bud on your tongue that can taste number or unity.
Because these are purely abstract concepts. They apply to all the different senses, but they don't originate from any of them.
So the natural question is, Where do these abstract concepts come from?
And Theaetetus actually gets this right. He correctly deduces the answer. He says, the soul views these things by herself.
By herself. That is such a beautiful, profound phrase in the text.
It really is the moment of discovery for the young student.
It is a breakthrough. The soul isn't just a passive bucket that just sits there collecting raw sense data. The soul has its own distinct internal activity.
It generates categories.
It categorizes, it compares, it inherently understands being, likeness, unlikeness, good, evil, noble, base.
And it accesses all these universal truths through reasoning, through calculation, by actively comparing the past, the present, and the future.
And this realization creates a massive, impenetrable wall between the concept of perception and the concept of knowledge.
The Great Wall of Plato.
Look at the syllogism Socrates builds right here. It is logically watertight. Step 1.
You cannot have knowledge without grasping truth.
Makes sense.
Step 2. You cannot grasp truth without grasping meaning reality or existence.
Step 3. Perception. Mere raw physical sensation cannot grasp being. It only grasps the immediate, fleeting flash of color or sound. It does not possess the equipment to grasp the actual existence of the color.
Therefore,
perception is fundamentally not knowledge.
and just like that, it's over. Theaetetus' very first definition, that knowledge is perception, is completely dead.
It is dead and buried. Socrates even points out that animals have perception. A newborn baby has perception the moment it opens its eyes.
If knowledge were just seeing and hearing, a cat would be a philosopher.
Exactly. But knowledge requires this much higher level processing, this reasoning about being, which implies that knowledge is something that takes time, it takes rigorous education, and it requires the active, strenuous work of the soul.
So if we look at where we are in the book now, we have completely cleared the board. The measure is gone.
Gone.
The flux theory is gone.
Dismantled.
And knowledge's perception is gone. Theaetetus essentially has to start from scratch.
He does. And honestly, to his credit, the kid learns fast. He looks at what they just logically established, the fact that the soul has this internal conversation, this active reasoning process.
And he calls this process opining or forming an opinion.
Right. But he isn't foolish. He knows that opinions can be wrong. We all have wrong opinions.
Yeah.
So he can't just boldly claim that knowledge is opinion. He has to qualify it.
So he offers his second major definition in the dialogue. He says, knowledge is true opinion.
And it seems like such a logical, natural next step. If I deeply believe something, and it actually turns out to be true in reality, surely I know it. It feels intuitively right to us.
But Socrates, as always, is the absolute master of the pause. He stops Theaetetus right at the door.
He throws up a roadblock.
He is not ready to accept true opinion yet because his mind is stuck on a puzzle that seems to precede it entirely.
The enormous problem of false opinion.
I have to say, this part of the book always trips me up a bit when I read it, because Socrates seems to be genuinely deeply confused by something that happens to all of us 10 times a day. He essentially asks, how is it logically possible to be wrong?
It sounds almost silly to a modern ear, right?
Yeah.
How is error possible? We are wrong all the time. I was wrong about where I left my keys this morning.
Exactly. It's the most common human experience.
But you have to understand, Socrates is looking for the precise mechanism of error. He is treating the mind like a perfect logical machine.
Yeah.
And he sets up a strict binary trap to show why, theoretically, error shouldn't be able to exist in that machine.
The knowing versus not knowing trap.
Right. He says, let's keep this as simple as possible. Take any object or person in the world. Let's just take Socrates himself. You either know Socrates or you do not know Socrates.
Okay, a strict binary choice. No middle ground.
He deliberately ignores the messy process of slowly learning or gradually forgetting for a moment just to keep the logic completely pure. So he asks, if you make a mistake, if you form a false opinion, what is actually mechanically happening in your mind? Let's run through the 4 possible scenarios.
Let's do it.
Scenario 1. Am I thinking that one thing I know is actually another thing I know? For example, I know Socrates perfectly well, and I know Theaetetus perfectly well. Can I look right at Socrates and truly think to myself, that is Theaetetus?
Socrates argues no, because if I truly know both of them, I have their precise imprints or their files securely in my mind. I recognize them. I wouldn't genuinely confuse two things that I perfectly clearly know.
Exactly. If the distinct knowledge of both is fully present, the recognition should be instant and flawless. So scenario 1 fails.
Okay, what's scenario 2?
Do I think something I know is something I don't know? Meaning, can I look at Socrates, whom I know very well, and genuinely think he is some complete stranger I have never met before in my life?
That seems impossible to. If I know him, I know him. The recognition happens automatically.
Right. Scenario 3. Do I think something I don't know is something else I don't know?
Well, no. If I don't know either of the things, I don't have the mental files for them. I can't really form any opinion about them at all, true or false. I have no data to work with.
Which leaves us with the final option. Scenario 4. Do I think something I don't know is something I do know?
Again, impossible. How could you positively identify an unknown thing as a specific known thing if the files don't match?
You can't. So if we rigorously stick to this strict binary of knowing versus not knowing, there is literally no conceptual space for error to occur.
You either have the knowledge and you are right, or you don't have it and your mind is blank. You can't be wrongly knowledgeable.
It's exactly like a computer database querying a file. You either pull up the file or you get a file not found error. You can't pull up the wrong file if the search system is working perfectly.
That is maddening logic, but it holds together. So what does Socrates do next?
He realizes the knowing binary is a dead end. So he tries a completely different angle. He says, okay, let's look at it from the perspective of being.
Okay.
Maybe false opinion is simply thinking that which is not.
Thinking the non-existent.
He compares it to vision again to test it. He asks Theaetetus, can you see nothing?
No. If I am seeing, I must be seeing something. If I look into a void and see nothing, I am not seeing. I am essentially blind in that moment.
Can you hear nothing?
No. Silence is just the absence of hearing. To actively hear is to hear a specific sound.
So Socrates argues, applying that same rule, can you think nothing?
I see exactly where he's going with this, because to think is to think about something. If I say, I am thinking about a unicorn, the unicorn is the object of my thought.
Even if the unicorn isn't real in the physical world, it is a real object in your mind.
Right. But if you try to think about pure, non-being absolute nothingness, you aren't actually thinking. Your mind is blank. You cannot hold nothing as an object of thought.
It slips right through your fingers. So you cannot have a false opinion by thinking of nothing, because thinking of nothing is just not thinking at all.
It's incredible. So we can't explain error as confusing knowns, and we can't explain it as thinking nothing.
It seems like every logical avenue is completely blocked.
Socrates does try one last desperate attempt in this section to figure it out, right? He calls it heterodoxy.
Yes. Heterodoxy or allodoxy, depending on the translation. It translates to other opinion. It's the idea of exchanging or swapping things in your mind.
He suggests, well, maybe the mind shoots an arrow at a target and just hits the wrong bird. Maybe I genuinely meant to think of the concept of the beautiful, but I accidentally reached onto my mental shelf, grabbed the concept of the ugly, and swapped their labels.
And honestly, that sounds very plausible to us. That feels a lot like what actually happens when we make a mistake. We use the wrong word or we get flustered and swap the labels in our head.
It feels right.
It does feel right.
Yeah.
And Socrates drags us forcefully back to his rigorous definition of what thinking actually is.
Yeah.
Remember earlier, he defined thinking very specifically as a conversation the soul has with herself.
Right. It is an internal dialogue. The soul asks itself questions and it answers them. Is this true?
Yes.
Yes. Is that false? Yes.
So Socrates asks a very piercing question. Would a sane mind, in the quiet, deliberate space of its own internal conversation, ever look at the pure concept of noble and the pure concept of base and say to itself, you know what, these are exactly the same thing?
No, of course not. You might be deeply confused about a specific, complex action in the real world. Like, you might ask yourself, is this particular war noble or base?
But you wouldn't confuse the abstract definitions of the concepts themselves.
Never. You wouldn't look at the number 11 in your mind and firmly say to yourself, I have thought about it and I'm certain this is the number 12.
Exactly. No one, not even someone who is mad or asleep, convinces themselves that two distinct known realities are actually one and the same. To deliberately switch odd for even in your own silent mind is completely impossible because the definitions are utterly distinct to you.
So the swapping explanation, this heterodoxy, fails completely too.
It completely crumbles.
This is incredibly frustrating. I mean, as a reader, we know we make mistakes. We know for a fact that false opinion exists in the world.
But every single logical path we take to try and explain exactly how it exists, mechanically, ends in a brick wall.
It's a dead end, every time.
And that, right there, is the state of aporia.
Aporia. Perplexity.
Yes. We are in the pit. We have successfully logically realized that our basic, everyday intuition about how our own minds work is completely wrong. We are staring at a blank wall.
Socrates has systematically stripped us of everything we thought we knew. We don't know what knowledge is anymore. We don't know what perception actually is.
And now, incredibly, we don't even know how we managed to be wrong.
We are stuck in this state of total unresolved suspension.
And the brilliant thing is, that is exactly where Socrates wants us to be. Because his method insists that only when you fully realize that you cannot explain the simplest, most basic things about yourself, only then are you actually ready to start doing real philosophy.
You have to clear the ground first.
The wreckage of our false assumptions is literally the only place we can begin to build something true.
So here we are, standing right in the middle of the rubble, with the dust settling all around us. We have dismantled all these massive arguments, but we haven't found a single positive answer yet.
We just have to sit here in the dark and wait to see if Socrates can find a light switch in the next section of the discussion.
The tension is very real, and the problem is entirely unsolved, so we just have to sit with this unresolved tension.
So, we are still standing right there with Socrates and Theaetetus. We haven't moved an inch from where we left off. And honestly, the tension in the text is getting a little thick.
Yeah, it really was.
We are right in the middle of this incredibly tangled web they have woven about the human mind. And we just can't step out of it yet.
It's a mess. I mean, it's a productive mess, but they are really digging into the absolute foundations of how we think.
Right. And the question on the table, the thing that is just really haunting Socrates at this specific moment, is this idea of false opinion.
Mistaken belief.
Exactly. Now, to you and me, that sounds pretty trivial. Seems so simple. We make mistakes. We think things are true when they aren't.
Right, we do it all the time.
Like, I thought I left my keys on the counter, but they were actually in the door. False opinion, done. So why is this such a headache for them in the book?
Because to the modern mind, error is just a glitch. You know it's a malfunction of the wetware. But Socrates is stuck on the strict logic of it.
The logic of making a mistake.
Right. He is not asking if we make mistakes. Obviously, he knows we do. He is asking how it is logically possible for a human mind to actually think something is false. He's treating the mind like a closed circuit.
A closed circuit. I like that. That's a really great way to put it.
To really understand his confusion here, because I think readers often get frustrated with Socrates at this part, we have to look at the strict rules he is applying to the game of thinking.
Right. The rules of the game.
Socrates is essentially arguing that thinking is a form of internal dialogue. It's the soul talking to itself, asking questions and answering them internally.
Okay, so if I'm thinking about a ring, my soul is saying the word ring. I am engaging with that specific concept.
Yes, you are apprehending the object. You have it securely in your mental grasp. Now, Socrates sets up a binary. He says, concerning any object or concept in the universe, you are in one of two states.
Only two.
Only two. Either you know it or you don't know it. There is absolutely no middle ground in this specific argument. It's on or off.
Okay, let me make sure I have this. I know what a ring is, and I know what a stone is. Those are knowns.
Exactly. So Socrates asks a question. If you have both of them in your thoughts and you know what both of them are, you have the definition of ring and the definition of stone locked in your mind, would you ever in your right mind seriously say to yourself, this ring is a stone?
Well, no. That sounds insane.
Right.
If I have the clear concept of a ring and the clear concept of a stone, I'm never going to look at the ring and say, ah, yes, that is definitely a stone, unless I'm hallucinating or something.
And that is precisely Socrates' point. He asks if any man in his senses or out of them ever seriously tries to persuade himself that an ox is a horse, or that two is one.
Because they are mutually exclusive.
Yes. If you are holding both concepts, the concept of ox and the concept of horse, you cannot confuse them. The mind separates them by definition. To know them is to know they are different.
Okay, so that covers the situation where I know both things. I can't mistake one for the other because I know the difference. The two files are open on my mental desktop, and they look totally different. But what about the other option? What if I don't know one of them?
Follow the logic here. If you only have one of them in your mind, let's say you are thinking about goodness, but you aren't thinking about badness at all. You don't know it.
Yeah.
Can you mistake the one you are thinking of for the one you aren't thinking of?
No, because the other one isn't even in my head. I can't mistake goodness for a blank space.
Precisely. You cannot apprehend that which is not in your thoughts. You can't mistake a known thing for an unknown thing because the unknown thing is essentially invisible to your mind.
It's just not there.
Right. And obviously you can't mistake two things you don't know for each other because you weren't thinking of either of them.
So Socrates just closes the trap right there. If you can't mistake two things you know for each other, you can't mistake something you know for something you don't know, then logically, false opinion is impossible.
It is a total logical dead end. He has talked us into a corner where making a mistake is a metaphysical impossibility. He has essentially proven that humans are infallible.
Which is hilarious,
Yeah.
because we are obviously not infallible.
Yeah.
It feels like a magic trick, doesn't it? He has used words to just delete reality.
It does feel that way.
But we do make mistakes.
Yeah.
We do it constantly. So clearly this model of how we think, this idea of just holding objects in the mind in a binary way, it has to be incomplete.
And that is exactly where Socrates pivots. He realizes that this abstract logic, this rigid binary of know versus not know, is failing them. It is too sterile.
They need something messier.
They need a mechanism. They need a model of the mind that allows for the physical reality of error. And this is where he introduces one of the most famous and frankly one of the most beautiful metaphors in the history of philosophy.
The wax tablet.
The wax tablet. And notice how he frames it in the text. He doesn't just say, hey, imagine a tablet. He frames it almost mythologically. He calls it the gift of Mnemosyne.
Mnemosyne, the mother of the muses.
Yes. And her name literally means memory. So he is saying, let's imagine that inside the soul of every human being there is a block of wax. And this wax block is the physical medium of our memory.
I really love this image because it is so tactile you can almost feel it. So walk us through the mechanics of it. How does this wax actually work in his model?
Think of a signet ring. You know how in the ancient world, if you wanted to seal a letter or authenticate a document, you would wear a ring with a unique design carved into it?
Right, like a personal logo or a family crest.
Exactly. And you would take that hard metal ring and press it firmly into hot, soft wax. Socrates says that our perceptions and our thoughts work in the exact same way.
So when I see a tree,
When you see a tree or hear a melody or even just think of an abstract concept, you hold this internal wax underneath that perception.
like we are taking an impression of the world.
Yes, we stamp the impression into the wax of our soul. And as long as that impression remains in the wax, as long as the physical shape is intact there, we remember it. We know it.
But wax changes.
It does. If the wax is too soft and the image just melts away over time, or if we rub it out intentionally to make room for something else, then we forget.
Or I guess if the wax was just too hard to take the impression in the first place, we completely fail to learn.
Correct. This is essentially tabula rasa, the blank slate. He is introducing this concept centuries before John Locke made it the foundation of his philosophy. It beautifully explains learning, and it explains forgetting.
It makes so much intuitive sense. It explains why I can remember my childhood phone number perfectly, but not what I had for lunch last Tuesday. One got stamped deep and the other was just a light graze.
Right.
But we are here to solve the problem of false opinion. How does a block of wax explain me making a mistake?
This is the crucial update to their theory. Before they were talking about abstract objects just floating in void, now they are talking about the physical act of matching. False opinion, Socrates suggests, is a misalignment.
A misalignment between what exactly?
Between the perception and the memory. It happens when you have a memory already stamped in your wax and you have a brand new visual perception coming in from your eyes, and you try to match them up, but you get it wrong.
Okay, we definitely need an example for this. A real-world scenario to ground it.
Socrates uses the example of knowing two people. Let's say you know Theodorus and you know Theaetetus. You have the stamp of their faces pressed firmly into your wax. You know them. The files are there.
Got it. I have the memory files for both guys.
Now imagine you see them from a distance. They are far away. Maybe the light is bad, or maybe it is a bit foggy out. You see a shape walking towards you.
Okay.
That visual perception is a new signal. Your mind has to take that raw visual signal and fit it into the existing wax imprint to actually recognize the person.
Like trying to fit a puzzle piece into a pre-cut slot.
Yes. An error false opinion happens when you put the foot in the wrong shoe.
That is the exact phrase he uses, right? Putting the foot in the wrong shoe.
It is. It implies that you have the shoe, which is the memory of Theaetetus, and you have the foot, which is the live vision of Theodorus, but the connection between them is just off.
So you see Theodorus, but your mind mistakenly snaps that visual signal into the wax imprint of Theaetetus.
Exactly. You've transposed the thought.
It was like a mirror image reversal. Or think about when you button your shirt up wrong in the morning. You have the right buttons and you have the right holes, But you started one step off, and now the whole thing is completely crooked.
That is perfectly said. And Socrates is very careful to specify that this is the only way error can happen in this model. It requires three distinct things. You must know the object, so you have the wax imprint. You must be perceiving the object currently, so seeing or hearing it, and you must fail to align them correctly.
So if I don't know Theaetetus, if I have absolutely no wax imprint of him in my soul, I can't mistake him for someone else I know.
Right, because there is no shoe to put the foot into. You would just look at him and see a stranger.
And if I am not seeing anyone, if I am sitting in a dark room and there is no foot, I can't make the mismatch either.
Precisely. It is specifically this friction, this active intersection between memory and perception, where the spark of false opinion actually catches fire.
I really like how physical this feels. It turned error into a mechanical failure of the mind rather than a logical impossibility.
It really solves the immediate problem.
But Socrates doesn't just stop with the mechanism, does he? He goes on to describe the actual quality of the wax itself.
Oh, this is the best part of the whole metaphor. He basically creates an entire personality test based on soul wax. It is a remarkably detailed psychology of human intellect, and it is all based on the physical properties of this imaginary substance. He asks us to consider that everyone's wax is just a little bit different.
So let's diagnose ourselves here. Let's look at the ideal wax first. What does a genuinely wise person's wax look like in this model?
The wise man has wax that is deep, abundant, smooth, and perfectly tempered. It is not too hot and it is not too cold.
Goldilocks wax.
Exactly. Because the wax is deep, the impressions go in far. They aren't shallow or easily rubbed away. Because it is clear and smooth, the edges of the stamp are incredibly sharp. There is no fuzziness to their memory.
And abundant.
Because it is abundant, there is plenty of room in the soul. The impressions don't get crowded or stacked on top of each other.
So these are the people who just learn easily. The stamp sinks in without any real effort.
Yeah.
And they remember well because the wax holds the exact shape.
Yes. These people can quickly distribute their incoming perceptions into the proper slots in the wax. They don't get confused. They look at a horse, they feel the horse stamp in their chest and click it fits perfectly. They are what we call clever or wise.
Okay, that sounds great for them.
Yeah.
But what about the rest of us? Socrates lists some significantly less flattering wax types.
Well, there is the shaggy heart. This is actually a direct reference to the poet Homer, who praised the shaggy heart of heroes. But here, Socrates flips it and interprets shaggy to mean rough, gritty, or having an admixture of earth or dung.
Oof. Having literal dung in your soul wax. That is incredibly evocative and a little gross.
It is definitely not a compliment. If your wax is gritty or stony, the impressions you take are indistinct. The surface just isn't smooth, so the stamp doesn't leave a clear mark.
So what does that mean for the person?
These people might be painstaking. They work really hard to learn things, but their understanding is essentially unclear. They always have a bit of noise in the signal. They struggle to match perceptions because their imprints are blurry.
And what about the temperature? What if my wax is too hot?
This is fascinating. If the wax is too soft or overly moist, you learn incredibly fast. The stamp sinks right in with zero resistance. These are people who seem very quick-witted. You tell them something and they get it immediately.
But there is a catch.
The catch is that the wax is simply too soft to hold the shape. As soon as the stamp is removed, the wax starts melting back into a flat puddle. These are the people who are remarkably quick to learn, but equally quick to forget. They just can't hold on to knowledge long term.
I think we all know a few people exactly like that. And then the opposite of that, the hard wax.
The hard wax represents the person who is quite slow to learn. It takes a huge amount of pressure, a lot of intense studying, and a lot of repetition to force that seal into the cold, hard wax of their soul.
But once it is there...
Once it is there, it is absolutely frozen. It lasts forever. These are people with excellent, unshakable memories, but perhaps much slower processing speeds when they are taking in new information.
And then there's the sad one, the little soul.
The small block of wax. This is tragic, really. If the wax is just too small physically, all the impressions are jostled together. There is simply no room. Everything overlaps and smudges.
So they're just perpetually confused.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Because their memories are a messy blur. They are always mistaking one thing for another because they literally cannot tell where one impression ends and the next one begins in their own mind.
It is such a compelling theory. I mean, it explains stupidity, it explains forgetfulness, and it completely explains error as a physical, material failure of the soul. It feels so complete. I really want this to be the final answer.
It does feel complete, and Theaetetus thinks so too. He is totally ready to sign the papers and go home. He says to Socrates, no man could say anything truer than that.
But, as is always the case with Socrates, just when the building looks completely finished, he walks around to the foundation and pulls out a load-bearing brick.
The sledgehammer of logic comes out. Because as wonderfully good as the wax tablet is for explaining how I mistake a stranger for my friend, which again is a visual sensory error, it fails completely when we stop talking about seeing things.
Right, when we take away the physical perception.
Exactly. Socrates destroys his own beautiful theory with a really simple mathematical objection. He asks us to consider numbers, not 5 men or 7 horses, but the numbers themselves. Pure abstract concepts, 5 and 7.
Okay, let's do the math. So in my wax, I have the imprint of the number 5 and the number 7. And I also have the number 11 and the number 12. I learned them all in elementary school. They're securely stamped in there.
Right, you have the files. Now imagine a man asks himself, what is the sum of 5 and 7? He is trying to retrieve the answer mentally. He has the imprint of 11 in his mind, and he has the imprint of 12. And we know that people make mistakes in arithmetic all the time. People very often think 5 plus 7 equals 11.
Sure, it is very common error. I do it when I'm tired or rushing through a calculation.
But think deeply about what that actually means within the wax tablet model. There is no external perception happening here. He isn't seeing the number 11 distantly in the fog like he saw Theodorus. He's operating entirely inside the dark space of the wax.
He is just holding the imprint of 11 and the imprint of 12.
And earlier we agreed, it was the very first rule we established, that if you have 2 things securely in your mind, you cannot mistake one for the other.
Precisely. If the error is happening purely in abstract thought, then the foot in the wrong shoe analogy just completely breaks down. There is no foot. There is only the shoe.
Yes, you are essentially reaching for the memory of 12, and you are simultaneously holding the memory of 11, and you are telling yourself those are the exact same thing. But that violates the core absolute rule. You cannot think that 11 is 12 if you know what both of them are.
So the wax tablet perfectly explains sensory errors, optical illusions, or mistaken identities, but it absolutely cannot explain errors of abstract internal thought.
It fails entirely. If we stick to the wax tablet, we are forced to admit that a man can know the number 11 and know the number 12, and yet somehow fundamentally not know them at the exact same time. It leads to an unbreakable contradiction. So Socrates says we have to abandon the wax.
It's too passive.
That's the key. It's too passive. It implies we just have knowledge sitting there in our soul like a static painting on a wall.
That is a really important distinction. The wax is passive. The image just sits there waiting. But thinking as an experience feels active. It feels like doing something.
Exactly. So Socrates decides they need to get significantly more sophisticated about what it actually means to have knowledge. He introduces a critical distinction between possessing knowledge and having knowledge.
Wait, in English, those sound like total synonyms. I possess a car. I have a car. What is the actual difference for Socrates here?
Think of a heavy winter coat. You might buy a coat and hang it up in your closet at home. You possess that coat. It belongs to you. It is legally yours, and it is in your house. But right now, sitting here in this room, you aren't wearing it. You don't have it on you.
Okay, I see. You possess it, but you aren't actively holding it or using it.
Exactly. I can own knowledge. It can be stored somewhere in my brain without me currently thinking about it. I possess the knowledge of the multiplication tables. But until you asked me a math question a minute ago, I wasn't having that knowledge. I wasn't actively holding it in my mind's eye.
So to illustrate this active versus passive state, Socrates introduces the second really great metaphor of this dialogue, the aviary.
The birdcage.
Imagine he says that the human mind is a large enclosure, a massive aviary, and the birds flying around inside this cage represent all the different kinds of knowledge, the sciences, the arts, the numbers.
Okay, so when we are born.
The cage is totally empty. This is another version of the blank slate. We are born completely ignorant. And as we live and learn, we basically go hunting. Learning is the active process of catching a wild bird out in the world, say the knowledge of archery or the knowledge of the number 12, and locking it inside your personal cage.
Once it is in the cage, you possess it. You own that knowledge.
But just because it is in the cage doesn't mean I'm currently using it. Those birds are alive. They are moving around.
Right. And this is exactly where the metaphor beats the wax tablet. The birds are actively flying around. They are wild things. Some fly in large flocks. Maybe related sciences fly together in patterns. Some fly completely alone.
So when you want to use your knowledge, when you want to recall something specific or solve a math problem, you have to reach into the cage and catch the specific bird you need. You have to physically take it in your hands.
So thinking itself is the act of recapturing a bird you already own.
Yes. The first hunt is learning, getting the bird into the cage from the outside world. The second hunt is recall, grabbing it from the flock inside your own mind. And this, Socrates argues, is exactly where false opinion comes from. It is a hunting accident.
A hunting accident. It is the second hunt going wrong.
Exactly. You know the answer. You possess the knowledge of 12. It is flying around in your head somewhere. But when you ask yourself, what is 5 plus 7, you reach into the chaos of the fluttering flock to grab the 12 bird. But you miss. You accidentally grab the 11 bird instead.
The ringdove versus the pigeon.
That is the exact analogy he uses. You wanted the pigeon, which represents the number 12. But in the flutter of wings, you caught the ringdove, which is the number 11. You hold it securely in your hand and you say, this is the answer.
So you are mistaking the 11 for the 12, not because you don't know 12, but because you grabbed the wrong piece of active knowledge. You were having the wrong thought, even though you possess the right one somewhere in the cage.
This feels like it completely solves the math problem from earlier. It perfectly explains how I can have the knowledge inside me. I am not stupid. I know how to do math, but I can still mess up in the moment. It is simply a retrieval error.
It is a very appealing and dynamic model. It makes the mind feel active. We are the hunters of our own thoughts. It beautifully explains that tip-of-the-tongue phenomenon where you know the name of an actor, but you just can't quite catch the bird in that moment.
It makes perfect intuitive sense. But I know what is coming. Socrates is never happy with the first answer, or the second. What is the fundamental problem with the birds?
Socrates spots a fatal flaw in the logic.
Yeah.
And it is a tricky one. He asks us to look closely at the bird in your hand. That bird represents the actual knowledge of 11?
Right. It is the literal knowledge bird of the number 11.
So you are physically holding knowledge. And yet the direct result of holding that knowledge is that you are making a mistake. You are currently in a state of error.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Socrates asks a devastating question. How can the very act of getting in touch with knowledge make you ignorant? If the bird is knowledge, then touching it should make you know it. It absolutely shouldn't make you mistake it for something else.
Wait, let me really process that. If I grab the 11 bird, I should look at it in my hand and say, oh, this is definitely 11. I shouldn't look at it and say this is 12. The mere fact that I am holding the pure knowledge of 11 should make me know 11 perfectly.
Exactly. The aviary implies that knowledge itself makes you ignorant, which is philosophically absurd. Socrates says it is like saying that the state of blindness makes you see, or ignorance makes you wise.
If you have the knowledge, you can't be deceived by the very knowledge you are actively holding.
The metaphor of the bird creates an impossible contradiction, where knowing something actively causes you to not know it.
So Theaetetus, who is really trying his absolute best here to keep the theory afloat, poor guy, he suggests a patch to the system. He says, well, maybe the cage isn't just full of knowledge birds. Maybe there are also ignorance birds flying around in there with them.
Forms of ignorance living in the soul. It is a very clever attempt to save the metaphor. So false opinion in this revised model would be reaching into the cage and accidentally grabbing a bird of ignorance when you genuinely meant to grab a bird of knowledge.
That sounds completely plausible to me. I grabbed a literal mistake. I grabbed a virus instead of a clean file.
It sounds great until Socrates destroys it instantly with the problem of infinite regress. He asks a very simple question. When you grab this bird of ignorance out of the flock, do you know it is a bird of ignorance?
Well, if I knew it was ignorance, I wouldn't believe it. I would throw it right back and say, oops, wrong bird.
Exactly. For the mistake to actually happen, for you to really believe a lie in your soul, you must think that the bird of ignorance you caught is actually a bird of knowledge.
Right. I think I am right. That is the very definition of being wrong.
But how does that happen? How do you mistake an ignorance bird for a knowledge bird? Do you have another aviary inside your mind to tell you which birds are which? Do you need a higher knowledge of the birds to distinguish the knowledge birds from the ignorance birds?
Oh, man. And if I make a mistake about that higher knowledge?
Then you need another aviary to explain that mistake, and another one after that, and another. It is a never-ending circle. You can't explain false opinion by just infinitely adding more items to the cage, because the core logical problem remains untouched. How do I mistake one item for another if I truly know what they are?
We are right back to the start line. We still don't know how error is structurally possible because we don't actually know what knowing is. The wax melted away and the birds just flew out the window.
They completely abandon the aviary. It just collapses under its own logical weight, and right here the dialogue shifts gears entirely. Socrates says, look, we've been going in endless circles trying to explain false opinion. Maybe we need to go all the way back to the core definition of knowledge itself.
Right back to the original question of the whole book, what is knowledge? And Theaetetus reminds him of their working definition. Knowledge is true opinion.
Which brings us to the famous argument of the jury. This is one of the most practical, real-world arguments Socrates makes in the entire text. He directly challenges the idea that being correct is the exact same thing as knowing.
He starts talking about orators and lawyers, and he really seems to have a bit of a grudge against them.
He absolutely does. He points out that lawyers and orators are not teachers. Their primary job is not to instruct the public. Their job is solely to persuade. In the Athenian courts, they had a strictly limited amount of time. It was literally measured by a water clock dripping away. And in that short time, they had to make a large crowd believe a specific narrative.
So imagine a courtroom scenario.
There has been a serious crime, let's say a violent robbery in an alleyway. The jury was not there. They did not see it happen. The only person in the world who really knows what happened is the eyewitness, the person who stood there and saw it with their own eyes.
Right, they have the direct visual knowledge. They have the deep wax imprint, if we go back to that.
But the lawyer who is prosecuting the case is very, very good. He stands up and persuades the jury. He tells them exactly what happened. He spins an incredibly compelling narrative, and he entirely convinces them of the truth. The jury votes, and they arrive at the correct verdict. The thief is guilty.
So the jury has the truth. They hold the true opinion. They voted exactly right.
But do they have knowledge?
Socrates would clearly say no. Because they were merely persuaded. They didn't see it happen. They were just talked into believing it.
Precisely. If true opinion and knowledge were the exact same thing, then a jury who was just talked into a verdict would be considered just as knowledgeable as the person who actually witnessed the crime. But intuitively, we know they aren't. They just happen to be persuaded of the truth this time. With a slightly better lawyer on the other side, they could have just as easily been persuaded of a complete lie.
Right. You can be right by pure accident or by smooth persuasion. But being right doesn't mean you know. I can blindly guess the winning lottery numbers. But that doesn't mean I knew them beforehand.
Correct. Knowing requires something more solid than just having the right answer, and this realization leads them to the final and perhaps most mystical part of their entire discussion. Theaetetus suddenly remembers hearing a philosophical theory once upon a time. He says he heard that knowledge is true opinion combined with a rational explanation.
Or logos in the Greek.
Logos, a reason, a structural definition. If you can clearly explain why something is true, if you can break it down into its component parts, then you finally have true knowledge. If you just have the correct opinion without the deep explanation behind it, you don't really know it.
And Socrates responds to this new definition by sharing a dream.
A dream for a dream, he calls it. He describes a fascinating theory of the universe that sounds startlingly like modern atomic theory. He imagines that absolutely everything in reality is made up of primary elements, just like the letters of the alphabet make up words.
The fundamental building blocks of reality.
Yes, and the absolute key to this dream theory is that these primary elements in isolation are completely unknowable.
Wait. The basic blocks of the universe are unknowable. Why would that be?
Because they are completely simple. You can only name them. You can say A or B, but you cannot define them.
Why can't I define A?
Because if you try to define A by saying A is a letter or A exists, you are adding extra concepts to it. You are attaching outside attributes like existence or likeness. But the pure element is just itself alone. It has no internal parts to break down or analyze.
So I can perceive it, like I can hear the sharp sound of the letter S. But I can't rationally explain it. It just is.
Right. It is accountable only to raw perception. It has no logos, no rational explanation. But when you take these unexplainable elements and you combine them together, you get complexes. You get syllables. You get full words.
Like Socrates.
Exactly. Let's look at just the first syllable, S-O. The syllable so is a complex, and specifically because it is complex can be defined. You can rationally say the syllable so is composed of the primary letter S and the primary letter O. That is giving a rational explanation. That is logos.
So the whole theory essentially boils down to this. You cannot systematically know the basic elements because they have no parts to explain, but you can deeply know the syllable because you can explain it simply by listing out its elemental parts.
That is the grand proposed definition of knowledge. True opinion plus the ability to break the thing down into its fundamental parts.
It sounds really good. It actually sounds a lot like the basis of modern science, breaking complex things down to truly understand them. Water is H2O. I know what water is because I can list its primary elements, hydrogen and oxygen.
It does sound incredibly robust, and Socrates tentatively accepts it. He thinks this might finally be the definitive answer they have been searching for. If you can give the logos the detailed account of the parts, you have achieved knowledge, but, and this is the massive cliffhanger we are left with, he senses a deep structural trap.
There is always a trap with Socrates. What is wrong with giving an account?
The trap is hidden in the underlying logic of the whole versus the parts. Socrates pauses the celebration and asks a devastating question. If the foundational elements are inherently unknowable, how can the syllable built out of them possibly be known?
Oh, if I don't know what S is, and I don't know what O is, how can I possibly claim to know SO?
Exactly. Can true knowledge really be built out of bricks of pure ignorance? If all the individual parts are completely dark, can the whole suddenly be full of light? This is the profound question that just stops them dead in their tracks. They have a definition that looks perfect on the surface. Knowledge is true opinion with an account, but the actual foundation of that account is slipping through their fingers.
It is like trying to build a massive stone castle out of clouds. If the clouds aren't solid, the castle can't be solid no matter how well you design the architecture.
And that is exactly where we find them at the end of this section. Staring intensely at this new definition, realizing with a sense of dread that giving an explanation might just be listing off a bunch of things you don't actually understand.
Let's apply this logically. If I ask you to define a wagon,
Socrates uses that exact example in the text. You say a wagon consists of wheels, an axle, a body rails, and a wooden yoke. You have successfully listed the parts, you have provided the logos.
so under this theory, I know the wagon.
But do you really? If you don't understand the fundamental essence of a wheel or an axle individually, if those are just empty names to you, then your impressive definition is really just a string of hollow names. It is not true understanding, it is just a memorized list.
It is the difference between memorizing a technical manual and actually being a mechanic.
Yeah.
I can memorize every single part of a jet engine for a test. But if I don't know what a turbine actually does in reality, I don't really know the engine at all.
Precisely, and Socrates is deeply worried that this dream theory is just us memorizing the instruction manual of the universe without ever understanding the engine itself. We are perfectly naming all the letters, but are we actually reading the book?
So let's recap the philosophical carnage here. The wax tablet completely failed because it was just too passive. It couldn't explain how we make abstract. Because it created a ridiculous infinite regress. We needed a meta bird to check the original bird to make sure it wasn't an ignorance bird. And now finally the dream theory is failing in real time because the fundamental building blocks of the explanation are completely unknowable.
We are rapidly running out of places to hide. The confident definitions are just being stripped away one by one. And Socrates, in his relentless intellectual honesty, is absolutely refusing to let us settle for a fake answer just to feel better. He would much rather remain confused and honest than confident and entirely wrong.
Which painfully brings us right back to the initial paradox that started this whole mess.
Yeah.
If we can't explain how we make mistakes, and we can't systematically explain what knowledge even is, then what are we even doing here?
We are thinking, and perhaps, just perhaps, the difficult act of wrestling with these impossible models is the actual knowledge we are looking for. It is not about simply holding the bird in the hand. It is about the rigor of the hunt itself.
The hunt definitely continues. We aren't done yet. Not by a long shot.
No, we're very much still in the middle of the labyrinth. The definition of logos itself needs to be aggressively tested. What does it really deeply mean to give a reason? Is it just listing physical parts like the wagon? Or is it something much more profound?
And that is exactly where Socrates is going to take us next. Deeper into the fundamental nature of explanation itself.
It is the final desperate stand for the definition of knowledge.
So let's look at the syllable concept again. If the syllable is literally just the sum of the letters, then it must be exactly the same as the letters.
But if the syllable is a single unified form, something entirely new that organically arises from the combination, then maybe, just maybe, it has a distinct nature of its own. A nature that can be known even if the individual parts remain mysterious.
That is the hope, right? That the whole is somehow infinitely greater than the sum of its parts. that water is something fundamentally more than just hydrogen and oxygen holding hands in a void.
A fragile hope that Socrates is about to dissect with absolute surgical precision? Because think about it. If the whole truly is a single unified thing, doesn't it immediately just become an element again? Simple and indivisible.
Oh, wow. And thus it becomes unknowable all over again.
The circle closes in tightly.
Let's follow him into that circle.
Indeed. We must ask the hardest question yet. Is the all exactly the same thing as the whole? It sounds like mere wordplay at first glance, but absolutely everything depends on the answer.
Then let's turn the page and see where the logic demands we go.
So if we accept that premise, that the primary elements of the world, the building blocks of absolutely everything, can be perceived but not defined, we land right on this really ingenious notion Socrates just proposed.
Right, we are picking up the exact thread where the dream theory left us. And it is an incredibly seductive proposition, isn't it?
It really is. It feels like a breakthrough. The idea that while the base ingredients of reality are mysterious and unknowable, the recipes we make with them, the complexes, are things we can actually know and discuss rationally.
It appeals directly to our human sense of structure. I mean, you and I feel like we understand a house perfectly well, even if we don't understand the molecular structure of the clay inside the brick.
Yeah, exactly. It solves that nagging problem of how we can talk about things when the basic stuff those things are made of is so slippery. The complex thing has a structure, it has a relation of parts, and that relation gives us something concrete to grab onto.
It implies that knowledge is essentially about relationship and arrangement, rather than the raw essence of a thing.
Right. But Socrates, being Socrates, doesn't just let this beautiful theory sit there as an abstract painting. He immediately demands we pull it down to earth to see if it survives.
He does. He says, let us take them and put them to the test. And he wants to use the very examples the author of this argument used, which are letters and syllables.
Which makes perfect sense, because if this theory is true for the universe, if it's a fundamental law of reality, it absolutely must be true for language. Language is our primary tool for expressing knowledge, after all.
Precisely. If the theory holds water, that elements are fundamentally unknowable but complexes are knowable, it has to work for the actual alphabet. So they look at a specific test case from the book, the first syllable of the name Theaetetus.
Right, which in English would essentially be the S and the O, forming the syllable eso, or in the Greek, two distinct sounds. So Socrates asks Theaetetus a very simple question. He says, what is eso?
And Theaetetus gives the obvious intuitive answer. He says, it is S and O. He divides the syllable. He identifies the complex thing simply by identifying its constituent parts.
Okay, simple enough. But then Socrates springs the trap. He asks for a similar definition of the letter S.
And this is exactly where Theaetetus hits a solid brick wall. He realizes you cannot define the S. He actually says, how can anyone tell the elements of an element?
It's a profound question when you sit with it. If an element is truly primary, it cannot be broken down any further by definition.
Precisely. He describes it as just a noise, a hissing sound. It is pure sensory input. The S is a consonant. It's a mere noise formed by the tongue hissing against the teeth.
It has no logical definition. It just is.
Right. It is a brute fact of acoustic experience, and Socrates pushes it even further. Think about the letter B.
Yeah, the text mentions that B is even less than a noise.
Because it's a mute stop. Think about the physical act of speaking. You have to close your lips to say it. Until you add a vowel to it, the letter B itself has absolutely no sound. It is just a shape of the mouth, a literal silence before a sound.
So if S is just a raw hiss and B is literally a silence, how can you possibly give a rational account of them?
You can't. They are strictly indefinable. They are the raw material of speech, yes, but they possess no logos, no explanation in and of themselves.
So the theory looks incredibly strong at this point. The syllable SO has a clear definition, it's S and O, but the letter S has no definition. Therefore, the complex is known and the element is unknown.
It genuinely seems like Theaetetus has vindicated the dream theory here. He is quite confident at this stage in the dialogue. He really thinks they have finally cracked the code on what knowledge actually is.
But Socrates is about to dismantle this confidence with surgical precision. He questions the very nature of the relationship between the parts and the whole.
He starts by asking what we actually mean when we use the word syllable. And this is the pivot point of the whole argument.
He asks, when we say syllable, do we mean the two letters themselves, just the S and the O sitting next to each other? Or do we mean a single idea, a specific form that arises out of their combination, but is somehow distinct from the letters themselves?
This brings us to a classic philosophical distinction. Is the whole just the sum of its parts, or is it something more, something categorically different?
Theaetetus chooses the first option initially. He says, I should say that we mean all the letters.
And that choice, while completely intuitive to most of us, is completely fatal to the theory. Socrates patiently walks him through the logic. If the syllable is literally the letters, meaning the syllable SO is nothing more than S plus O then, to know the syllable, you absolutely must know the letters.
Because they are the exact same thing. You cannot claim to know a collection if you don't know the specific things being collected.
Exactly. You cannot be ignorant of the parts if the whole is nothing but the parts. Socrates asks a brilliant rhetorical question here. He says, can he be ignorant of either singly and yet know both together?
It is a monstrous proposition when you phrase it like that. It would be like me saying to you, I have absolutely no idea who John is, and I have zero clue who Jane is, but I know the couple John and Jane perfectly. It just doesn't compute.
And Theaetetus admits that it's monstrous. It makes no logical sense. You cannot know S plus O if you do not know S and you do not know O individually.
So if the element is unknown, which is exactly what the dream theory claims is true, and the syllable is just the collection of those unknown elements, then the syllable itself must be unknown too.
The ignorance of the parts completely infects the whole.
The theory just collapses right there.
Taken wings and departed, as Socrates says.
Well-
The bird has flown the coop.
But they don't give up. They are very relentless in this dialogue, so they try the second path. Socrates suggests, well, perhaps we didn't keep watch properly. Maybe the syllable isn't just a pile of letters.
Right, maybe it is a single idea framed out of them, something that has a completely separate, distinct form from the parts that made it.
This feels like a very Platonic idea, doesn't it? That the whole is somehow greater than the sum of its parts. That when you mix S and O together, a brand new entity, the syllable, magically emerges, which is a unique, singular thing in itself, a unitary form.
Theaetetus definitely likes this one better. It feels much safer. It feels like it protects the knowability of the syllable that they are trying so hard to defend.
He jumps on it. But Socrates warns him not to be a coward and betray the argument just yet. He says, okay, let us assume for a moment the syllable is a simple form, a single unified idea. If it is a single form, completely distinct from the letters, what specific quality must it have?
It must have no parts.
And why is that? Walk us through that jump.
Because if it has parts, then it is a whole composed of those parts.
Huh?
And if it is composed of parts, we are thrown right back into the first problem we just solved, that the whole is merely the sum of the parts.
Ah, right. This leads us into this fascinating, almost mathematical interlude about the nature of the whole versus the all. Socrates directly challenges Theaetetus on this.
Yeah.
He asks, is the whole different from the all?
Theaetetus guesses they are different. Again, this feels intuitively right to us. The all sounds like a messy pile of stuff, just a heap. But the whole sounds like a unified structure, a deliberate design.
We really want to believe that structure adds something real, something ontological to the base ingredients.
We do. But Socrates breaks it down using basic numbers to show that logically, mathematically, they are completely identical. He starts by simply counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right. 6 separate units.
Then he introduces mathematical expressions. He says twice 3, or 3 times 2, or 4 and 2.
And in every single one of those cases, no matter how you phrase the arrangement, we are talking about the 6.
Yes. Whether we list the units individually, which would be the all, or use a mathematical expression to group them together as a structure, which would be the whole, we are always referring to the exact same reality, the reality of 6.
6 is not some separate mystical entity hovering above the units. It is the units.
Exactly. And he uses some really grounded, real-world analogies to drive this home. He brings up the example of an acre and a stadium.
The number of the acre is the acre. That makes perfect sense. You cannot have an acre without the specific square footage that makes it up. If you take away even a single square foot, it is technically no longer that specific acre.
The number of the stadium is the stadium. The same principle applies.
And the army. The army is nothing but the number of men in it.
This is a devastatingly crucial step in his logic. He states clearly, the number of each is the parts of each. If a thing has parts, the whole is simply all the parts.
There is no magical whole hovering above the parts that is somehow separate from them.
Right. If you have the whole army, you necessarily have all the soldiers. If you have all the soldiers, you have the whole army. The two terms are completely interchangeable.
So if the whole is just all the parts, then the whole and the all are the exact same thing.
Precisely. Socrates forces Theaetetus to admit that if something has parts, it is fundamentally made up of those parts. And if it is made up of parts, it is the all. Therefore, a whole simply cannot be logically distinct from all the parts.
He backs this up by defining what it actually means to be all. He says, the all is that of which nothing is wanting. If you are missing even a tiny piece, you do not have the all.
And that exact same definition applies perfectly to the whole. A whole is that from which nothing is absent. If anything is absent, it is not a whole. So, strictly speaking logically, whole and all are identical concepts. You cannot artificially distinguish them just to save your theory.
This circles us right back to our test case, the syllable. If the syllable is a whole, it must contain its parts, which are the letters.
And if it contains parts, we're forced back to the logic of our first scenario, case A. To know the whole, you must know the parts. But since we already agreed the letters, the parts, are radically unknown, the syllable itself must remain unknown.
So the only escape hatch left for Theaetetus is to claim that the syllable doesn't have parts at all, that it is a single indivisible form, that when S and O meet, they somehow disappear entirely, and a brand new, partless monad called SO pops into existence.
Right. We are forced to treat the syllable as a true monad, a singular, pristine unit that simply does not break down. But Socrates immediately points out the fatal flaw in this desperate escape hatch.
If it truly has no parts.
If it has no parts, it is what philosophers call a simple. And what did we agree about simples at the very beginning of this thought experiment?
That they are completely indefinable, just like the letter S.
Exactly. The entire reason the letter S was deemed unknowable was precisely because it was a simple, indivisible unit with no parts to articulate or explain. If we now claim the syllable is also a simple, indivisible unit just to avoid the parts trap, then the syllable becomes just as unknowable as the letter.
It falls into the exact same category of ignorance.
So we are completely checkmated.
Completely. Because if the syllable has parts, we must know the parts, which we can't do according to the theory. But if the syllable has no parts, it is a simple, indefinable thing, which we also can't explain. Under either view, you simply cannot claim the syllable is known while the letter is unknown. They absolutely stand or fall together.
It is a beautiful, brutal piece of philosophical destruction. He takes this ingenious notion that sounded so perfect, and he just grinds it into fine dust using his own internal logic.
And what I love is that he doesn't just stop at the abstract mathematical logic. He then appeals directly to empirical reality. He asks Theaetetus to abandon the abstract and look at his actual lived experience.
Yes, the experience of learning to read. I always loved this part of the book because it is so universally relatable.
Socrates essentially asks, when you were a child learning to read, what were you actually doing with your time? You were spending all your effort trying to distinguish the separate letters.
By eye and by ear. You focus intensely on the S, the O, the T. You don't gloss over them to see the whole word right away. You drill down relentlessly into the elements.
You do this specifically so that when you see them arranged in a complex sequence, a syllable or a long word, you don't get confused. The ultimate goal of learning is to master the elements. The expert reader is the one who recognizes the letters instantly, even when they are buried in a highly complex word.
He brings up a wonderful music analogy here, too. The harp player, or the sitar player in the Greek.
Right. To be a master musician, what must you know? You must know every distinct string, every single note. The notes are the elements of the music. You cannot possibly say you know the song, the complex, if you do not intimately know the notes, the elements.
So in reality, in the actual physical practice of learning any art or skill, the elements are actually known more clearly than the complexes.
And they are far more critical. Socrates basically says anyone who argues that the complex is knowable but the element is not is just talking total nonsense.
It contradicts everything we observe about how human beings actually learn and interact with the world. We build knowledge from the bottom up, not from the top down.
So the dream theory is officially dead. We cannot define knowledge as knowing the complex via the unknown elements. It just doesn't map onto reality.
Which brings our two thinkers right back to the drawing board. They have to move to the final possible definition of knowledge available to them in this discussion.
Because we've already discarded sensation earlier, we discarded simple true opinion. Now we're looking at the final candidate. True opinion combined with logos, with a rational explanation or definition.
But Socrates, being the meticulous linguistic surgeon he always is, stops the whole train to ask a clarifying question. What exactly does giving an explanation, giving a logos, actually mean? He offers three distinct possibilities.
This is such a classic Socratic move. You keep using this word explanation. Let's unpack what that word could physically or conceptually signify in the real world.
So, meaning number one, vocal expression.
He defines this as manifesting one's thought by the voice with verbs and nouns.
Basically just the act of speaking, forming a sentence.
Right. He uses this lovely poetic image here. He says it's like reflecting your opinion in the stream of speech, like an image reflected in a mirror or in a pool of water. The spoken words are just the reflection of the internal thought.
It's beautiful, but he dismisses this almost instantly as a serious candidate for knowledge.
He really has to, because if explanation just means saying what you think out loud, then literally everyone who isn't born deaf or dumb possesses knowledge the second they open their mouths.
Right. If I have a true opinion, let's say I look at the sky and think, it's going to rain, and I say out loud, it's going to rain, I have technically given a vocal explanation. But that doesn't mean I have scientific, rigorous knowledge of meteorology.
Well, exactly. If logos just means the physical act of speech, then true opinion and knowledge instantly become the exact same thing for anyone capable of talking. It is way too low a bar. It does absolutely nothing to distinguish the true expert from the lucky guesser.
So they quickly move to meaning number 2, enumeration of elements.
This is essentially the listing the parts definition, being able to answer the question, what is X, by meticulously cataloging all the components of X.
He uses the wagon example here, that this is a reference drawn from Hesiod, right?
Yeah, the wagon of 100 planks. Socrates says, look, if someone stops you or me on the street and asks, what is a wagon? We would probably say something like, well, it has wheels, an axle, a body, rims, and maybe a yoke.
Which is true. It is a completely true opinion. We aren't wrong in our description.
But Socrates argues this isn't technical knowledge. A master wagon builder, someone with genuine knowledge of the craft, would be able to list the 100 distinct planks and timbers that actually make it up.
We laymen define it by the major syllables, so to speak, but the true builder defines it by the actual elements.
Precisely. And this leads to what I think is the most devastating and brilliant proof in this entire section. It involves a spelling example. Specifically, spelling the name Theaetetus versus the name Theodorus.
I love this part. Walk us through exactly how he sets this up.
So imagine a young learner in a classroom. He is asked by his teacher to write the name Theaetetus. He writes out THE. He gets it completely right. He has the correct order of letters.
So in philosophical terms, he has true opinion, because he is correct, and he has enumeration of parts, because he actually wrote the individual letters out.
Yes, but then imagine the exact same learner is later asked to write the name Theodorus. Now, logically, the first syllable of Theodorus is very similar to Theaetetus. It starts with those same sounds, but maybe this learner gets confused. He writes TE instead of THE, or he mixes up the order of the letters entirely.
Okay, a common enough mistake for a beginner.
Right. But Socrates then asks a devastating question. When that student got Theaetetus right the first time, did he actually have knowledge?
Our instinct is to say yes, because he got the correct answer. The output was right.
But Socrates argues no, because if he really knew the underlying rules of spelling, if he possessed true scientific knowledge of the syllable, he would not have failed when trying to write Theodorus.
The fact that his performance fluctuates, getting one right by chance and one wrong, proves that his initial success with Theaetetus was just rote memory. Or maybe just dumb luck. It was absolutely not derived from a stable scientific understanding of how the elements work together.
So the terrifying conclusion is that you can have true opinion, meaning you get the answer right, and you can even have enumeration of parts, meaning you can list the ingredients, and you can still completely lack knowledge.
Correct. You can list the parts all day long without truly understanding the nature of the parts. So, definition number 2 of logos completely fails. Simply listing the ingredients isn't the same as being a master chef. You need to understand the relationship, the chemistry, and the necessity of those ingredients.
Which leaves us with meaning number 3. And Socrates explicitly calls this the popular notion of explanation.
The definition of difference, or diaphora in Greek.
Defining X by the specific mark or sign of difference that distinguishes it from literally everything else in the universe.
This feels incredibly modern, doesn't it? It is essentially definition by differentiation. If I want to define the sun, I don't sit there and list every single atom and plasma flare in it. I simply say, it is the brightest of the heavenly bodies that revolve about the earth.
And that works perfectly for identifying it. It neatly isolates the sun from the moon, from the stars, from the other planets. It pinpoints the exact target you are talking about.
Theaetetus thinks this is absolutely the answer. This must be the missing link they've been searching for. He concludes that true opinion plus knowledge of difference equals genuine knowledge.
But Socrates has one last logical trap to spring on the poor boy, and it actually involves Theaetetus' own face.
Yes, his famous snub nose.
Socrates applies this new difference theory to the act of knowing Theaetetus as a person. He says, okay, let's say I have a true opinion of you, but according to our new rule, to have actual knowledge of you, I must add your distinguishing characteristic to my opinion.
He starts with broad generalities to test it. He says, if I define you as a man with a nose, eyes, and a mouth, have I actually defined Theaetetus?
Obviously not. That applies to basically everyone in Athens.
So he narrows it down. What if I define you as a man with a snub nose and prominent eyes?
That is certainly closer, but Socrates himself famously has a snub nose and prominent eyes.
Exactly. So that definition, while more specific, still fails to distinguish you from Socrates or from anyone else with those rough features. To really, truly know Theaetetus, my mental image must capture the specific, unique curve of your snub nose, the specific way it differs from Socrates' nose and every single other nose in the world.
I essentially need the unique fingerprint of your face stamped in my mind.
And here is where the circularity reveals itself. The trap closes. Socrates calls it the scytale, or the pestle spinning endlessly in the mortar.
Why is it circular? Walk us through the trap.
Think carefully about the order of operations here. Socrates asks, if I only have a mere true opinion of you, but I do not yet know your specific differences, what exactly is my opinion of? If my mental image doesn't already contain the specific traits that make you uniquely you, then I am not actually thinking of you at all. I am just thinking of a generic, abstract human being.
So for me to have a true opinion of Theaetetus in the first place, I must already possess the knowledge of what makes him different.
Exactly. You cannot add the knowledge of difference to a true opinion as some sort of secondary step, because having a true opinion of a specific thing presupposes that you already know what makes it different.
If I don't know who Theaetetus is specifically, I can't have an opinion about him. If I do know who he is specifically, I already have the difference built into my thought.
So the grand definition we arrived at, knowledge equals true opinion plus explanation of difference, actually just translates to knowledge equals true opinion plus knowledge of difference.
We are literally defining the word knowledge by using the word knowledge in the definition.
It is a massive tautology. Socrates jokes that we may be truly described as the blind directing the blind. You simply cannot define a term by using the term itself. It would be like me saying, knowledge is knowing what you know. It's technically true, but it's completely useless as a philosophical definition.
And with that realization, the third and final definition of logos completely collapses.
It is the final fatal blow of the dialogue. Knowledge is definitively not sensation, it is not true opinion, and it is not true opinion combined with logos in any of the three senses we can imagine.
The intellectual delivery is officially over. Socrates turns to the young Theaetetus and asks the vital question, are you still in labor and travail? Are there any more ideas waiting to be born?
And Theaetetus, totally exhausted, admits, I have said more than was ever in me.
But what is the actual result of all this exhausting labor? Socrates declares it a wind egg.
A false pregnancy. A phantom. Despite all their rigorous searching, they simply haven't found the true definition of knowledge.
It feels almost tragic in a way. You spend all this time, all this intense logic, and they end up with absolutely nothing to show for it.
But Socrates immediately corrects that pessimistic view. He explains the deep moral value of the wind egg. He tells Theaetetus that because he has gone through this grueling process of elimination, he will now be soberer, humbler, and gentler to other people in the future.
Because he won't walk around arrogantly thinking he knows things that he actually doesn't know.
That is the ultimate Socratic victory, intellectual humility, the painful scouring away of false assumptions. He tells the boy, the office of a midwife I, like my mother, have received from God. His divine job isn't to put correct ideas into people's heads. It is to draw out what is there and relentlessly test it to see if it is real or a phantom.
And then, after this lofty conclusion, the dialogue ends on an incredibly specific, grounded, and chilling note. Socrates suddenly says he has to leave.
Yes, the timeless pursuit of philosophy must suddenly pause for the grim reality of Athenian politics. He tells them, now I have to go to the porch of the king Archon, where I am to meet Miletus and his indictment.
The formal charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, the very charges that will soon lead to his trial and his execution by hemlock.
It is such a somber, jarring reminder. While we, alongside these characters, have been safely debating the abstract, pristine nature of knowledge, the very real, very deadly political machinery that will kill Socrates has been actively turning in the background.
It's the ultimate clash, isn't it? The pure philosopher who seeks only truth versus the messy, prejudiced reality of the city.
And we all know how that looming trial ends. But even knowing he's walking toward the beginning of his own end, he remains completely calm. He simply steps out of the world of pure ideas and walks off to face his accusers.